get something else to remember that Uber Eats had groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Preco?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Jay on 105.3 The Fan.
There is nothing better than playoff hockey. And we are underway again. Score! Just to begin 9 seconds in. We were wondering if the big weapons were going to put the puck in the net tonight for Dallas. Wyatt Johnston just did.
Wow, ESPN. Bob Wischusen with the call. Friend of the show.
Yes.
And the Stars get a big-time victory over Colorado in a game they never trailed.
Nope.
They led for all but
they were only tied for 9 seconds.
9 seconds.
You're already going to get
We're gonna get
peeking his head up over here.
Reetma here. 6-2 Stars win, empty netter late. And this game was outside of a small part of the second where Colorado cut it to 3-2. Right before the Stars had a late rush in that period. This game was never in doubt.
No, and I mean, it was, you mentioned, the Avs have their push there really quickly and cut it to 3-2. And for a Stars team that, I mean, how many times did we see at the end of the season them blow leads?
Yeah.
Like, just holding on to leads late was an issue for them. And so you get a little bit of that sense of like, all right, is this history repeating itself? Is this the same team we saw the last 2 weeks of the regular season? And then Wyatt Johnston, just like he came in and, right off the bat scored, he gives the response and says, nope, we're not having a replay here. This is a game that we're going to be in control of. And I thought it was a great response and an opportunity where they could have really fallen apart. That felt like the contender that everybody's talked about the Stars being.
Yeah, that was
for much of the year.
That was the best team in the league last night.
They were really good.
or one of them, And Colorado's a really solid team. Like and they talked about this. I think it was PK talking about this in one of the breaks. Like when they're on defensively, you can't beat them. And when they're missing assignments and they're just a regular team, and that's what they were last night. And the Stars took advantage of it. And now they got 2 chances. They've got 2 chances to sew it up and move on to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, so to speak, but
I do. I love counting them first.
It's not a series where you feel like it's been fluky either. Like, this is a legitimate 3-2 lead, like you mentioned yesterday, with no Robo, no Miro. Like that, it's something where you have to feel good about the way that they've played, being shorthanded, weathering the entire emotional boost that came with Landeskog coming back, and last night it felt like you really got, especially in the first period, you really got finally that big advantage of what you thought you were going to get heading into the playoffs, which was Otter over Blackwood. Like last night, you got it. Oh, yeah. You got that boost that you were expecting to have as the major advantage for a lot of the series that you didn't get totally early on.
9 for 13 from Wyatt Johnston at the faceoff dot. His 9 faceoff wins set a record for the most in a single playoff game in his career. A little note from the Hockey Hawk that he sent to us. But, look, that was
he was 9 for 13 from the faceoff.
Yes, he was. He was 9 for 13, 55%.
That's a callback to me not listening 2 weeks ago.
Right, absolutely. Stars 55% win rate right now in the faceoff. So they're going back on Thursday to Colorado. I can't stand the playoff format though. Like the winner of this series is going to get Winnipeg. Like what? This is so stupid.
Would you rather, if we're going to talk about like legitimate, and the winner of the series is going to beat Winnipeg, by the way, Chop, okay? Because we're going all the way.
Well, because you also can't trust Hellebuck.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have I said that throughout the season?
Well, you said it a lot.
I mean, I've lost count. Would you prefer?
I can't even say they should. They're going to get Winnipeg. I mean, it's tied at 2.
Would you prefer the? Are these instances, obviously with them being up, you'd feel this way, but where you feel like 2-3-2 is how you get a genuine advantage as a home team, as the home setup, like the way they used to do in the NBA.
I like the 2-3-2. I'm a fan of the 2-3-2.
Like right now, you'd feel really confident if you knew, all right, Dallas has 2 shots to close this out at home now.
I think you do as the home team. Yeah, I know you could say that the 3 games in the middle is too advantageous to the road team to have 3 straight. But like it still gives you the 2 chances at home. So yeah, I hate getting on a plane. I think getting on the plane and flying up there and it just breaks it up too much. I would rather do the 2-3-2.
The high altitude.
The altitude change, all that stuff. So Stars get a big one, much needed. They could not have afforded to lose that game because you would have had to go back to Colorado. Mikko had a playoff career high with 3 points against the Avs. Made the 7th different player in NHL history to score a playoff goal against a team with which he tallied 100+ postseason points according to NHL stats. Good one from.
It's pretty strong, and Money Pucks did 53%.
It did?
53%. The Stars were supposed to win this last night.
Look at that. Florida, they beat Tampa 4-2 last night in the NHL, so they go up 3-1 in that series as well. And the Panthers looking to go back to the Stanley Cup final again.
That's good for them. I didn't watch a second of it.
Did you watch a second of the Heat and Cavs?
I mean, I watched. I was more present for that game than the Miami Heat were, I'd say. And I didn't watch a ton of the game. I popped in and I was watching a little bit of it early on in the first quarter, and that was
embarrassing.
They were talking about it on the TNT crew last night. That is some of the most disgusting lack of effort you could see from a basketball team. Miami didn't care. They were ready to be done.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you get the 10th seed in the playoffs. You know, like that's going to happen.
Yes.
They were 12 games under 500. They weren't going to compete that series.
Jarrett Allen in 25 minutes was plus 42.
Jarrett Allen in 25 minutes.
Plus 42.
That's good. 138-83, Cavs beat the Heat. It was 72-33 at the half.
It's not great. It's like Phoenix Suns in Game 7.
Miami at one point was down 60. And they lose by 55.
Oh,
55.
So they cut it.
Yeah, they cut into it a little bit. That was smart. That was good of them to cut into that lead just a bit. So that was that series, and the Cavs sweep at 4-0. Golden State up 3-1 on Houston, 109-106 over the Rockets.
Yeah, that was the Golden State series has been fun. Jimmy coming back last night is a boost. I said it yesterday. I think the NBA playoffs in a lot of ways has been fun. Now we've obviously gotten these 1 seeds just throttling the play-in teams with Cleveland and OKC, but I thought overall a lot of these series have been really, really good.
You think so?
Yeah. I've enjoyed watching Warriors Rockets. I've enjoyed watching the Pistons series. I've enjoyed watching Clippers Nuggets. That's been entertaining. Lakers has had some drama, even if it's 3-1 Minnesota. So I don't know. I've really enjoyed the playoffs to this point. I think it's been a solid week and a half here for the NBA.
It's hard to look at it that with the fact that the series are all blowouts. Like the games have been okay.
Yeah, but
but the series have there's not, the games don't seem like they have any stakes to them right now because of that.
Sure. I get the aspect of if the series is a little unbalanced, but yeah, I think for instance, Knicks Pistons being 3-1, that's still been good basketball. It's still been entertaining basketball.
Dame is out.
Yeah, Dame with the torn Achilles, and it's weird. Has it flipped where? And I mean, it was admirable of him to try and fight his way back to get back after having the issues with the DVT. But man, it's like that dude has just the worst run of luck. And I know a lot of people would say he put himself in that position by refusing to get out of Portland for as long as he did, but I do feel bad for him. He's one of these guys who I think is just, we're going to look back on as just like an all-time, damn, what could have been for that guy.
Yeah. I mean, they really might. They really might. And now the offseason is going to be all about what happens with Giannis. Like, is Giannis going to be there next year?
Hopefully he demands a trade to Dallas.
You think
play
so?
with his buddy Luka.
Yeah. I mean, that could be something.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Oh, wait, Luka doesn't play here.
No, he doesn't. You
Yeah.
think he wants any part of Jason Kidd again?
What's that?
You think he wants any part of Jason Kidd again?
Probably not. But I don't know. Maybe he eats a lot of veggies or something.
Yeah,
so
I
Nico will
can see
really
that.
push
Nico
for
would
him.
really push for him.
Yeah.
I can see that. Tonight, the Bucks might get closed out. They play the Pacers on the road. Boy, you can get into that game for $40. $40. Knicks and Pistons. Knicks can wrap it up. The get in the door price for that series right now is $332 for tonight's game. We didn't talk much about it the other day. Was that did the Pistons get robbed?
I mean, yeah, they've been. I think the Pistons have played a series well enough that they should be tied up right now with the Knicks. They've given the Knicks hell, and so yeah. I mean, I think that they've been screwed a little bit. The NBA's had a bad run here. They just announced yesterday that Luka should have had a foul called. Should have been gone to the free throw line late against Minnesota. Didn't get the foul call. So they've had a couple in these last 2-minute reports that they've put out. A couple of these games late, they've had some missed calls. They got the big one right, the one that's been the big focus of the playoffs so far, the big moment. They got the Aaron Gordon dunk right at the buzzer beater. But yeah, that was. I mean, Pistons have got the screws put to them a little bit. I feel like throughout the series, the Knicks have been getting some advantageous officiating.
Yeah, they have. Celtics and Magic. It's 3-1. They can wrap it up tonight as well. That's in Boston, and then tied at 2. Nuggets and Clippers.
Yep, that's been the best series so far.
The whole league.
Yeah, that's been the best series. That's been entertaining basketball the whole way. I mean, like I said, it's 3-1 right now, Knicks Pistons, but Knicks Pistons is right up there too. It's just some of the most entertaining basketball.
Yeah, and then Denver, obviously. Look, I am so bored with the Clippers. I am rooting hard for Denver this year. I can't. I've got nothing for LA.
Yeah, I mean, I've always hated
nothing
the Clippers.
for them. They just do. I don't want to see James Harden get rewarded late in his career. I still want to see that. I like Kawhi, but Joker is a what?
I don't like Kawhi.
You don't like Kawhi?
No.
I like Kawhi the player. I think Kawhi not. I'm not even saying the person, but just the he's like the face of load management for me.
I just think of him as, for so long, he was the face of like the humble superstar, and I think we found he actually has a massive ego.
Oh, for sure.
And I hate.
I just love his game.
I don't like the fake humility and the refusal to actually do his job a lot of the time.
No, yeah, I just love his game and that laugh. The laugh is fun. The laugh is fun. Rangers in action last night. Could the Bats come alive?
1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a slow tapper right side. Urias is up with it. The throw to first just in time to get Harris. And the A's capture the opening game of this series as they hold on tonight to win by the final score of 2-1.
Hixie with a call in a game we heard right here. Rangers lose 2-1, like that score said. Despite, that's not the worst effort for Patrick Corbin you're going to find.
No,
Getting into the 5th inning, only allowing the 2 runs.
No, again, we talked about it yesterday. He's an innings eater.
Yep.
He's somebody who he's just going to be kind of a workhorse for you. So, yeah, into the 5th inning, when you're talking about a guy who gives up, what was the last night? 7 hits he gave up. He walked 1.
Yeah.
He went first pitch ball on half the batters. Like, it's not great, but he's somebody absolutely valuable in terms of how he protects your bullpen and your rotation.
Look, man.
They've got to start hitting the ball. Yeah. This is getting really ridiculous. And now I believe, let me look real quick on ESPN. The Texas Rangers are in 4th in the AL West right now.
They've lost 3 straight. They've lost 5 of 6. They've lost 6 of 8. They've lost 7 of 10. And they just can't hit, man. They just flat out can't hit. These are the runs scored in the last few games. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 8, 0, 4, 0. They cannot hit the baseball. And sooner or later, we got to stop saying they'll come around.
No, I mean,
it's the way baseball goes.
It's the same thing we ran into last year, where early on in the season, you were going,
they'll come around.
They'll come around soon, right? The only difference here is they are still hitting the ball really hard, for the most part. They're hitting the ball hard. A lot of guys in the lineup are hitting the ball hard. It's just, if you go look at their expected batting average or their expected OPS versus what they're actually doing, it should turn around for a lot of these guys. It just hasn't yet.
Yeah, that's inexplicable that it hasn't yet, but like you said, it should. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan of RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside Sean out. It is paternity leave week again. Did the Cowboys? No, I'm not kidding. Did the Cowboys not take a wide receiver in the draft because they knew they were signing one? That's next on the Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and traffic attorneys in Dallas.
The critics are coming for Luka Doncic. You have to...
Luke
Doncia, as Tillman Fertitta would say.
What an idiot.
Perhaps, perhaps somebody's going to finally apologize to Nico. Not in this show. I can tell you that right now.
No.
Not around here.
No,
somebody
no
might,
apologies.
but it won't be me. Somebody might. Somebody might.
Yeah. Where would you say, in the history of, just briefly, because I know we're going to do Mavs next segment a little bit, or the Luka criticism, but I'm curious, where would you say Nico ranks in the history of sports hate that you've ever seen? Like, I'm sure you grew up a Yankees fan. I know Steinbrenner had hate at various points. We've seen Jerry have some, like, is he the peak of sports hate that you've ever seen?
Fans love George for the most part because he won.
Yeah, but I just mean that he had his
jerk.
pockets. He had his pockets where they despised him.
Look, Jerry's is very prolonged, but nothing has been the vitriol for Nico.
Nothing's been as intense.
Like,
I honestly don't think LeBron going back to Cleveland was this intense.
Going back to Cleveland?
Like going back to visit the next year as a guy with the Heat.
Yeah, LeBron leaving Cleveland was bad, but because a lot of it was the way he did it too. This is, I mean, unless I'm just missing something. Now I'll tell you this. There's been a lot of college football SEC stuff that has been worse. But that's only because...
Because y'all are a cult and you guys believe everything you do there is more important.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Like, especially back in the day, like there was nothing else to do.
You know what there is to do though? You can come out tomorrow to the Anna Fire Station. Yeah, you can do that. We're gonna the Firehouse Tour is back this week. This is stop number 2 on the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. You guys need to show up in big numbers there in Anna. We've not gone out to this direction yet. We've not gone out this far to Anna, and we hear that there's a lot of support. We've had a lot of people asking, so I want to make sure that you guys show up. You show out. We're going to have Zach Wolchuk with us. Nick Harris will be there on site with us, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We'll have breakfast from Whataburger. We'll have Tolo hats as well, special Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour baseball caps, so you're going to want to get those before they disappear. But if you're in Anna, Blue Ridge, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney, Princeton, Salina, anywhere like that, this is probably the stop for you. So that's 305 South Powell Parkway in Anna. That's 305 South Powell Parkway. And thank you to the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour partners. That's Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers.
Let's do it. I'm excited. So what is this wide receiver 2 news that came around yesterday?
So we will be able to ask, like I said, Nick Harris directly about this. Nick Harris, a resident of Princeton, will be driving up to join us during the expressway tomorrow. We'll have Nick Eatman a little bit later on, 9:20 today, to talk about this topic. But Nick Harris had written yesterday that while there's been some attention on the trade market, and you've got these different names that people have speculated about. Could Dallas be interested in George Pickens? Where they call it, Todd Archer reported they called about some AFC North receiver. He didn't say George Pickens, but a lot of people have figured that must have been George Pickens. But Nick Harris wrote that while there has been that focus there's still the availability of free agents. And he listed some potential options. Keenan Allen, Nelson Aguilar, Robert Woods.
Okay.
However, there is building team interest in bringing free agent Amari Cooper back for a reunion in Dallas, according to a Star Telegram source.
Okay.
And I don't know
why. What happened?
Well, so here's the thing. I don't know if there's ever been, if you look at Amari Cooper and the way he left here, it was not the same intensity at all. So but if you want to talk about a 2 on a 10-point scale, it's a distant relative of people being upset about the Luka trade. Like a 2 on a scale of 10. Don't mistake me and say that it's in the same universe. But it's a distant relative somewhere on you look on the genealogy chart and you're like, oh, look, I'm related to the intensity of a Luka. People were furious when Cooper got traded. You were furious. I remember we were doing an event at Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views. We were doing an event at the Twin Peaks in Burleson. And it was a fan event. And that was the day that Amari Cooper got traded. And you went on the fan roundtable and you blamed me for the poor return. You said that you exposed their business too much.
Right.
and you
was your fault.
ruined the value they potentially could have gotten.
Yeah.
People are still upset. They will invoke the 5th round pick that you got back for Amari Cooper.
Will. They
it's
should.
years later.
They should. It's your fault.
And this is one of the guys that they were absolutely enamored with here in Dallas. People loved him. They thought he was a straight shooter. He got here and he just changed the offense overnight in 2018. He talked so much about how badly he wanted to be a Cowboy. He was a free agent. Washington threw a ton of money at him. A ton. Way over what Dallas was going to pay. And he turned it down to come back to Dallas. And then things fell apart. And people, I think, felt like he was always unfairly scrutinized by the organization. A lot of people always blamed it on the vaccine. That he didn't get the COVID vaccine, and they were upset about it, and that's what ultimately ended things here. They were not happy he didn't get it. That's true. Because they felt like it cost them his availability at one point in the 21 season. I think it was the Chiefs game.
Because as time went on, we've seen that, if you get the vaccine, you don't get COVID again.
Right. Well, I mean, that's probably why it wouldn't be as much of a sticking issue for them today. But at the time, they were upset with him.
Right.
I think you and Sean I've heard you guys tell stories of you guys being in Oxnard and getting the vibes out there, talking to people at, different parties and events and things like that, oh yeah, they're not happy with Amari Cooper this year that he's in this position.
Right.
But I will say that the biggest issue to Amari Cooper leaving here, the biggest reason for Amari Cooper leaving here is no longer in the building, and that's Mike McCarthy's gone. Mike McCarthy didn't like Amari Cooper, and Amari Cooper I don't think was particularly fond of McCarthy. And so that was...
What was the issue?
Two just different people, honestly. I think if they would have been able to get past some of their quirks the way that they are, I think they really would have liked each other. Because the issue was, Amari Cooper is so damn smart. He's really smart, and things... he's...
Is he a Y guy?
Yeah, he's so analytical, and things have to make sense to him. He's like
chess player.
He's a chess player. He's an engineer. He's like he's a.
Is he an engineer?
No, I'm just saying this is the type of mindset I'm talking about.
I was like, dang man,
computer programmer. It's got you can't just say, hey, Amari, I want you to do this. This was a big problem he had with Sanjay Lal, the receivers coach. So Sanjay Lal would say, you need to do this, and Amari would go, that doesn't make sense to me. So no, or he would go, that doesn't make sense. Why? Why do I need to do this? Because I told you to. Okay, but what you're saying doesn't make sense, so I'm going to keep doing it this way. Because if you can't explain it to me, if you can't tell me why this is the best way to do it, I can't. And it wasn't, it's so difficult. It comes off as so difficult, and in the end it is, I guess. But in reality, it's just, that's the way he is. He needs it explained to him. It's got to make sense. Because if it doesn't make sense to him, he can't fathom, why would I do that? That's not the right way. So, think about Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy is very much about, hey, I told you to do something, do it. Don't question me. Don't be insubordinate. Don't push back. So that naturally created problems, I think, where when Mike McCarthy wanted something or had a vision for the offense or there was something along those lines, then there was a resistance at times from Amari because it wasn't explained to him. I also think McCarthy hated how frequently he wouldn't practice.
Well, the practice thingy, that was... I don't know why I said thingy there. It's one thing leaving Italy. Like they put, Peyton, did you notice this when you were there? They put an A on the end of every word. You want a drink? You want the beer?
It's for the accent.
It's everything has an A on the end, like literally everything. The bathroom.
It sounds like that's a
singing.
cousin of Valley Girls.
They're singing.
Like they put an A on the end of it instead of a question mark, like Valley Girls do.
Yeah. They sing everything. They sing everything there. I hated the. He doesn't like football. I hate that guy. I hate the guy who says, "Oh, does he love football?" You don't have to love your job to be great at it.
Well, and I think he's.
Do you think people who have that are great at like really difficult jobs, like manually tough jobs, do you think they love their job, or do you think it's a job like they're good at it?
Well, and I think he's also I think he's so academic about the job, and he views it as such a. Like he's almost like a professor or a researcher or something, where it's just like it's all. Did you ever see the movie Oppenheimer?
No.
Okay, well, in the movie Oppenheimer, they talk about how he's so brilliant and he understands everything and he sees things in a way that so many other people didn't. But his lab work and some of the other things he did, he didn't have a love for the lab the way he needed to, but it all made sense to him, and he was fascinated by it and wanted to make sure that the science was correct. And for Amari Cooper, I think it's science to him. It's stuff that makes sense. He's obsessed with how does it work and how does it function at its best. Is he like, man, I love playing ball, I could go play ball in the backyard and sandlot football and stuff like that? No, there's not that. I do think he loves the game. I just think his love for the game is expressed differently than somebody else who's just like, man, I love ball, I could do it. And I think that's hard for guys like McCarthy who have that headbutting. Mm-hmm. Now, this staff, I think Schottenheimer, who never got a chance to work with Amari Cooper, I think Schottenheimer would really respect Amari Cooper and really like the way he goes about his process.
It would be a really good fallback option.
Is a fallback option from what, though?
From taking somebody in the draft.
So, we're already past that. So, you're not talking about fallback option from exploring a trade or other free agents?
No, I'm talking about for the draft.
Now,
if they could get somebody younger, because I don't know how much does Amari have actually left.
So that's the thing. One of the big things we talked about at the end of last season, you remember this, was
I do.
What's going on with Amari Cooper in Buffalo? Is he
as a mid-year trade?
But he's shown before mid-year trade he can walk right in and he was fine.
Yeah.
And this was something where he walked right in and he contributed. Very first game there, 4 catches, 66 yards, 1 touchdown, and then he's inactive a couple weeks later. And then he was inactive the final game of the season. And if you look at, he was on the field for 80 snaps in the playoffs, and he wasn't a factor at all. And there's a lot of people, the word from a lot of people, it feels like, around the league heading into this offseason was they thought he was cooked. And I don't know how much it is that he's cooked. He's always been banged up. He's always had health issues. But, you're talking about a guy who is he's going to be 31, which is obviously it's no spring chicken. But, he is somebody who should have something left. There should be something you can tap into there. And he is still such a precise, incredible route runner.
Yeah. Look, I'd be down. Like I said, I'd be down with it. I would be down with it if they were able to do that. It would take away some of the sting of not getting a wide receiver.
Would you rather have Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper?
Amari.
Okay. Because Keenan Allen has remained productive consistently.
Yeah, I would assume it's just easier to get back in kind of in tune with Dak.
There's that, and I would feel like Keenan Allen's a possession receiver to me. I want somebody but I want somebody who's going to get me some separation.
Yeah.
I want some clean windows.
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. The critics are coming for Luka. Will we start to see Nico's side of things next on The Fan?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Massive win for your Dallas Stars last night as they take a 3-2 series lead over the Colorado Avalanche with a 6-2 victory. Bobby Belt.
Yep, they were in control in this one. This was a game that, the moment you started to kind of feel it slip away in the second period, they bounced back. They answered really quickly. And, just overall, great game from Wyatt Johnston, obviously. Otter was really strong in this one, protecting things in that first period where when you get those two goals, that easily felt like a game that could have been 2-2. after the first period, but he did a really good job protecting some of those opportunities that Colorado was in position for. And then even once they scored those 2 goals, like we said, Wyatt Johnston comes right back, 2 minutes later, a minute later, with the goal to put them up 4-2, give them some...
They scored 2 goals in the final minute 44, or in a minute 44 stretch of that second, and it was huge because Colorado had all the momentum at that point.
Yep.
They had cut it to 3-2, and it was like, I saw people on Twitter saying, "Oh, here comes Otter choking one away," and I'm like, "Oh, don't say that, man." But I mean, it creeps into your head a little bit. But the Stars had led coming into this game for 62 seconds of the series. It was tied at 2. They had led for 62 seconds, and here they led for dang near 60 full minutes.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was a great performance, and it's something where you hope that, all right, is this enough that you can just go ahead and finish this off? You don't even have to come back to Dallas for Game 7. But if you do have to come back for Game 7, you know what's going to happen, Chop? You're going to win, because Pete DeBoer doesn't lose Game 7. Okay, that's just what he does.
Well, he also, that means you'd be coming off a loss. He's 13-5. Off a loss in the playoffs.
Then I hope we lose
as the Stars head coach,
just so I can guarantee a win.
Don't put that out there.
It's a joke.
Don't even joke. Don't even joke. You already said it. It's out there.
Okay, well then I guess I'll just stick
there.
to it. Y'all are look at y'all.
Say it. What? Say it.
Y'all are stupid. But you two are.
That was a fake. You know what, Peyton? This is why Peyton, I got you the best gift.
It's a Game 7 joke. You dorks.
I got y'all. I got y'all a little something
Josh
special.
Clark,
Did you?
Yes. It wasn't special. I just got you something to let you know that I was thinking about you.
Did you do a bit?
So
are they like bit gifts, like explanations for them?
So I tried. I had a bit gift for Peyton, and I had a bit gift for you. It was tough to find one for Sean.
They didn't have mittens.
No, you know what they had? I almost got this for Sean. They had, so you know the statue of David, right? It's the famous statue, right?
Yeah.
And they're all naked.
Yeah.
So they have an apron with just the junk there. I almost got that for Sean.
That would have been funny.
It would have been funny, and it would have been funny. I was like, I don't know. Like, does he wear aprons? Is he gonna take this as a slight? That means he has a small tallywhacker. Just is he going to take that as the implication? So I was like, you know what?
I mean, it's a joke.
It's a joke. Obviously,
All
it's
praise
a joke.
to Allah.
It's a joke. So, well, yeah, I got you. It's very small. It was very small. I was just like, I just want to give you
we've all seen the
something
statue
to let you know that I was thinking about you guys while I was over
We've
there.
all seen the statue. We know it's a small gift.
It's a small gift.
Yeah.
It's a small gift.
Who's complaining about Luka Doncic? Chop.
Man, so the stats that are coming out about Luka, and I got to push back on some of these. All right, and there's some people posting on social media that this is the first as these fans of the Lakers are finally watching Luka in a playoff series. Right, we watched them very, very closely, and you don't watch players that aren't on your team as closely, and they're basically saying it's no secret. At the end of games, his conditioning is an issue or whatever. And I'm like, dude, he played 46 minutes. To me, this is on J.J. Redick. Peyton, how many substitutions in the second half of Game 4 did J.J. Redick make?
I'm going to go with 2.
0.
Oh.
The starting 5 played the entire second half for the Lakers. Everyone, okay, LeBron's a freak. Let's not compare him to Luka. He is a athletic freak. Everyone would be gassed at the end of that game. Everyone.
Yeah.
When you play 24 straight minutes, he sat for 2 minutes the entire game. Everyone would be gassed.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, so Luka goes 1 for 6 in the fourth quarter the other night. But Austin Reeves was 2 for 7. LeBron was 0 for 2. There's plenty about that performance the other night that just says the Lakers in general were gassed.
When you outscored them 36-23 in the third, every single one of those 5 starters should have sat for the first 2 minutes of the fourth.
I mean, look,
just give them a break.
It's they've typically done. I'm trying to look here. I want to see what his range filter has looked like in the fourth quarter of these games, where he's basically like drill it down to just the fourth quarter, and I want to see how he's performed whenever it's just been he's gotten at least some amount of rest, like in the game, because that was all but 2 minutes he was playing, and in the other games it's 6 minutes more. That's a whole half of a quarter before or longer than he's typically played throughout the series. Like, for instance, if you look the other night, he played 9 minutes in the fourth quarter in game 4, or in game 3. In game 2, Luka played 9 minutes, so that's kind of been his standard. And then in game 1, he played 8 minutes. So he typically does not play more than 8 or 9 minutes in the fourth quarter. And they had him out there for all 12.
It's just the way, kind of the way. Now, listen, he has his problems. There's no doubt. He's got his faults, and he has to be called out for some of them. I just don't think conditioning, and when you play 46 minutes, I don't believe you can call out conditioning. You want to call it his defense? You got to call it out. They are 14th of the 16 NBA playoff teams in defensive rating at 119. That would be 28th worst in the NBA, slightly worse than the Wizards. With Luka on the floor, their defensive rating is 122. And the higher the number, the worse.
Yes.
So, like, a 100 is...
That number represents how many points do you give up per 100 possessions.
Right. So, if it's 122.6 with Luka on the floor. With Luka off the floor, it's 108.8 in the postseason.
Yeah.
So, there's no doubt. Look, he is a bad defensive player. We know this.
He is a half-hearted defensive player. When he locks in...
And how are you not locked in the playoffs?
Right, but you know what I mean? Like, when you're locked in on that side of the floor, like, because a lot of people feel like he expends so much energy on the offensive side, then it gets gassed. But if you want to talk about staying locked in, when he's been asked, and like, really, he's got the size, he's got the strength to be able to be a decent defender. It's just a matter of how frequently
Does he care?
Is he not even how often is he exerting himself on that end of the floor at the expense of the offense?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned in this Zach Lowe, who recently rejoined the Ringer after leaving ESPN. Zach Lowe absolutely torched Luka on his podcast the other day and sounded very similar to Nico Harrison.
Real quick, he needs to be torched for his defense. I don't believe when you play 46 minutes you can call him out for conditioning, though. That's just me.
Yeah, or how much do you really want him? Again, I get the idea of how much do you want him expending himself on defense going super, especially if you've got him playing 46 minutes. He's going to be gassed. He's going to go 1 for 6 in the fourth.
46, the conditioning aspect, that's on the coach to have him out there 46 minutes. The defense, that's on him.
Yep. Now here's what Zach Lowe had to say.
Why do you have to get humiliated at the beginning of every single playoff series before you show the world, like, yeah, I can actually put in a little bit more of an effort on defense? Because if you go back and you watch game 1 and 2 of that Phoenix series, he is so bad defensively that it's laughable. And then all of a sudden he becomes passable. And yet again, here we are. We're 4 games into this series, and he's just helpless. I've said before, like, I wouldn't have done the trade. Almost no one in the NBA would have done this specific trade. You can find corners of smart NBA people, team people, who would tell you the idea of getting out ahead of this and trading Luka is not a crazy idea. The idea of doing it without shopping him to get 9 first-round draft picks and swaps and doing this specific trade is where the logic falls apart. I still think it's a crazy trade, but I'm just tired of, like, I'm going to be embarrassed until our backs are against the wall, and then I'm going to show you that, yeah, I can put up a little bit of a fight. How about you put up a f***ing fight in, like, game 1 of the second round, and now you're down 3-1, and you're probably going home.
All right, fine. I understand what he's saying, but I also think it's hilarious that nationally, it feels like every year at the playoffs, like, this is their first time seeing Luka.
Right.
Like, you got, like, him going, come on, can you believe this effort on defense? Or Windhorst, like, oh my gosh, he's complaining to the officials. Like, do y'all watch him?
No, that's the thing, and that's the issue that I always bring up when fans, media, whatever, complain about fourth down calls by the coach or clock management. We don't watch the other teams closely enough, right, with a fine-tooth comb, to be able to accurately get a gauge on how other teams and other coaches handle clocks and handle fourth downs. So I think it's a stupid discussion to have during the course of a season. Just like this. Right? You know, these like, do you not watch? Of course not. Like, they don't pay attention to every player the way they would, someone in their city.
It does give you an opportunity, though, I guess, if you don't want to pay the contract, you don't want to lock in on the contract, then it gives you a chance to just review some things. And you said, Chop, that I saw your email last night that men are now engaging in similar tactics when approaching their life partner, that they're saying, hey, I need to be able to review this every 4 years.
Yeah, that is the 4-year wedding contract. I saw this one. Men are asking women for NBA-style 4-year marriage contracts. If we don't want to renew, we become a free agent. This was actually started by a comedian. And
this sounds like an Andrew Tate thing.
Yeah, it was started by a comedian, and it actually is kind of taken off where men in certain parts of the U.S., certain parts of the country, are trying to get their girls to sign these wedding contracts. 4 years, and then we just walk away.
What are those vows? So instead of "till death do us part," what do you say? As spelled out in the terms of this contract over the next 48 months, or what?
Yeah, imagine. One of the things is saying, "Dad, could you imagine your kid saying, Dad, are you going to sign an extension with Mom?" And then or you get this Lucas style trade.
Chop's just like, look, her conditioning. I'd say we don't like some of her diet habits. We wish she wouldn't just show up in contract years. So when we're in the contract year, all of a sudden she's initiating.
It's a prenup with stakes. It's a prenup with stakes. It's like the both parties get into shape during a contract year.
Yeah,
like they put on their best.
You're married to Albert Hainsworth. Yeah. Just wrecking shop. Yeah. Holy cow, where'd you learn that?
So this is great. This is great. 30 to 35% of first marriages end in divorce, but with each subsequent marriage, it increases to 60% and then 73% for the third marriage.
I am always, I've always been anti prenup, anti the idea of, well, this should be like any other contract and just have the shorter terms. Like, to me, it's just, it is what it is, and either you want that and you want to be part of it, or you don't. And so I always think the half measures are funny to me.
They are. But this is
it's just, you want it both ways. That's all. You want to be able to have your cake and eat it too. Like, I need my option years here.
You need your option years. Yeah, you need your option years. That's exactly what this is. You want to have a walk year. You want an option year. You want to have them in a contract year. You always want to be in a contract year.
Yeah.
Or you want your players to be in a contract year all the time. That extra added intensity.
Yeah, like, do you want the super max or not?
Right.
Well, how about you start jogging a little bit?
Oh, God. The Rangers bats need an injection of life. 7 a.m. hour coming up next. How the Cowboys offense going to look a little different from Mike McCarthy's. We got the commercial-free expressway. We got to ask Reddit. We got a ticket giveaway. 7 a.m. hour next in the Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Broadcasting Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Corbin kicks and deals. And that ball is lifted out into right field. Adolis on the move. He will not get there. It lands inside the line. Urshela scores. Rooker hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. The relay throw is not in time. Rooker scores from first on the double by Soderstrom just inside the right field line. The A's punch through and lead 2-0.
Pixie with a call on a game you heard right here. We are the home of Texas Rangers baseball. Did you know that, Bobby?
We are.
Yep, we are. They lose 2-1. The Bats not coming alive yet again, despite...
It's not your night.
It's... God. I forgot she's there, isn't she?
Still there.
We need some of her calls. Get some of those.
They're not good.
Stop it. Should be listening. The A's, I refuse to call them just the Athletics. They're Sacramento. Rangers lose 2-1. Patrick Corbin got into the fifth and didn't pitch all that terribly. I'll take it. You get Patrick Corbin into the fifth inning, allowing just 2 runs.
Wasn't great, but
wasn't great. I mean, he's not going to blow your doors off.
You just want him to battle. That's it.
You want him to eat up innings.
Yep.
You don't want this to be a 6-inning bullpen day. Get me to the fifth.
I will say, I think you made this point yesterday, and I agree with it.
I did.
And I agree with it. It's so weird looking at Major League Baseball standings and seeing city and name city and then just athletics. It's just weird.
It's so stupid. Just let them be Sacramento, man. Like, throw the town a bone.
Yeah.
They're probably going to be there anyway. I still don't believe they're going to Vegas.
I mean, who moves to Vegas first, the Mavericks or the A's? Very well, maybe the Mavs.
Is there a shovel in the dirt? That's all I want to know.
I mean, the city of Las Vegas has been... They've said some weird stuff about the A's throughout this process, where the mayor and other people are just like, oh, but maybe we don't want them.
Yeah, I know they were like prepping the Tropicana to be torn down, but I don't know that they've actually... I have not seen a report they started actually any construction, but that doesn't matter. But the Rangers, still, they just don't hit well. You know, it's either 4 runs or nothing, basically. There's no kind of in between.
It is your Texas Rangers that have scored the fewest total runs in Major League Baseball to this point. They have 87. They are one of 4 teams with fewer than 100 runs.
And they've played 30 games, 29 games?
29 games. They've scored 87 runs.
Do some math. That's less than 3 runs a game.
They're under 3 runs a game. Or no, they're right at 3 runs a game.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so
that's
pretty good, man.
Awful.
Nope.
It's awful.
That's a kick to the stomach for sure. All right, let's change gears a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, will the Cowboys score? Will their offense score? Clayton Adams is the new offensive coordinator for your Dallas Cowboys. Now, he's going to be the offensive coordinator in the same way that Brian Schottenheimer was the offensive coordinator the last few years. He's going to be part of game plans. He's going to be part of installing the offense. He's going to be a big part of designing the run game. A lot of the different concepts that they're going to do with the offensive line are going to be related to Clayton Adams, who was the offensive line coach in Arizona. But he spoke with the draft show here on 105 through the Fan and DallasCowboys.com. So Wolchuk, Broadus, Nick Harris, Kyle Yeomans, Tommy Arsh, they were all got a chance to interview some coaches and some scouts on Saturday morning. And when they got the chance to talk to Clayton Adams, I thought there was some interesting stuff in there just about the team building, but also how much is potentially going to change. What's being tweaked about the offense? What's going to be adjusted? Is this going to be a shock to the system for Dak and a lot of the other players? You've referenced it before, the number of coaches Dak goes through at his position, or as coordinators he's gone through throughout his career. There's always something changing.
Which, by the way, it's a terrible thing for a quarterback to have to do this. I also do believe it is a knock on the quarterback that there's constantly changeover within the offensive system at the coaching, and it's not like these guys are like getting promoted. If it's
in general, sure.
If the next guy is constantly getting a head coaching job, that's a good thing for the quarterback. It just makes it more difficult for them.
In general, sure. I think when you look at the history of this one, it's like they clearly liked Kellen. They fast-tracked Kellen to replace people. So that was some of the changeover you had. And then you had other instances where after a while it's like, well, now Kellen and Mike don't get along, so that's a bigger issue. Like, there's politics involved in a lot of this, too, that I think has been cause for the change. But this is the first clip here. This is Clayton Adams talking about their preference. How have they decided to attack the draft? How have they decided to attack team building?
Well, I mean, I think it's as high a priority as everything else is you want to build really deep rooms with good and tough players. And one of the things that I've been so impressed with the draft process here is, when there's things that happen and you kind of let it fall the way that it's falling, when the best player is there that's going to make our team the best, we're going to get the thing that we think is the sure thing more than just like, we really need this position. Let's reach a little bit. There doesn't seem to be a lot of reaching in that draft room, and certainly no panic in that draft room. So it's been pretty impressive to watch.
I think he answered the question you had yesterday about how much of when you're picking somebody is about making sure they're not going to miss versus the upside or whatever else. Clayton Adams just told you they want the sure thing. They want the thing that they want the guy that we know this guy is going to improve our team. Mm-hmm. And so that sounds like to them, their priority is give me certainty. Give me certainty over question marks, especially for where this team is at right now. But also,
and we talked about this yesterday a little bit, and it's like, do you want, and I think it's position dependent.
Yeah, I mean, there's some areas where you'd probably want upside over, quarterback. They like edge rushers, I think, a lot of times who are just high upside players. They don't want necessarily just this is a steady player. But I get what Clayton Adams is saying in terms of it sounds like a no-brainer philosophy when he says we want to build deep rooms with tough players who are good. Of course you do. But what he's tying that to is that's best player available that's not drafting on need. That's, even if it doesn't look like a need, the best way to build that is by just saying, let me grab the player who makes our team the best.
Yeah.
And the player who makes our team the best may not be a wide receiver too, even though we really want one. It may not be, he may not help as much as the guard does. You may say guard's not a need, but that guard being in our lineup helps us more than leaving the current guard in there and then drafting whatever wide receiver 2 is on the board. So for us, it's a team building thing. And he actually got into it a little bit more because after he mentioned, hey, I think we're really about BPA here. He was asked as a follow-up, they asked Clayton Adams, what does it mean? Why is that the philosophy? Why is it that BPA is, in your belief, the way that the team is structured instead of really targeting needs?
Just being such a collaborative process up there, Mr. Jones, he really wants to listen to everybody's opinion and take them in. And at the end of the day, he's going to make a decision. He and Steven are going to make a decision on it. But Will McClay and the guys that work over in the personnel department, they turn over every single stone, and they really value the input of the coaches as well. And so again, one of the probably most impressive things about the entire process is just they understand that everything should be valued as a piece of the puzzle, not the entire thing. And so you evaluate things as they come up. And then when we're on the clock, there's options for a lot of different things. But it's, okay, who's the guy that's going to make our team the best? Not necessarily just going to be a Band-Aid to cover, a hole in the thing.
I think that's really important and revealing for their philosophy. Is that they're telling you that when people are saying, you should have got me a receiver, you should have got me, for instance, Booker. Let's just take Booker versus Matthew Golden, the receiver from Texas. I think what he's telling you there is, even if they liked Matthew Golden may have been more of a Band-Aid for the offense than something that was actually going to fix it. Whereas they think Tyler Booker fixes something.
All right, so I can understand that thinking. I don't have a problem with their philosophy with this year in the draft. I thought they did an okay job.
No, yeah.
They got 80% of their biggest needs, right? They looked at 80% of their need. They got about 80% of them. The only one they didn't get was wide receiver.
Yeah, and look, I mean, they're going to evaluate the wide receiver market like we talked about earlier. There's rumblings about Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen. There's been some chatter about Nelson Aguilar, Robert Woods. But again, those are also
he can't catch it.
Those are also those are aging players too. Those are all guys in their 30s. Would you rather? I mean, I know what you would rather do in this situation, what I'm about to say. Would you rather go get Jamison Williams? Would you rather sacrifice the second-round pick next year and try and trade for Jamison Williams? Maybe that's the kind of solution, but then you got to pay him because he's entering the final year of his rookie deal. And
is Detroit thinking of trading him?
See, I forgot you were out. There was buzz last week that the Lions might have Jamison Williams on the block because they've started paying a bunch of guys, and they just drafted, I think they drafted 2 receivers in the draft this year. So the thought is that they're like, yeah, we're not going to be able to pay him. Let's try and move him for something.
I mean, he's electric.
I mean, Jamison Williams in this offense would be That'd be a missing component.
That's a weapon.
That's and not just a weapon, but that's a thing you are missing right now.
So, you mentioned ceiling versus floor. I just kind of wrote this down. I think the high ceiling positions that I would look to draft: quarterback, wide receiver, edge.
Okay.
And I think every other position I would rather have, just give me a high floor safe guy. Like all the rest of the I want safe on defense. Corner, I want my fourth corner, that's the weak link, right? Linebacker, safety, the rest of your defensive line. I want all my O-line to be high floor guys. You can't have misses there.
Yeah, and I think I feel with pretty good certainty that Tyler Booker's not going to be a miss. That is a high floor guy. Whereas Tyler Smith and Tyler Guyton, those were not sure things. Those were upside guys. Tyler Smith hit. Guyton has not yet. How much, is Guyton's growing pains? Like how much are they really going to need to develop? I still believe in Tyler Guyton. I still think he's going to hit. But it's still more of a question. Now, we talk about changes to the offense. I thought this was a really great cut from Clayton Adams. I think it's really good perspective. When we talk about all the different changes of, somebody's going to come in here and they're going to, put their different schemes and their different philosophies in here. Clayton Adams talked about how he needs to adapt more than the players need to.
Certainly, it's been a whirlwind for me. Just trying to really come into a system where the terminology isn't really going to change, which is the right thing to do, right? You want to protect the terminology for the players. Certainly when you have a quarterback like Dak Prescott coming back, is why would we make him learn a whole bunch of new terminology when that can be my job to learn that? Mm-hmm. So that's one piece of it, trying to blend, where do we find nuance and things that we want to do a little bit differently than what we've done in the past. And then, just Shadi and I getting on the exact same page, which he's really been amazing, and probably as good a situation as I could have walked into in terms of somebody who's, this is a new role for me. And so being that the head coach is the person that was in my shoes just last year, he's able to give me a lot of guidance and keep me ahead on things so I'm not getting hit from the side on didn't think about that. Yeah. He's been great of just being ahead, 2 weeks ahead most of the time, hey, this is coming up.
I think that's a fantastic approach to have. Yeah. Why make 53 guys, on the offensive side, why make 25, 26 guys change what they know?
Right.
When I can just learn what they know.
Right, because as a player you've got so much going on. You have to play off instinct, but also know what you're doing.
Yeah. Look, so, so much.
Make it simple.
That's the argument of static versus exotic. When you're talking about disguising coverages or disguising things on offense, Mike Zimmer came in and tried to disguise a lot of different things because that's his preference. Dan Quinn, who had done some disguising during his career in Seattle and also in Atlanta, he got here and he realized there's only so much they can handle. Mm-hmm. So I would rather just have them try to execute instead of have massive busts a few times a game because they didn't communicate the right way. At that point, concealing what we're doing isn't a benefit if we're, busting it as often.
I agree.
And I think that's a big thing there is that the Cowboys recognize the best position for us to be in is where everybody's on the same page and we're not having communication issues.
I'm with you. Just keep it simple, man. They don't need to go out there and completely revamp the offense and change the terminology. Let Dak and company do what they know and make it easier for them. All right. That's Sean and RJ here at 105.3 The Fan. We got a commercial-free expressway heading your way next. Ask Reddit. We got a ticket giveaway. The media had a frenzy when it comes to Shador's coverage over the weekend. More tea spilled in the expressway next.
Remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Driving the net, Rantanen, he's got it! Against his old team, Rantanen for the first time in this series.
That is Bob Wischusen with the call on ESPN. The Stars a 6-2 victor over Colorado. They take a 3-2 series lead. This was a game start to finish. 9 seconds in, they took a lead, and they never gave it up. They had a moment in the second period, a moment where it was like, all right, get a little testy here. Thought I might be able to go to bed early, but nope. And they end that period, 2 goals in a minute 44, and then they add an extra a goal in the third, an empty netter, and it was over.
Look, at least one of these teams can score more than 4 points. You know, even if the Rangers can't put up more than when was the
we don't call it points in baseball.
I know, but I can't call it. I can't say at least somebody can put up more than 4 runs when I'm talking about the Stars. So I had to call it points. That's why. I know it's called runs, but I got to look here.
I'm giving you a little grief.
I got to see, how long do you think it's been since, how many games has it taken? Probably what, 4? Let's see. They scored
last
1
week, I think.
When the Rangers scored 6 or more?
Over the last 4 games, they've scored 5 combined. The Rangers have.
Yikes.
Brutal.
Yikes. It's a tough one. But, for the Stars, though, not a tough one. That was a dominant victory.
Nope.
And now they get to go back to Colorado for a Game 6 where they can wrap it up. And they would get the winner of Winnipeg-St. Louis. That series is tied at 2. They play tonight.
Yeah.
So they may be able to get a little bit of rest.
But they'll earn it. If the Stars do win a cup this year, they're going to earn it with their playoff path.
Yeah. You have to go through Colorado and then maybe Winnipeg. And then on the other side, you're going to have Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough. This will be a tough trek for them for sure.
Yeah, Florida won. They're up 3-1 in the East over Tampa, and they're looking to get back to another Stanley Cup final. This is going to be an interesting run. So, Stars win 6-2. They can wrap it up tomorrow night. Let's do this now. Let's hook you up, Tolos.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades when they take on the Michigan Panthers Saturday, May 10th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Ask Reddit coming up at 7:40, maybe a little bit before, who knows? But it is the commercial-free expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. So we didn't get into this yesterday. We talked a little bit about Shedeur yesterday, but we didn't get into the media frenzy that took place over the weekend. All the commentary that was going on, Mel Kiper, and then, yesterday it continued on these shows, these morning shows and afternoon shows and all the TV hot take shows about the conversation that took place over the weekend. That was the focus.
Yeah, and look, I mean, so we were on draft coverage, so I wasn't able to watch it live, but I was picking up more than enough through social media to see this. Mel Kiper was having an active meltdown, which I still, we'll play his audio here in a second. We'll talk about some of the angles. I think a lot of this is about as he looked embarrassed that he had so definitively said, nope, he's going to go there. He's going to be in the top 3, and he's this high on my board. And then I think it just, when it kept plummeting, he had to turn it around on other people, because it makes it look like, here's the reality. Mel Kiper does not watch tape like he used to. Mel Kiper talks to people, gathers his opinions, and that's what he puts out. So Mel's not like doing a whole bunch of grinding study like Dane Brugler or Trevor Sikkema or anybody else that we talked to during the draft process. He is in large part just cultivating what he hears. And I think a lot of people know that. So I think what's frustrating to him is that if the whole league agrees he's not a first-round player, well then who's talking to you? How did he end up 3rd on your board or 2nd on your board, right. Mel?
Yeah, it's look, I hate and I feel this is there's a movement to try to discredit Mel by the younger crowd. And it's just like, you have a job literally because of him. Bow down.
Sure.
That's why I take it. I hate that. In radio, right? It's like there are people that came before us that don't do radio the same way we do it now, but we don't need to crap on them.
Yeah,
and we do. We don't. It's like we have a job because of them. Like just shut your mouth.
Sure, and I don't think
and bow down.
And I think most people do feel that way about Mel, that he's an innovator and he did things. He created an entire industry. He did, honestly. Like if you want to talk about broadcast Hall of Fames or whatever else, Mel deserves to go in.
Listen, they're going to treat Mel, and they should, like Lee Corso, and they let him walk away when he wants to. And that's what they should do.
Well, and so here's the thing:
they have a show because of him.
Mel used to obsessively like dive into all of it. I think it's just you slow down and less than that
happens.
It's also just you start realizing like who you need to talk to, the relationship you develop, and that becomes more the focus. Whereas a lot of other people, I think today, there's a lot of people who just do the research, they just do the study. Then there's people who just talk to sources, just talk to teams. And then you've got people like Dane, for instance, who he does all the research and then he's also talking to the teams, and his work is reflected as a collaborative thing.
So Albert Breer had this. Well, here, let's do the Mel stuff first, because I was going to try to tie it in, but we'll do the Mel stuff. This is his rant on Shedeur, and this was kind of like it was him and Lou Riddick. Mm-hmm. And Reese.
Yeah. Merrill Reese.
Not Merrill Reese.
Reese Davis.
That kind of went at it together.
Pocket passers, old school traditional pocket passers, have to prove themselves to the NFL. The NFL doesn't go crazy over those kind of guys. They really haven't. They jumped at the opportunity to take those quarterbacks. Peyton Manning, people were debating Ryan Leaf. Bill Polian took him. They said, I had calls, people saying, well, he should be a 3rd-round pick. This was Peyton Manning. So Shedeur Sanders, I got the same thing. I fought it, but I've had to fight it a lot, right? Well, the call's going to say, no, he's not. Yeah, he's not that. Because he's not 6'3", 230, doesn't have the rocket armor, doesn't run 4'6". You can't change that. But to have a quarterback with the kind of ability he showed, under duress, accurate, decision maker, tough. This to me is about what I think they perceive as, you talk about cocky or confident, arrogant or charismatic. Okay? Leadership. There's not going to be a show. There's not going to be a circus with Shedeur Sanders. Deion Sanders was one of the hardest working players in the history of this game. He brought with him a great work ethic. He was loved in every locker room. Atlanta Braves clubhouse, by the way. Shedeur Sanders will be the same thing. He will galvanize. And whatever perception's out there, I don't know what people are thinking is going to happen when Shedeur Sanders is brought to your football team, except he's going to work. He's going to have all those players going to rally around him. He's going to be a hell of a quarterback in this league, and he will cause a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of anguish for the teams that pass on him.
I like Shedeur. I think Shedeur has great upside. He can't act like that's not a concern, though.
With the work ethic?
No, not the work ethic. The stuff about just the demeanor and what's going on between the ears,
right?
And the way that he approaches that's a miss. Look, the way he dealt with some of the teams at the Combine was bad. And we've heard the reports about it and different things like that. But did you see the Peter Schrager quote from that was circulating after Shedeur started to fall? I'm sure Schrager had been on with Bill Simmons, as he's known to do. And this is about 3 weeks ago, something like that. And basically the quote was something to the effect of, I wonder there's so much chatter in NFL circles about where Shedor's going to go, and teams don't have him in the first. They don't. They say he's a second-round player. Some think he's a third-round player. Like, that's just the case. And he said, I wonder if there's any effect of people who have been in the media for so long, who have all worked with Deion, who like Deion and are friends with Deion and don't want to offend. And that there's a little bit of and Mel right there clearly sounds like a Deion fan.
Right.
That I wonder if it is just, you also don't want to get in the crosshairs of Deion and start talking about your kid's a third-round player, and then Deion starts lighting you up.
Right. This is from Albert Breer. He said that he wrote this on Tuesday of last week. He said it wasn't easy to find coaches or scouts who viewed the Colorado quarterback as a first-round talent coming into the draft. Not a great athlete, not great arm strength, bad habits and taking unnecessary sacks, bailing out of the pocket. He had trouble playing on time in general, did things off schedule that weren't going to translate to the NFL. And then you have some issues within the interview process that rubbed people the wrong way.
Yeah, look, I mean, let's be honest. Do you think I talk to more people than Mel Kiper does? Or do you think I have more higher up decision makers in my contacts than Mel Kiper does? No, I don't. And yet, how long did I tell you guys this was the case?
Right.
Back to early January and then through the combine? Like, yeah, this is kind of his reputation. And teams are not. That's what the whole fight with Will was about. At the bar was about him saying, well, he's been the number one pick for 2 years. It's like, no, he hasn't. Teams have viewed him as like a second who could ascend or a late first who could ascend, depending on how he played his last year. The reality has always been this. And that's the thing that I find so fascinating, is that Mel's got to know that. Mel had to hear everything that everybody else heard. Because, I mean, I certainly heard it from enough people to know exactly how the league viewed him.
Right.
And so I know Mel has. So what was Mel just that convicted, or is there something else here that we're not being exposed to about Mel's interests? I don't know.
Well, I don't know, but I know Mel, and this is another one. He did talk about how and I agree with Mel here on this case. The NFL doesn't know what they're doing when it comes to quarterbacks.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterback? They don't.
Look, I agree. I don't think quarterbacks have been evaluated properly. I don't think this is a referendum on Shedor the player when it comes to the evaluation of the quarterback position. To me, anybody who takes too many sacks is not an NFL quarterback, and he does. He takes too many sacks. But I also think the NFL is obsessed with finding Josh Allen. Right? They're obsessed with strength, power. All teams are in all sports. They're obsessed with it. And in doing so, they undervalue, I believe, more important attributes. They look at arm strength. I think they need to look at timing. Give me an on-time play. You only need a cannon if you're late.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're on time, you don't need a cannon.
Yeah, I think we're talking about
now when things break down. That's when you need the cannon, right? But if you're just on time in general, you don't need it. I mean,
if you're running a West Coast system, sure, because it's timing and it's rhythm, and you're working in the short and intermediate areas. But I mean, yeah, you're going to need an arm to be able to get the ball. Anything that you're throwing in the deeper intermediate parts of the field, you're going to need to, because
you can't have a noodle. I'm just saying, you can't have a noodle. You can't have Chad Pennington.
I mean, yeah, anything to the sideline, anything deep crossers, you're generally going to need to have an arm.
But you don't need to have Josh Allen's arm out there to make
right.
That work.
You don't have to have Josh Allen's arm, but I don't think anybody's demanding Josh Allen's arm. They don't want Craig Krenzel, and not that Shedor Sanders is Craig Krenzel, but
right. Yeah, I get it. You can't have something on the way back end. You can't have a terrible. Let's see who's had the worst. You can't have Johnny Damon out there. You can't have this where he couldn't make a throw. They look at throws outside the numbers. I think they need to look deep middle. I think those are the better throws.
I think a lot of teams do look at the middle of the field. Outside the numbers is definitely an important part of it, but I think middle of the field throws are important. That's why J.J. McCarthy was so high up on it for a lot of people, because he throws so effectively to the middle.
They look at accuracy. Either they need to look at aggressiveness. I embrace interceptions. Attack them.
How do you tie those together though? That you don't need you're fine with just the rhythm and the timing and not worried nearly as much about the arm strength, but then you don't want them to prioritize accuracy. You'd rather have aggressiveness.
All right. So let me say it like this. I don't want them to be scared. I don't want a quarterback scared of throwing interceptions.
Sure.
They're going to happen. Embrace it. Just be aggressive.
I think that comes
that
with...
doesn't mean be Jameis.
I think that comes with the player, though, more than it does any coaching staff or anything. I think most players are risk-averse early on.
Yeah.
Or...
Backup quarterbacks are risk-averse. That's why they're backups.
Yeah, they're coached that way, too, a lot of times. But,
right.
I mean, it's also like... I think young players are typically risk-averse, but they also don't know what they don't know, and they don't understand when they're taking risks sometimes and will make stupid throws. And so... Because you see a lot of young quarterbacks turn the ball over a lot, and I think they are trying not to. They're trying to play safe football, and that's how complex these defensive schemes are and how difficult it is to operate against them. I think that's why mental processing is such a big thing for guys. The problem with Shedeur that you see on tape a lot is, like you say, he'll take the snap. They mentioned there, not only does he take sacks, that man is going back. These are 17, 20-yard sacks.
Yeah, you can't do that, man.
He doesn't keep his eyes downfield. I like him. He was my number one quarterback. I had him in the second round. I think he's got really intriguing upside. I think the way he throws with touch and anticipation and some of the things he does is really impressive. I think he's got...
Who starts week 1 for
Cleveland? Pickett? I have no idea. I mean, they've got 4 options.
They do.
Or 5. I think they have another veteran behind there. It's Pickett, Watson, Gabriel, Sanders,
Flacco.
and then Flacco. So I don't know.
Gosh,
flip a coin.
Good.
Flip 5
God,
coins.
that's a hell of a room. My goodness. Kyle Brandt. You like Kyle Brandt?
I think Kyle's talented.
I like Kyle. I think Kyle. Did Kyle Brandt just discover the internet? This was his commentary yesterday on this.
Over the weekends, this went from a football story to a drunken media story. It became one of these seismic media rodeos where you can sit there and watch people that you've followed for years say things that you know they don't believe. Or at best, they were saying from some emotional place where they were so unhinged and off the reservation. I mean, I'm hearing things like conspiracy, collusion. What are you talking about? Do you know that video of you saying that to your phone? You know it's going out to the public, right? Aren't you embarrassed? Or are you just that happy to see the engagement being churned out by people clicking on the video of a circus clown screaming conspiracy theories? Do you not think that if one team thought Shedeur Sanders would help them win one more game than the other guy, that they wouldn't immediately draft him? They would. I promise you. These coaches, these GMs are obsessed, desperate, nomadic people who just want to win games and not move their families to another city after they're fired.
I don't disagree completely. But I'll say this. There's a little bit of irony in him talking about the engagement and everything else when clearly that's the thrust of what he's doing there.
60% of the internet is people saying things they don't believe.
Sure. I say things I don't believe all the time just to troll people.
I know.
Just to stick in the craw.
How do you think these shows exist? It's people saying things they don't believe, including on the one you're on.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, that sounds like you're trying to get your engagement as well. So, I mean, there's an irony that... Here's the point I think he made that's right, though. When he says, you don't think if somebody saw Shedeur and thought that dude's a baller, like you think they were just trying to stick it to it, they were willing to pass on somebody who could make a difference for their job? The Charles Robinson had the best tweet about this on day 3. He said, Tom Brady knows Dion. Brady mentored Shedeur. Brady is advising the Raiders on the quarterback spot. They've passed on Shedeur 8 times so far with 6 picks and 2 trade downs. There's zero chance Brady and the Raiders are wielding a Sanders grudge. Zero, and yet they're passing. And I think that's the example. The Raiders are the best example to look at of the league just didn't like him very much. I think most in the league thought he should have gone in the 2nd or 3rd round. The fact that he waited till day 3 was probably a lot. There were a lot of teams I think that were put off by the demeanor and some of the things he said. And they said, I think a lot of folks, I talked to people who said they thought that he essentially needed to work on things and they didn't believe he had the humility to work on them.
Interesting discussion. It is the commercial-free Expressway. This portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Time for my favorite segment of the week and Brian Broaddus's. It's Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
877
That's a microphone.
881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where we will do Ask Reddit here like we do every Tuesday at 7:40. You can weigh in on the questions we're asking here. These are the most viral questions from Ask Reddit over the last week. So we want to hear from you on the YouTube. So I'm looking in there right now. Kid Cowboy, Lil Dallas Cowboy, Carrie. We got all you guys in there. And then on the Twitch, Arcada, Mike X Cowboy, the Sethnicity, who I met the Sethnicity at Draft 101.
Well,
yeah, it was good to say hey to him. So, all right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, we'll lead off with you. What is a sentence that instantly causes panic or anxiety?
It's the obvious one. We need to talk. Anytime a girlfriend, wife, ex, whatever, sent you that, you start panicking. You think, okay, what did I do? What do we need to talk about? There's never a good reason for it. No one ever says we need to talk just so they can talk to you on the phone. It's, hey, we need to talk. Or when the bosses say, hey, come see me in my office after the show. That always scares me as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like for you is come see me in my office. That's definitely panic inducing. But don't you feel like if they're really mad, they're just going to say it to you right there in that studio?
See, well,
they've done that before.
Well, maybe, but no, I don't know. If it needs to be private, it's private. But I mean, the last few times I've gotten the text, it's never been anything bad, so I don't know why I panic all the time. But I just assume the worst when I get texts like that.
Chop, what sentence instantly causes panic or anxiety?
Peyton's right. It's got a minute. It's
I'm late. That's bad too.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Unless you're expecting, unless you want one, then I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it all depends on where you are in life, too. Like, if you're a single guy, the can we talk, not a single guy, but like, if you're like in a new relationship, the can we talk, that one does it. But, for like, so if you're married, if it's in a good relationship, I think a lot of it goes to work, which is the got a minute.
Yeah, got a minute.
Come by my office.
The very first one that came to my mind was we need to talk. And I think universally, that's just the one that everybody goes like, oh, crap, what is it? Some of the answers here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. 214, you're going to want to sit down.
Oh, yeah.
817, I need to tell you something. 817, your card has been declined.
214 says we're out of beer. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Your card's been declined. Yeah.
469, when I see a message notification from my kid's school. That's not a phrase, but yeah, when you see it pop up, you're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, so like anytime, we'll get these. So a lot of times it's like, it's just, hey, here, notes about the progress reports are out or the grades are out. But then it's the school's on lockdown. That will do it.
This isn't a phrase. Arcada brings up a good one, though. When you see a missed call from someone who never calls you.
Yeah.
Like, that gets me. I'll tell you right now, I get panic every time I see my dad's calling. My dad calls me, but usually, like, if he calls and it's depending on when it is during the day or the week, I'm like, oh, gosh, what is this? Does somebody die and a family member died?
Yeah. Did you ever have that intuition, like, you see a text notification come through and it's from somebody that, you talk to a lot, but you just have a feeling that it's something bad without even seeing the text?
Yeah.
It's weird how that happens.
I feel like if Sean is texting me separate from the group text, it's something bad. When I see a notification just from Sean, I'm like, oh, great. What is this? What happened? He's having another baby. Am I getting invited to Ava's graduation from college? Whatever it is. Over on the YouTube, good answer here. Pick and pop your full name.
Yeah, that's a good one.
When you hear your full name, that's panic-inducing. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's something that makes sense to most men but not to you?
I don't understand this one.
Okay, then I'll answer first. I'll give you an example. Yeah. Something that makes going to the strip club. I don't understand the thought. Like, I don't understand at all the benefit, and like, you're gonna blow a bunch of money. It's not like, in theory, you're able to do anything about it. You know, to be vague. Mm-hmm. To me, I've never understood. Like, all right, if you'd like to see that, you can. There are much more cost efficient ways to do so.
Just the experience, you know, just being there in person.
Right? Yeah, that's an experience. I don't get fishing.
Like how people get duped.
No, that's
not fishing. See, that's our. No, I was thinking pH.
Yeah,
like you're fishing and you're with like.
I know fishing makes a lot of sense to a lot of men.
Brian Broaddus is going to come for you, man.
I don't get it. Like hunting, I've got no problem. Like it's not like I have a problem with either one of them. To me, it's just like I don't want to sit there and wait on a fish to bite. It's just, to me, it's just very.
There's
boring.
nothing cathartic about it. Of just I'm not here.
No, to me, that's lawn mowing. I get catharsis. Catharsis, is that right? Sure. I get peace for mowing my lawn.
Now, do you view fishing as I'm just randomly tossing it here and waiting for something to bite, or do you? Because
I'm not smart enough to know the science.
I was going to say most people who fish view it as strategy, or I'm going to go.
You go to Lake Fork,
it's a sport,
and you find the shallow end, and you look for the wood or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
but to me, I don't get it.
Peyton, what's your answer to this?
It's a question I got. Why gas lawn mowers are better than electric? I mean, I have an electric one, but it's like any guy I talk to is like, no, you got to get gas. Gas is better. Oh, no, why?
Why?
Yeah.
Testosterone.
Okay, well.
More powerful. So, like, for example, like,
that's it, right? Like, there's no benefit to it. It's just, gas is how it's always been.
I bet you gas. I don't know for a fact. I assume that it's more powerful and it will stop clogging, if you go over thick, high grass.
Oh.
That's my guess.
DFW Dad on the Twitch says bottle service. Never
I
makes sense.
That. I don't get bottle service either. It doesn't make any sense to me.
We got some good answers on the fan text. 214, having a man cut your hair doesn't make sense to me. Just let a woman run her hands through my hair. 760, sports gambling. If you want action, put it in the market, and if you lose, it's a write-off. How would you explain sports gambling then to the 760? Boy, Sean, while you've been out, he's starting to get hooked, man. He's loving the
underdog.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Well, I mean, it is a write-off if you lose, but you can only write off you could write off your losses up to your winnings or something like that. I'm not smart enough to know how to do that. Sports gambling just puts a fun aspect to the game. You watch a game you normally wouldn't watch. That's the way I look at it.
214 getting blackout drunk. 469 wrestling. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what goes on in a guy's head when he really likes a girl?
I mean, the obvious one is, thinking of sleeping with her, but I think we all have that answer.
You don't even need to like her.
I think it's more not like when you see attractive, it's like when you are falling for a girl. What's going through a guy's head?
I'll tell you what, everything wrong. Every wrong move is going through your head.
Yeah.
When you haven't figured out that you like her yet, your demeanor's different, you interact with her differently, and then the moment you're like, oh crap, I like this girl, you start texting her too often.
Yep.
You start wanting to hang out too much. You outthink the room.
Nerves.
You play with your own mind. Oh, the worst thing you could do to maintain a long-term relationship is start to like her before you guys are before it's set in stone, before you're Facebook official.
I mean, it really is. People use the analogy of butterflies in the stomach because it really is that sort of.
Yeah.
It's a sensation of just like there's a fluttering or an unease. Like, oh my gosh, like
you make every wrong move.
I'm about to see her. I don't want to screw this up. I don't want this to go wrong. Or you start overthinking everything.
You start thinking of conversations. Okay, what can I bring up?
Right.
And it's like, well, that was a stupid question. You start getting the note card questions out and all right, if it gets awkward, I can talk about this and this.
And you bring.
No, it's
3x5s?
Figure speech.
you
carry 3x5s around with you and Mackenzie still?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think
awkward silence. What's your favorite dinner?
I think you interpret
You
try to interpret
everything.
Every text.
You mess with your own mind.
Yeah, you start behaving in a way that if it's your first time, like really falling for somebody, you start behaving in a way that you never thought possible before. Like you really do feel almost out of control. Is what it's. That's probably the best way to put it. You feel completely out of control of your decisions and your thought process. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's the dumbest reason someone became famous in the U.S.?
Having sex with Ray J?
If you're listening out there, Gavin Spittle, I tried picking 3 in a row that they just naturally, I guess, went this direction with the answers that were.
You did that on purpose.
Last week, I had 3 different questions that were a little adult, and he was like, "Not so many adult questions, please." I was like, "All right, I'll tailor it a little," and then we're still spitting out adult answers. But I'll tell you, one of the answers I saw on Reddit: Balloon Boy.
Balloon Boy,
the boy who the hoax where they said the boy had gotten stuck in the little weather balloon and he'd flown off, and the parents lied about it. You remember him? 12 years. His name was Falcon Heen. But I'd say, yeah, generally anything, anybody going famous for, you know what? Hawk to a girl.
Dumb.
She was funny. It was a funny clip. She should not have taken over.
She was
like she did.
A kind of a cutish, down home girl that had a funny clip. And then the moment they brought her up, was it Zach Bryan brought her up on stage, and she just yells, "Hawk to!"
And
to the crowd, and I was like, nope, we're done. We're done. That's all you have.
We are getting a ton of answers here. You got TikTok dances from the 903, 763, and 972 both say "Bad Baby." Catch me outside. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
469 yelling on a talk show. 682 because I'm an island boy.
Oh man, those guys, the Island Boys.
Peyton, what's
that
your
was my
answer?
that was my ringtone to wake up to for a year straight.
It's this guy right here, and I never thought he was funny, and I still don't get the reason why he got famous.
Oh god,
the Walmart kid. And he's 22 now or something.
Is he really? Oh,
he's old now. He's old, but this guy just singing. Someone had to have their phone there, record him, and I don't know what words he's saying. I don't get it.
The yodeler, man. He's the yodeling kiddo.
EJL Viking says "Hawk to a girl," and Poka Woka on the Twitch says that Lil Tay girl. Yeah, Lil Tay. I mean, Lil Tay kind of made me laugh for a little bit. She was the one who would. I'm 9 years old. I got bands, bro. Like that girl.
You see her with Jake Paul back in the early days?
Oh yeah.
Jake didn't even look the same.
No. Oh gosh, Jake's changed so much. All right, we got time for maybe 1 or 2 more here. Ask Reddit on 105.3 The Fan. You can text in your answers 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy, I think this is a great question for you. I feel like you're gonna have a take on this. Do you believe it's still important to give a firm handshake when meeting someone for the first time, or is this an outdated custom of the past?
I think a lot of it depends on the social situation that you're in. If you meet someone for the first time and they give you a bro hug, which that happens, I mean, I don't think it's very important. But anything work related, absolutely. Anything remotely professional related, absolutely. There's nothing. It's just you give me an icky handshake. But also I'll tell you this. I'll tell you where it is outdated. A lot of times I will meet people, and if you meet a ton of people at one time, you're going to a party and you just meet a bunch of people, how many times you just fist bump instead of shaking hands to avoid germs. If you're germ, a lot of people are germ obsessed. The moment they shake somebody's hand, they've got to go wash their hands.
Yeah.
Or use hand. And I think it's rude to just, I'm going to shake your hand, then bust out the hand sanitizer right in front of you.
Jesse Holly's a fist bump guy. Howie Mandel, famously a fist bump guy.
Well, he's an elbow guy now.
Oh, is he elbow now?
But it's an air elbow. He doesn't even touch elbows.
Come on, dude. That needs psychological research or something.
But
Peyton,
I think, yes, in general, in a professional situation, it's absolutely a must still.
Yeah, I agree. And I still do 100%, I will say, even though I'm fine with the fist bump. I don't think but if I do shake your hand and it is weak, I do kind of go, what is that? It does give me an uneasy feeling. I can't explain it. Peyton, what's your answer to this?
Yes, yeah, I do feel it's so important. Yeah, if the guy's bigger than me, I feel like I have to go in strong.
Yeah, you've really got to kind of show
you got to out
metal.
handshake his handshake. But I think COVID screwed it up really with the fist bump thing.
Yeah.
Like, because I mean, the last 5, 6 years, we've seen more fist bumps than we've ever had.
Agree.
Real quick, some of the answers as we wrap up. 870, Carlos in Fort Worth said COVID changed handshaking. 940 says you have to have a firm handshake after finishing a golf round with randoms.
The sweaty handshake post-golf round is the worst. That is the worst.
Over on the YouTube, Cowboys 1977 says anyone that gives me a limp handshake, I never trust. And Big Nasty 090709 on the Twitch says, agreed. I feel like it's a respect thing.
You really want to get down to it when you shake someone's hand, just take your hat off.
Why?
That's the ultimate respect thing. Take your hat off to shake their hand.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I also feel like if I'm taking my hat off and like putting it in my chest, I feel like I'm about to say, please, sir, can I have some more?
There's Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan, commercial-free expressway, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Did this Longhorn make a huge mistake? And finally, the worst people in college sports have come to their senses. It is the college football kegger next on the Fan. Zero Res, it's the best carpet cleaner in the business. They don't use soaps, they don't use chemicals, they don't use detergents. I use them every year. Sarah and I have them to come on out and do the carpet, tile, hardwood, and upholstery. Get it done and get 4 free Ranger tickets when you book by May 4th. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZeroResDallas.com for the RJ Choppy Fan Special. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same as Zero Res.
If you missed any of the Fan this morning, we've got you covered by chaptering any segments you might have missed. Check out the Fan on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your...
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaks me out a little bit.
Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Bobby Belt, the worst people in college football, have finally relented.
What happened? OU did something?
The Rose Bowl, baby. You brought this to my attention.
They did. They've relented. I was upset you were out last week when we got this news.
Yeah.
But I was like, all right, we got to save this for whenever Chop gets back because this is his big gripe. This is his big complaint. The Rose Bowl last week has finally moved off of its stubborn insistence of starting its game at 5 p.m. Eastern. Something that has frustrated you for years. They like the start time because it syncs up with that picturesque sunset just as the fourth quarter begins. It's a great aesthetic. You know
it's a wonderful aesthetic. It is probably outside of the only better aesthetic to me in all of sports is the final round on Sunday at Augusta or the U.S. Open.
I mean, the Rose Bowl aesthetic's cool.
Yeah, the final round at Augusta where Rory is making the putt this year, and Nance even brought up the long shadows, symbolic of the long road it took to get here.
That sounds closer to Nance than I thought you could go. That sound is kind of like him. Not totally, but there's like I was like, I can hear that being Nance outside of just the whisper.
But it like. That to me is a great setting, and the Rose Bowl is it's an ultimate setting. It's a dump of a stadium. It's a dump.
Okay, so I
took a tour of it. I didn't see a game there. I took a tour of it.
So I've taken a tour. It's been a long time. I haven't seen it recently, so I don't know how it's improved. I am just in general in favor of, in my sports ends, I don't want a lot of bells and whistles. I don't need it being. I don't need Atlanta, for instance, with their big ribbon panel board. Like, I don't need all that. What I need for football is I need Lambeau. I need Rose Bowl.
Yeah,
I need rugged. Just, we're trying to put as many people in this thing as we can fit. I love the aesthetic of the Rose Bowl. Forget just the sunset. I love the aesthetic of a game being played in that stadium. I think it is great. I think it is great. So nostalgic.
It is.
And great, and now this is something that's going to get ruined. But you got your way.
They're still going to get their sunset.
They're not.
It's just going to be at the end of the fourth quarter as opposed to the beginning of the fourth.
They moved it up to the 4 p.m. Eastern. Kickoff is 4 p.m. Eastern. A fourth quarter doesn't take a whole damn hour.
Have you paid attention to college football?
It doesn't take a whole hour.
It's a 5-hour game.
It does not take a whole hour.
It's a 5. The problem is that the Sugar Bowl, was it the Sugar Bowl or the Peach, didn't start until 9 o'clock.
Well, now they're going to start at
too late.
8. So
yeah,
good for them.
That's just too late.
Now we've ruined nostalgia.
Or college football could have just not staggered the games and just start the other one. Like the NFL doesn't care about staggering.
Yeah, I feel like, if I'm going to...
NBA games run at the same time as other ones.
Who cares about the staggering those at also the networks and the ad revenue more than the sport?
Right.
Because I would guess somebody flipping back and forth isn't as advantageous to just staying locked in.
Right. But the NFL will stagger, but they don't have, if the game is going long, are they going to put it on a slide? By the way, just stop lying to me, NHL. The Stars game started at 8:48 last night. Stop lying to me that it's an 8:30 start. Yeah. All right, stop. But no, this is good. I'm glad they're moving. Yes, the nostalgia is going to be lost, but you're still going to get it at the end of the game.
Not necessarily. If they get a fourth quarter done quickly. We're talking about then we get it at the trophy presentation almost or something. But
the horror! You lose your sunset. Yeah, the horror!
You're Mr. Sunset. You're Mr. Daylight. You want to F up my daylight savings time? You want me to be in the dark until 11 in the morning so that you could have an 8 o'clock sunset?
We woke up in the morning in Italy and saw the sunrise over the lake in Lake Garda and in Florence. Watched the sunrise hit the building, hit the Duomo. We saw the sunset. We're big sunset sunrise people. We are. I love a good sunset, especially over the San Gabriel Mountains. I love that. It's fantastic. But I'm not watching it. I don't want to sit there and watch a game that starts at 9 o'clock.
Nobody cares about the Peach Bowl, so
it's a playoff game.
What is that? What is a playoff game?
It's a playoff game.
It's not a championship
game. The next step for players in the fight for getting more in college football, I believe, is coming thanks to Quinn Ewers.
Oh, do you?
So Quinn made a hefty mistake. Hefty. How much money is Quinn Ewers' NFL salary by being the 231st player taken?
What, he's 700,000 or something?
So 4 years, I think that said it's going to pay him about $4 million over 4 years.
Okay. So
right?
$1 million.
Right. He would have made that this year alone.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah.
Because Carson Beck got $4 million. There were rumors of $6 million for Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, what was the talk was
Oregon, maybe? Miami?
Was Michigan one? I feel like Michigan was potentially involved, which would make sense because the Michigan tape was the best tape Quinn Ewers put out there this year. It was funny. We had some people asking us during the draft show during day 3, what's up with Quinn Ewers? What's wrong with Quinn Ewers? And so I had I messaged somebody I knew with another team, and I just said, hey, what's wrong with Quinn Ewers? And he replied back, his tape. And so I was like, oh, okay, so the NFL just doesn't like him as much. Okay, got it.
So I think the next fight that's coming, it may not be the next one in sequential order, but I think this fight is coming in the next 10 years. Players are going to fight, I believe, or someone is going to sue to be able to enter the draft, get drafted, and then decide that they want to go back to college.
Yeah. 100% you'll see that.
Because you are throwing a coin in the air. And Quinn Ewers just lost a ton of money. And he could easily go back to college right now. Perfect example. Do you think that do you think Quinn Ewers tomorrow would get $4 million from a school? Yes. I think he would.
Yes.
I think my school, who just lost their quarterback, would say, all right, we'll pay you.
You didn't lose your quarterback. You kicked him out.
But what do you know what I mean? The point's the same. I think that a lot of schools would pay him. Now, the NFL, in order for the NFL to allow this, they would have to get something in return, and what they would get in return is they would get to control your rights for a year.
Yeah. Now this whole thing is going to become,
because hockey does it like that, right? I know baseball. If you don't sign, I guess they have your rights for a year.
Matt Perk, man. Matt Perk is the one that taught me that lesson when he got picked by the Rangers, and then he went, no, thanks, I'll go to TCU, boys. And, Matt Perk didn't end up being a great pitcher, so it didn't matter, but I remember being upset by that.
But in baseball, you can enter the draft, and, they draft you. You can still decide to go to college.
Look, NIL's created so many different future lawsuits and court cases and different things. We're getting another one. We're going to get another one right here. So did you see while you were out that Nico Nico Iamaleava, his
Iamaleava?
Yeah, whatever. It says Iamaleava. But did you see his brother's transferring from Arkansas?
Yeah, and he's getting sued.
He's getting sued by Arkansas. They're sending demand letters now saying, we need our NIL buyout back. You need to send that money back.
And I think Tennessee's going to do the same thing with his brother.
This is like, I mean, we've got like a legitimate. This is going to set up to be like the college football will be NFL free agency. I mean, it's basically there already.
Basically, it's already there.
But I mean, these kind of court cases right here are going to be the ones that settle it.
But you know what we're going to have, and I think you're right with that is, like just take his brother Nico. Like Nico's, if he was getting $2 or so million from Tennessee, he would have to give basically his entire UCLA salary back to the school.
Yeah. So he's going to fight it.
So he's going to fight it for sure. But also there was no tax in Tennessee, so he was taking that $2 million. Now he's getting 1.6, but with the California tax, it's only like $900,000.
There's a lot shifting on that NIL front right now. There's a push right now from college football. They're trying to create a rule that will cut some of the red tape from. Right now, schools are not allowed to pay money directly to players.
Right, because it has to go through your collective or some crap like that.
You got to wash the money first.
Right.
That's what you gotta do.
Yes.
I mean, that's really what it is. But like college football now, we're going to start getting direct payments from schools. Like that's on the horizon. You've got these schools fighting for payouts to come back. I mean, this is setting up to be we're eventually going to get rules that are very similar, I think, to NFL free agency.
Mm-hmm. So one more thing on Quinn, and I think this is a really good piece on him. This is from CBS. How one decision at Southlake that he made changed his life.
Was it choosing to graduate early and go to Ohio State?
And how that changed everything for him.
Changed everything for a lot of college football, too.
It did. But if you don't remember, he played Cade Klubnik in the championship game, right? In the 6A Division I championship game in 2020. And, nobody knew that they were watching Quinn's last game because he reclassified after the game and then enrolled at Ohio State, took the $1.5 million, bucks or whatever. And how much did this change Quinn's career? He would have got another year of development under, who's that? Riley Dodge? Is Riley I think Riley's at Southlake. So he got another year of development, and then he would have gone to college and potentially have been in a better position than to be sitting here right now where he's losing out on.
Oh, I mean, Quinn changed a lot.
Millions.
Quinn's entire commitment changed a lot. Quinn got, you can make the case. Quinn got, the hell's his name? Why am I forgetting? Tom Herman. Quinn got Tom Herman fired by flipping his commitment.
Oh, yeah.
And he flips his commitment. Then that was really, a lot of people always felt like just wanted a payday, went to Ohio State.
Well, that's why he reclassified so he could get that.
Yeah, and then it was really just go ahead, commit to Ohio State, and then bounce to Texas after a year.
It's inexplicable how all this happened. Like, if he had just stayed at Southlake for one more year, and this is like, all right, do you chase the money in the short term? And he did, and generally, I've found that like chasing money in the short term is it brings potentially less money in the long term.
Yeah. No, I think so. But this is also Quinn's whole setup here is that you're right that where this is all going to head is
you're going to get that somebody
fighting to want to go back.
Yeah,
because
and I have no problem with that. Like I think we see this in college basketball a lot. Like
I do have a problem with it because it's like you're here, like just make up your mind what you're doing.
But I think if the team I think the teams a lot of times would be in favor of this, especially at the quarterback position.
I'll say this: if you want to go back to college, I agree. In the
Keep
sense
the rights.
Keep the rights. Yeah, whenever he comes back, they still have your rights.
If the Cowboys
and your contract status does not change.
If the Cowboys would have drafted Quinn this year, and he's like, I want to go back to school. Cowboys keep his rights. He goes back, plays another year. Cowboys don't have to pay him. Then they pay him the next year, but they get him at the 2025 contract.
Yeah, it's the contract basically picks up. Yeah,
slot a year later, so they actually would save a little bit of money.
Yeah, and would probably factor into his financial decisions to say, okay, well, do I want to put off free agency to get paid as well in the NFL? At what point does that start factoring in?
Yep. So, college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Could the Rangers possibly get a few more runs, a few more hits in any game coming up moving forward? deGrom on the mound. Let's get you set for that one coming up next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters.
Asia babes.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens?
Tree curve.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a slow tapper right side. Urias is up with it. The throw to first just in time to get Harris. And the A's capture the opening game of this series as they hold on tonight to win by the final score of 2-1.
Hixie with a call in a game you heard right here. We are the home of Texas Rangers baseball. We are not the problem, though, when it comes to the offense. They have scored 12 runs in the last 6 games.
Yeah, that's not good. What is it? It's up to, they've scored 5 runs in 4 games? It's bad.
Yeah, 1, 2, 2. No. They scored 2 runs, 2 runs, 2 runs, 1 in the last 4. So that's
No. They lost 2-0 to the Giants. You're looking at that wrong. They scored nothing in that one game against the Giants. It's 2-2-1. It's 5 runs. Trust me, Chop. 5 runs in 4 games. It's not very good. The offense in general has not been very good. And look, you're hitting the ball hard in a lot of instances. Adolis has hit the ball hard. His strikeout rate isn't up where it's been previously. You're making contact. Wyatt Langford's been good. Higashioka continues to hit the ball hard. He had your only extra base hit last night. So, I mean, I don't.
They beat the Giants 2-0.
Peripherally, in one of the games. Peripherally, yeah. I would hope that this would eventually come around. But I mean, you would think
it would. You would think it would. But look, at least no one's pulling away from them in the West. It's so early anyway. It doesn't really matter to you. It's pointless to even look at the standings. But they're just not scoring runs. At the end of the day, they're not getting hits. I mean, they're getting hits. They're getting guys on base. They're just not getting them over. And on Sunday, unable to get Jock Peterson home from third with nobody out. Can't have that happen.
I mean, the dude works so hard to get on third base. Like, you got to bring him home.
Yeah.
for how infrequently he gets over there.
7:05 tonight is the first pitch. Rangers and A's. Jake deGrom and Jacob Lopez. A couple of Jacobs on the hill tonight. Stars win 6-2. They take a commanding 3-2 series lead.
Speaking of Jacobs,
another one in the room here.
Stars.
Reitma is here. You were there last night.
Which trivia question? My full name, Jake or Jacob?
I'm assuming it must be Jake if you're asking this.
You got a 50% chance.
It's Jake.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
because you wouldn't have asked him.
Yeah, I don't care for that. It's not a name. Jacob.
Wait, Jake's not a name?
No, it's not.
Jacob. It's like,
Jake
is
a short.
It's like naming your kid Mike.
Yeah, or Bob.
Yeah, Bob's not a name.
Yeah,
Bob
is a shorthand.
Wow, my whole life, I never had that take before.
I know.
My whole life.
Never dealt with somebody like me.
My whole life's been a lie.
Never had a name, clean drinking water. What did stop it?
There it is.
How was the atmosphere? I heard nothing but great things.
Absolutely electric. And it started on my walk into the American Airlines Center. They had the little street hockey game going on in PNC Plaza there. And I was so tempted. I wanted to grab a stick and play with some of the kids, especially because a couple of those kids were playing or wearing the Avalanche sweaters. I wanted to give them a shoulder, and you guys, there you go.
It's like you're punching a little person.
I wanted to play hockey. There were adults playing. Can't say anything around you guys.
Welcome to the morning show.
Unbelievable. I wanted to play hockey with the young adolescents that were running around.
Boy, I feel like adolescence doesn't make it feel any much better.
I don't think this is any better.
There were adults playing.
Clearly, you said you were going to get in there.
There we go.
I took video of it.
That doesn't sound any worse.
I like it, Poppy. There was a palpable buzz.
Yes.
It was electric.
There we go.
Let's talk hockey. And Wyatt Johnston, 9 seconds in.
Did it get tense in there when it got to 3-2?
Very good question. Yes. When McKinnon scored, I looked around and did one of those, oh boy, because you just felt, and there's been too many recent games, I know the regular season, but too many recent games where big leads like that have gotten away.
Yeah.
And so everybody's doing the eye roll of, oh, here we go again. And even with a 3-goal lead, you still had that in the back of your mind. So for me, it was when the power play goal put the Stars up 4-2. You start to feel a little bit better, and then they get the third goal right away to on the tip in from Mason Marchment. There you go up 5-2. Then you start to feel pretty good.
Feel good. Very nice. Very nice.
And they played well in the third period. Going to give a shout out to Leon Bischel because he got the crowd going late in the third period with some of the physical play. There were some fights. 10 minutes.
You don't see fights in a playoff game that often.
Right. I mean, guys were scrapping. And there was a pretty nasty cross-check to McKinnon that I think you're going to see the Avs a little bit fired up in games. Well, of course they're going to be fired up. They're going to be desperate.
What is your record? What is the Stars' win-loss record in games that you've attended in the playoffs?
In the playoffs, we're doing really well. I mean, there's only been 3 home. The one I missed over the weekend is the one they lost. So. No, that was in Colorado. I'm sorry.
In Colorado.
The one before that, I missed. So I missed game 1.
Okay, so you're what 2-0?
2-0.
2-0. You have to go tomorrow. You got to drive out there.
I mean,
you got to drive to Colorado.
If Odyssey's on board, Odyssey HQ,
it's not the longest. It's not the longest drive. There's longer drives out there.
I would think
Seattle's a longer drive than Colorado. I mean, you can make it happen.
Very true. Very true. If I leave right now, I mean, we got the extra off day. Why not?
Right. Do it. Let's go. All right. Thank you, Reba.
Enjoyed it.
Jake Reba.
Yeah, Jake, not Jacob.
Not Jacob. Jake.
Yeah, get it right.
Stars.
All right. I was going to talk about something, and we're still going to get into these other stories, but this is taking my precedence right now. Chop, I want you to look on the fan cam at the picture that Aiden's about to throw up there. Jim J. Ochoa, one of our loyal Tolos, who shows up to all the firehouses. By the way, we'll be at Anna tomorrow for the Firehouse Tour with Zach Wolchuk. That is 305 South Powell Parkway. But over on the fan cam, we're going to have Aiden throw up this photo of something that J. Ochoa tagged us in. This is a photo here, Chop. I want you to look at this since it's still not up on the fan cam. This. Look at that big brain move right there. He said this is something Peyton would do. But that is a Oscar Mayer hot dog in a hollowed out Olive Garden breadstick. So you're using the breadstick as your hot dog bun.
Whoa.
But the breadstick is garlicky, so now you have like a garlic bun.
This seems like
with the wiener in it.
It seems like I mean, I'm going to have to try this now. I don't even eat a lot of hot dogs.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, the Olive Garden breadstick, the butter and the garlic, and you get that around the hot dog.
Yeah.
It's like, you wouldn't even need to season your hot dog at this point.
I'm not a huge garlic guy. And we did a cooking class in Italy, and I found that in the sauce, and I knew this because my grandmother is from Italy, and that she never put garlic in her sauce. She used onions, and she took the onions out. But like before, she just like seasoned. But they don't use garlic in their marinara or the bolognese in Italy.
Why not?
Did a cooking class because that's for people who don't know how to cook.
Oh, is that like the Italian sauce version of? You don't put sauce on your barbecue because if you have to put sauce on the barbecue, I didn't do my job with the meat.
Probably,
that whole thing.
Probably, or that, or beans in the chili because you don't know how to cook your chili if you put beans, whatever.
Beans are just filler. I feel
it's
like
filler. But no, so I do love the garlic breadsticks though because it's not too much garlic.
Man, I think
that's fantastic.
I think that's a game changer, and I've got to try it before we all die on Interstate 45, which is going to happen shortly. Axios has a story up this week, or at the end of last week, Chop. Driverless trucks, 18-wheelers, are now rolling around I-45. We are officially in a new era. So Aurora Innovation is a company that has trucks. They're a truck company, and they've had, in the last year, truck drivers in these autonomous vehicles. And the trucks have been driving themselves all up and down I-45, but there's a driver in there as a fail-safe, as somebody in case there's something that goes wrong. No longer, starting last weekend, Aurora Innovation went completely driverless. And now what they're doing is that it's a Pittsburgh-based company. These Pittsburgh guys, McCarthy and Aurora Development, just trying to ruin our good time. Their commercial driverless operations began this month. The first autonomous truck rolled down I-45 last weekend. Although Aurora officials declined to share specific details, the company said it will begin slowly with one truck and will gradually expand the fleet over time. So now when you are on I-45, you are driving next to an 18-wheeler that does not have a person in the cab.
No.
This isn't going to work.
No.
We're going to have, if you've ever watched the show Upload, this is how he dies.
I've heard the show.
The very first episode. This is how he dies. Upload's about like the afterlife or whatever. But this is how he ended up dying, was an autonomous vehicle.
I'm a little disappointed the state of Texas would allow this. First of all, you're taking jobs away.
Yeah.
Right.
Card job. Yeah.
Not a fan of that. But also, like, no, just no. Like, this is too much. They've got. I know they have like self-driving Ubers in certain cities.
Those.
Do they have them here?
No, but I wouldn't get in one.
My buddy lives in San Fran, and he's got like he'll always like be posting Instagram stories or whatever about like him being in a driverless Uber. Now, I get it. In the streets of San Francisco, you're not going 80 miles an hour.
Oh, baby.
Right? You're going, downtown San Fran. You're going at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
You're it's still dangerous, but it's not nearly as dangerous going 80 miles an hour down the freeway with a 40,000-pound truck in tow.
Yeah, no, that's the issue here is that we're talking about where are the margins for potential catastrophe? It feels like there's bigger ones here. Now, I'm sure there are other people who are going to say, quit being wusses. This is the future. This is how it goes. You guys are being cowards. But ultimately, I would not.
I'm so disappointed. This should be outlawed.
I would dead serious do anything I could. I would, if I knew there was a truck, I would get off the exit, let it go a little further, and then I'd get back on.
I'm speeding by it.
That's what you run the risk of it getting mad and just cutting over into your lane.
What is it, Christine?
I don't know. Look, I mean, if it can drive the car, who says it doesn't have road rage? Like, I would assume it can get pissed off, and it can't flip you off. The car doesn't have hands, so what does it do? It's got to just.
Does it honk at you? You think it honks at you?
Yeah, I mean, what about the kids that do this? That they pump their arm? They want the. How are you going to do that?
What was that movie with the truck that had it had like a vendetta against this one guy?
I don't know. That sounds like
it was like an old like 70s movie. I'll find it.
Well, here, while you look for that, we have a new cure for depression, RJ Choppy.
I'm in.
Scientists have found evidence for the optimal sexual frequency. It exists, and it mitigates depression. Researchers have found that a minimum of once a week, this is research published in Journal of Affective Disorders, if you are having relations once a week, they find that those individuals have their depression cut in half from those who have it less frequently than that. So, Chop, there's your solution. You ever feeling a little down in the dumps, just say, hey, we need to be doing stuff minimum once per week, and the more the better is supposed to cure my mood, boost me up a little bit.
All right.
I feel like
I'm in.
Is one because one a week would just be, I would imagine, it's like standard. Like you're in a relationship, and I would just assume one a week would be like the baseline. So if you're having less than that, you're probably having marital problems, and you're probably depressed.
I think that's absolutely the baseline. I think almost twice a week has to be.
So see, that's the question I always ask about research like this, like the chicken and the egg. Like what's the correlation here? And so to me, the correlation is more just, well, if you're in a relationship and it's happening less than once a week, you're probably having some sort of issues or problems, and those might be also contributing to depression. And so if those issues don't exist, then you're less likely to be depressed or upset about that, and that may be where half of that half number comes from.
Duel was the name of the movie I was thinking of, 1971. Maximum Overdrive, Spittle texted in Maximum Overdrive. Emilio Estevez, it's another one.
I've never seen either of those.
Duel's great. It's old, though. It probably doesn't stand the test of time.
I mean,
I haven't seen it like 25
years. Could be campy,
years.
could be good just because of that.
Yeah.
So,
but once a week minimum. Has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be the minimum on that one. Sean and RJ here at 105. What is coming up next in Below the Belt?
Did the Cowboys just stumble into the next Drew Pearson? That's next on the Fan.
Whoa! Below the Belt next on 105.
Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Doesn't sound right.
today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Did the Cowboys find the next Drew Pearson? Probably not, but I mean, maybe. As they signed several undrafted free agents after the following the 3-day excursion to Green Bay, Wisconsin to select their new crop of rookies. And we're going to talk about it here in Below the Belt as I try and catch my... I did the mistake chop of where I took a bite of something right before we got back. And then
it's a big mistake, man.
It creates all the saliva right after.
Yeah, listen, you're not supposed to eat in the studio. Tim Collins has told us that, so I wouldn't do that.
Okay, all right. I'm going to start keeping track of all the little packets you bring up here and are munching on.
I'm a muncher.
No, but we're going to talk about the Cowboys draft class here in just a sec and their undrafted free agents. First, we were going to do this at 8 or 7, I think, and we didn't end up getting to it. We absolutely have to play the 2 clips from the White House yesterday. The one on Shador and the one on Saquon Barkley.
It was a wonderful day. Fantastic time.
Would you rather go with Saquon Barkley or Shador Sanders first?
Let's do Saquon first.
Okay, so the Philadelphia Eagles were at the White House yesterday. Jalen Hurts was not. He was unable to attend due to scheduling conflict, they said.
I have takes on both of these. Go ahead.
So there was also some heat for Saquon Barkley because I guess he was golfing with Trump too at some point.
So he played golf at the his course in New Jersey, and then I guess
swing. I know you swing.
I guess he flew to the White House with the president on, I assume it was on Air Force One, and had lunch with him or something. And he caught a ton of heat for that.
And then he tweeted about it, which we'll talk about here in a sec. But first, this is his new buddy, I guess. President Trump's new buddy is Saquon Barkley. So when they were talking about when he was talking about the Eagles yesterday at the White House, he made sure to let the Giants know, hey, I called this S.
And by the way, I have to tell you something. I was with the Giants and the head coach and some people, and I said, do anything you have to, but don't lose Saquon. They lost Saquon. That was not good. I called that one. That was an easy one to call because he played damn well for the Giants. I can tell you that.
I called that one. It was an easy one to call.
No one was talking about Saquon Barkley. They all said you can let him go. I said no, you can't. I do love the I called that. I told you.
I called that one. I told you on that one.
Like it's like the equivalent to I knew Brock Purdy was going to go to a Super Bowl. Like he thinks that's the equivalent. I do think it's funny. It's the fact that he had these conversations with the Giants in general is just fascinating too. Now there was another answer there, but before we go to the next answer at the White House, your thoughts on in general the Saquon outrage, because there are a lot of people who are outraged about him traveling with the president. And he said Saquon said in his tweet, he's like, hey, I respect the office, period.
I'll read the tweet. LOL, some people were really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House with the president, all caps. Maybe I just respect the office, not a hard concept to understand. Just golf with Obama not too long ago. And I look forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now get out of my mentions with all this politics and have an amazing day. I'll tell you the most disturbing thing about this to me is
read Clarence's tweet.
I'm not going to. The most disturbing thing about all this to me was people were going after Saquon and his wife, saying, "Oh, now this makes sense because he has a white wife." That's disgraceful. That's disgraceful. Like you fall in love with who you fall in love with. You can't control that. Like who cares? You're just a loser if you go down that road with Saquon and bring his family into this.
I've always said
I don't know the dynamics between Saquon and his wife. I had no idea. I just leave her out of this. But I don't care if Jalen Hurts. I also don't care if Jalen Hurts goes. Like to me, it's not a story. If he's skipping the White House because he doesn't like the president, that's a story. If he has a scheduling conflict, I don't care. I don't know that I need to know that. Like it's not a story to me.
Oh, I think people just were more insinuating it's a made up scheduling conflict.
No, that may be true. It may be a made up scheduling conflict. I don't judge. I'll play golf with anybody. Like I would play golf with any sitting president or former. Whether I voted for him or not, I would play golf with them. I don't care who they are.
Riley.
I have like 2 prerequisites. Can you get me on a course I can't get on, and do you play fast? That's it. Like that's
well,
it.
then you wouldn't play with every president, because I mean, I would guess like some of them are just not going to play fast.
Maybe the last one.
Given whenever you would have played with him.
Okay, so maybe he would have played. I would bite the bullet to play with a president, even if they played slow.
Would you?
But that's my prereq to anybody. Like I will play with the worst person in the world. If you could get me on a course I can't get on, and you play fast, I'm in.
Would you? I think you've said this before. You don't care. Like if you were an athlete and you won the Super Bowl or whatever else, you would go to the White House regardless.
It's cool. I would want to go. The food's probably cool. You know, I love history. You know, I was just the whole. Okay, so.
I would go to. I would go no matter what, unless I don't know who. Like, barring any of the following people getting elected president: Dan Orlovsky, Marcus Mosher, Cam Scattaboo. Then I'll go.
Yeah, if Skip gets elected president, maybe not. But still, I would have questions. I would have questions for Skip.
Yeah. A lot of questions, which, I mean, look, it sounds impossible, but, I mean, nothing's really impossible. Stephen A. is talking about running for president, Chop. All right, let's go to the other football topic coming out of the White House today, okay? Shedeur Sanders. There was the draft slide.
He slid in the draft. I don't know why they're not taking him.
Trump weighed in on it.
Oh, my God.
Said he's a great quarterback. He should be on a team. He's fantastic. Just basically pumped him up, talked about him. And then that led to this question at the White House press briefing yesterday.
After the president's Truth Social post, the Browns finally took Shedeur Sanders. Does the president think he deserves credit for Sanders getting picked? And does he think going to the Browns is better than being undrafted?
Hey, all I will say is the president put out a statement, and a few rounds later he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves on that one, Peter.
So Sean sent this to us yesterday. Sorry, exposing the group DM. Hope that's okay. Sean sent this to us yesterday and just said, do y'all think this is like basically he was trying to gauge what we came down on because there's some dispute over is she serious or is that a joke?
Yeah. I think she's absolutely joking, but I also think Trump absolutely believes that he is the reason why Shedeur got drafted.
Sure, both those can be true.
I think both of those are absolutely true. I think Trump absolutely is sitting there thinking, I got him drafted. I got him selected. Look at this guy, okay? Excuse me. I'm talking, okay? Excuse me. I got him drafted. And you'll never tell me otherwise.
I will say, I think that it's kind of funny to phrase it as though, hey, you saw I put it out, and a few rounds later.
Well, it took a while for
2 days.
It took a while for it to circulate through the room.
Sure, yeah, I get it. No, but it is. I think she's joking.
She's joking, but he absolutely believes that he was the reason.
I don't know who. I think that was Peter Ducey asked that question. It's like, what are you doing even throwing that out? What a dopey question to even throw out there, though.
I called that one.
Does he think he deserves credit for that one? All right, so
I called that one.
Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and their undrafted free agents. So as it stands now, that they didn't draft a receiver, but they did grab a couple in undrafted free agency. Trayshawn Holden, wide receiver from Oregon, is one that they got. He actually started out his career at Alabama. He's had some issues off the field and on the field. He was the one who got thrown out of the Ohio State game during the regular season.
Oh, yeah.
For spitting on an Ohio State player.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had his different issues. He had been arrested his junior year, I think, and it was initially Oregon was going to dismiss him, and then he ended up not getting charged, and so he was allowed to stay on the program. But Trayshawn Holden is big X-type receiver and a guy that I think has an outside shot here to make it, because I think he's a good player. The question is just his athleticism. Is he going to be fast enough? Does he have the NFL quickness to stick at this level? He's a bigger receiver. He's not a twitchy athlete or anything like that. He's not a fast one. I think he ran something like 4.58 or something, so he's not a burner by any means. But somebody who was just on the edge of draftable grades, so like a 7th to roughly a undrafted free agent where he ended up. The other receiver, Josh Kelly from Texas Tech, That guy runs a 4.7 at like 190 pounds. So don't know if that's going to stick necessarily, but again, somebody who potentially could contribute on special teams and is considered to be a guy who can make some plays in zone, can play, can get you some different stuff in zone coverages and has some savviness to his routes. And so he may stick, and that's it. They've got a lot of receivers, though, at this point. Not a lot of good receivers, but I'm saying they've got a lot of receivers they're committed to. Because they got Lamb, they've got Mingo, they've got Tolbert, they've got Turpin. That's 4 right there. They're probably going to add another. That's 5. They like their tight ends. It's going to be tough, I think, just with the numbers for anybody to get in on the periphery. Some of the other undrafted free agents they've got right now, Zion Childress, a corner from Kentucky. They also added Bruce Harmon, a corner from Stephen F. Austin. The name that I think is worth watching here to make the roster is Elijah Clark. And he's the safety from Syracuse. And that's somebody who can contribute on special teams right away. That's somebody who was a fairly significant recruit when he was coming out. He was like a 4-star recruit and had played well at Syracuse. Really, the biggest thing was he didn't take a step up this year at Syracuse. People were waiting for him to do so, and he didn't. But he
had a down year in general.
He was thought to be, how many times did Fran Brown actually shower this year? We don't know.
Very few. Only winners get washed.
Winners get washed, and he's not one of them because they lost too frequently. But Elijah Clark is, like, if you look at the measurables, the athleticism, the pedigree, the ability to contribute on special teams, that's somebody who I think is worth watching as could potentially make this roster and could potentially contribute for them on special teams. And that's any kind of special teams contribution is a good way to keep your spot on the 53 or to get a spot on the 53. But they're looking, I think, they had some discussions about some safeties during the draft. They signed a couple here in undrafted free agency. I think it's unsettled there what Matt Eberflus wants to do with the safeties. Typically, he likes guys who are interchangeable, guys who can play free and strong. The guys they have on the roster right now are not interchangeable. Donovan Wilson can't play free safety. Malik Hooker is a free safety. He really can't play strong. Some of the guys that they have behind that, you would say Marquise Bell is a strong safety. He's really not a free safety. So I wonder if they're just looking at this and going, we need to find some guys who have some different flexibility that can actually operate within the way that Eberflus typically views safety play.
So we could be in for a rough start. Sounds what you're saying.
I think it's just there might have to be some adjustments, which Matt Eberflus said that's the biggest thing he learned since he left Dallas was being flexible to some of those things.
Very nice.
And so he might have to adjust to his personnel rather than try to force his personnel to his system.
Below.
B-Belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is Marcus Semien the most disappointing second baseman in baseball? We got Diamond Cavs next, 9 o'clock hour, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Corbin kicks and deals. And that ball is lifted out into right field. Adolis on the move. He will not get there. It lands inside the line. Urshela scores. Rooker hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. The relay throw is not in time. Rooker scores from first on the double by Soderstrom just inside the right field line. The A's punch through and lead 2-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Rangers lose 2-1 to the Athletics, the Sacramento A's. They again fail to score more than 2 runs.
This
is now, 4 straight games they have not cracked 2 runs.
It's not fun. It's not fun. In fact, I've got to compare, Chop. I got to see because remember, we were just beside ourselves about the offense early last year. I got to see how this feels like it might be worse than the start to last.
There's a level of ineptitude there, here, I should say, and that's a bad thing. I saw this from ESPN. Our good friend David Schoenfield did this.
Well,
and there's some things that's gone on in baseball. The National League West is shaping up to be a fun race this entire year.
You're gonna win 95 games and finish last.
Aaron Judge has got he's chasing 400 on the batting average. I mean, he is having a crazy year. Mike Trout's having a really nice year again.
Torpedo bat, baby. That's what saved old Aaron Judge.
I don't think he's using it.
I know. I'm kidding. He used it one of the first days.
Yeah. The Mets offense is not producing, but they're winning with pitching. The Dodgers they started off so well, and now they're like, The Cubs offense is incredible, and PCA is just, doing his thing. But then you get to the disappointments that are happening this year, and one of them, they write, is Marcus Semien. Now, they went and did the, for each position group, the all-star, the player to watch, and then the biggest disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, at catcher, Adley Rutschman is barely batting over 200. His on-base percentage is .318. Pete Alonso's having a great year for the Mets. Vlad Jr. is not living up to the contract he just signed. But then you get on over to second base, and the most disappointing second baseman has been Marcus Semien. Now, the write-up here says he's gone through these types of spells before. Remember, in his first year with Texas in 2022, he did not have a home run in the first 43 games.
Dude, I didn't remember it was that long. I remember it took him a while, but I did not remember it took that long.
I mean, that's a quarter of the season. We're still 2 weeks away from that mark, from the Rangers' perspective.
Yeah, and he finished that year with 20, didn't he? No, 26.
Yeah, so he went on a tear. And remember, he was only 31 at the time. Mm-hmm. When you're 34, slumps take on a different view. His bat speed metrics are stable, but on the slow side anyway.
Yeah, he's a slow. So earlier in the season, his bat speed was a little down.
Yeah, now it's back to normal.
It's back to normal now, but he's still in the lower percentile. His bat speed's like 67.5.
But they said it's always what it's been for him. I guess, I don't know.
So yeah, if you look at the metrics from the last couple of years, he's always been right around there. Earlier in the year, he was about a mile per hour off. He was like at 66 the first few weeks of the season.
They say his bat speed metrics, like I said, stable, although on the slow side already, and it looks like he has hit in some bad luck. But the Rangers obviously need him to get things going and turn things around. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Now, I will say that he's still not hitting great, but you're talking about he's got, 3-game hitting streak right now. He's gotten hits in 3 straight games. He's still, showing decent patience at the plate. He's walking enough that, you've got his on-base percentage is like 70 points above his batting average. That's good. That's solid. If you look at, but I mean, still, even still, when you feel like he's kind of turned it around over the last 12 games, he's still just hitting 209. But the problem was he was hitting 110 before that.
Yeah, right. So that's I mean, it's double.
Yeah, I mean, the last 12 games he's hit 209, which is better. But I mean, if you look at, for instance, let me pull up Baseball Savant and see what Simeon's got there. So Simeon, on Baseball Savant, they will look at, due to, exit velocity and different factors, they'll look at what your expected batting average should be. Like basically trying to average out the luck. And right now, his expected batting average would be 228, which is still not good, but he's hitting what is he at right now? 155 or something like that?
Yeah.
And so you're talking about that makes a difference. He's 155. So yeah, he's hitting about 70 points below his expectation. So he's run into some bad luck.
He has, but I mean, that's not going to be, you're not going to run into 70 points worth of bad luck. Someone who's not performing poorly, the Rangers might have the best left fielder in baseball on this team.
Do they?
And Wyatt Langford.
He's a good player.
His 1070 OPS is 4th in Major League Baseball. It is 1st out of all left fielders. This is from Rangers Savant Instagram pages. They're Tolos. He has a 206 weighted runs created plus. League average is 100. So he is twice as good as the league average player in weighted runs created plus. I'm not going to get into all that stat encompasses. That's 4th in all of baseball. It's 1st out of all left fielders. There is nobody who plays left field that is even close. The number 2 is Stephen Kwan, who plays for Cleveland. All right, he's at 163. Like a 206 weighted runs created. You're looking at Aaron Judge territory. You're looking at Shohei territory, right? He is 18th in all of baseball in batting average at 321. They don't even look at batting average anymore. They don't even care, but he's that good at it.
Yeah.
That's 2nd out of all left fielders. The only one better is a guy who is a hitting machine from an average perspective, and that's Stephen Kwan at 337. And then he's 5th in baseball in slugging, 661. That is 1st out of all left fielders, 5th in Major League Baseball. The 2nd place left fielder in slugging percentage. Again, he's at 661. It's James Wood, not the actor, at 559.
That's James Woods.
That's James Woods. That's over 100-point difference.
No, I mean, he's been an absolute machine.
So while they have the worst second baseman, they got the best left field.
Yeah, and I'm still hoping. Here's the good thing. On Simeon, you still feel like even if it's not going to get back to where it needs to be, there are margins to be made up here.
Yeah, there are.
On Langford's hitting the way he's supposed to. This is what it's supposed to look like with Wyatt Langford. Like, there's not a whole bunch of just stupid luck that's going to come back down to earth. This is the kind of player that they thought they were getting when they drafted him. And that's the thing that's really exciting about this. In fact, I got to look this up. He was at I'm going to find these numbers really quickly. You can go to your next thing, Chop, because I'm going to look up some numbers really quickly on Wyatt Langford
that
I think are going to be good.
Here's something to keep an eye on. This is not a Rangers nugget. This is just around the sport. Closers who were dominant last year had a rough postseason. So there's 2 of them. They've had a terrible carryover. Our old buddy Emmanuel Clase. He blew a save in game 3 of the ALDS, and then he gave up runs in game 4 of the ALDS as well. He has already given up more runs this year than he did all of last year.
Wow.
So remember, he blew a save in the playoffs. Devin Williams, Milwaukee, last year in the playoffs, gave up the home run to Pete Alonso. He was traded in New York. He has given up 12 runs in 8 innings and has already lost his closer's job. So they both blew it in the playoffs last year, and they're having real down starts to their season. I don't think there's any question there's been a carryover because these guys have been basically unhittable for 2 to 3 years prior to this.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's got to be a connection because just look at the fact that...
Makes no sense.
Well, I mean, and relievers historically, it's like a kicker, right? Where it's
really
like,
is.
if you get your mentals messed up, you're just... It can completely destroy you. And that's exactly what it feels like has happened with those two. I mean, the Alonso home run was devastating for anybody who wasn't a Mets fan. Like it was devastating for you know what I mean. Anybody who was invested in that series, it was devastating for.
Clase last year, he had 47. He's led the league in saves the last 3 years. By the way, I mean, like he's only 27. I don't know how many guys have led the league in saves 3 straight years and didn't make the Hall of Fame at the end.
I mean, who were we thinking about? Wagner probably did. Did Gagne do it 3 times?
I'm sure. I mean, he
Hoffman,
had like 80 saves in a row, didn't he?
Hoffman, Eckersley. I mean, those are all. Yeah, they're all there.
So, but last year he gave up 5 earned runs. He's already given up 9 this year. 9.
Damn. I mean, some guys just get rattled. The guy I always think of as an example for this is Koji Ohara.
Mm-hmm.
He got traded here and was one of the most dominant relievers in the game. He got traded here and got rocked for like 6 home runs and 14 innings pitched or something.
Yeah.
Just completely out of the blue. And then left here and was fine again.
Right.
And it was the most bizarre stretch when they traded, and they had given up a lot for him. But it was just the most bizarre stretch. And this is the thing, those guys can get rattled very, very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Just with where things are at. Okay, so I was taking a look at some Wyatt Langford numbers. I was trying to see if you were to look at where he was at the end of last season. So take basically just the last month of the year and then bring it into the first month of this year. That would be 45 games that he's played, Chop. And he's hitting .310 over that time. He has 14 home runs, which if you were to extrapolate that pace out to 162 games, that's a 50 home run season. He has 11 doubles, so that's a 40 double season. He has 11 steals. You're talking about a .310 hitter who on over 162 game pace. The last 2 full months of baseball he's played. His 162 game pace is a .310 hitter that hits 50 home runs, 40 doubles, and steals 40 bases.
Those are numbers reminiscent of somebody who at one point not only wins an MVP but becomes the best player in the sport for a minute.
Yeah, 100%.
Those are great numbers. If you to extrapolate those, and you got now look, that's only doing it over a 2-month span, and it's a lot of extrapolating.
It's a third of a season, though.
But it's still a third of a season. That's pretty damn good. So we'll see. Because I saw this. I had this stat on Aaron Judge. So since April 27th of last year through April 27th of this year, it's 157 games played. 363, 491 on base, 766 slugging, 61 home runs, and 157 RBIs. Like that's stupid, right?
Yeah.
And as good as Wyatt Langford's been doing, like that's a 50-point difference in batting average. And we're talking about a Wyatt looking at him as like this is the guy who is at one point going to be a league MVP.
Yeah,
like you would take if I told you right now the based on the way he's played over his last 2 months. If I set the over under on career MVPs at 0.5, you would take the over.
Yeah, 100%.
You would take the over.
This is 2 months. His OPS is just over 1,000.
Do it.
Talking about a guy who's just getting on, a guy who would be on pace to score 100 runs. Get 50 home runs, 40 doubles, get the 40 walks. Like it's just he's a monster.
He really
right
is.
now.
Yeah, he really is. And the problem is currently they've got a monster in the sport with Judge in the AL, but also Bobby Jr.
Yeah,
is somebody who is going to win several MVPs. I mean, he already has a 1.5 WAR this year. It's pretty good. I mean, we're not even a quarter. We're only 30 games into the year.
Yeah. Now, one of the big things that's also going to be in play for Wyatt when you look to him towards the future and try to figure out some of the ways that he can contribute is he is supposed to project also as a good defensive player.
Yeah,
I mean, he does have positive. He had basically a full win share, wins above replacement defensively last year, and he's already in the positive margins this year.
Yep. Yep. It's fun. It's fun to watch. Just the rest of the team, they just got to hit. They just have to hit better. Sean and Roger here, 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk to our old, but we haven't talked to this guy in a while.
It's been a minute.
Let's do it. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Join the show next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you over to Platinum.
Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
There is nothing better than playoff hockey. And we are underway again. Score! Just to begin 9 seconds in. We were wondering if the big weapons were going to put the puck in the net tonight for Dallas. Wyatt Johnston just did.
Bob Wischusen with the call. ESPN, electric night at the American Airlines Center. Stars, the crowd was into it. There was never a moment that crowd was not into it last night. That was a raucous crowd. Stars get the 6-2 victory.
All the testimony we've heard from people who were out there at the game, stuff you saw on social media, was that when that Johnston goal went in at 9 seconds in, that felt like the roof was going to blow off the thing. That it was, and you could hear it there. I mean, just the crowd was super loud, super into it all night.
Yeah, I had the school spirit going on the house. You showed me that. I got the jellyfish lights, and I put the Stars colors on the house. Big game. You got to do it.
It's good.
You got to do it in a big game.
You should bring those lights out to Anna tomorrow. You should see if you can just pull them off the house.
Just rip them off the house.
Yeah, and then give them to Ruben. He'll put them on the little setup there. Because we are going to be in Anna tomorrow for the Firehouse Tour. It is stop 2 of the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We want you guys out there. We want to see you guys. It'll be me, RJ. We're also going to have Zach Wolchuk out there sitting with us. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star Telegram is going to join us for a segment while we're out there. We've also got a big day tomorrow with Boone, and I think we got Meat Church as well.
Yeah, we do. Both of them.
So come on out. So if you're in Anna, Blue Ridge, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney, Princeton, Salina, whatever, come on out. This will be a good stop for you guys to come see us. We're going to have breakfast from Whataburger, free breakfast, I might add, as well as special edition Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour baseball caps, which brought us, and others have already instructed me to save them one, steal them one. So these are going to go fast. You guys are going to need to swing by and get yours. 305 South Powell Parkway in Anna. That's 305 South Powell Parkway in Anna. Thank you to the tour partners, Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers.
All right, very nice. But joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, it is the great Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, our good friend. Haven't talked to him since, week 17?
No, we talked to him.
It was the Super Bowl week, right?
Yeah, and we talked to him about Zach Martin retirement, I think.
Oh, yeah, very nice. Good morning, Nicholas.
Good morning. I was afraid you were going to ask me about hockey.
No. So we just had to knock that out first. Everybody's very excited about the hockey right now.
Oh yeah.
We knew not to press you too much about hockey though.
All I know is that this is about when I kind of pick up on with hockey. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the marathon. You know, I'm the 0.2. I mean, I'll let the 26 miles go through, but at the end, the 0.2, then now I'm ready for the marathon. So that's kind of the way I am with hockey.
You know hockey's played on ice. That's what you know.
I do know that. I do know they gave up 3 goals in like a minute. Then that kind of changed the whole season there, the regular season. But you know what? Playoff hockey's different. They figured it out. They got the lead. I think they'll win 1 or 2. I don't know what happens after that. I don't know anything after that.
I do wonder if hockey's probably number 2 in terms of fans that jump on in playoff time, like compared to the regular season. I would bet there's just a huge influx of people that start consuming the playoffs. Number 1 would be college basketball, but outside of that, I would think hockey would be number 2.
College baseball jumps in there too.
It does.
Bit. I mean, for when you talk about the amount of that watch the end that don't watch anything before that, I would think the College World Series might be up there.
I'll tell you this though, man. Both my kids play baseball. All their teammates, they watch college baseball more than MLB during the regulars. It's weird.
Yeah. They like those metal backs.
I think that probably is what it is.
That's what it is.
Because they always say, "What bet they're using? I want their bet.
Nick, so I guess the basic question right out of the gate. I mean, we've obviously heard a lot of positive things coming out about the Cowboys draft class. They think they got a lot of great value up and down the board. But they come out of this thing without what a lot of people felt like was their top need for a second year in a row. No wide receiver 2. What do you think about I guess I'll start off with this. How many different, in the course of the first several picks, do you think they were close to picking a receiver? Or do you think the value was so much better with the guy that they picked that they were like, we can't justify forcing a receiver here?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's a weird draft when you think about the first overall pick, I think, would have been a receiver if he was there. I mean, I really do think McMillan would have been the guy over Booker. I think their grades were close, but you got to go with the position there, receiver. And then, so when that didn't happen, it was hard to think that you'd have, 8 other picks and none of them were receivers. Were they close? I think most of the time it wasn't. The receiver wasn't the position there, except for maybe the 5th round where was it Shamar James? I think that's one where they were looking at another receiver there too, and it just comes down to who is going to play on the field, more this year. And with the linebacker situation the way it was, I think that they decided to go that route, and they'd already picked Blue a few picks before that. That's the one where they traded. And my understanding was there was a 2 out of 3 scenario, 3 guys there. Lambert Smith maybe was the receiver, Blue, and then Shamar James, and they were good with getting 2 as a 3, and it just worked out that they feel like these guys are going to have a better chance to play, which at that point in the 5th round lets you kind of know where maybe they didn't think these guys were going to be better than what they had. Obviously, first 2 rounds are different, but not so much in the middle rounds.
All right, let's get to week 1. Who's the number 2?
Where are we playing? I say that because the schedule's not out yet, and I say that because we still got a little bit to go. I don't know if that guy's on the roster right now, to be honest with you. I don't know if that number 2 receiver's on the roster. There's been a lot of talk about getting free agent guys that are still there. There's been some trades, as Jerry has alluded to, and I think that whoever they bring in and or make a trade to bring in is going to be an upgrade over what they have. So not to sidestep the question, but I don't think your number 2 receiver is actually here right now.
Amari Cooper?
He's not here right now. So I think his name has been mentioned. I don't hate it. The reasons that it didn't work out the first time and why they wanted to move on are not the same reasons anymore. And money, being a huge part of that. And I think there was a thought in the building of letting CD really open up and be, and be the guy and not let anyone kind of be in the way of that. And that certainly had happened. And then, some of the other things that we heard about that maybe were reasons why the Cowboys wanted to move on from Mario. Those aren't even things in our world anymore. So I think it would be a better fit if that's where they want to go, but I don't think he's the only option right now.
Nick, how many starters for 2025 do you think the Cowboys pulled out of this draft?
Let
me just. How many starters do you think they pulled out for 2025, and how many starters do you think they pulled out for 2026?
Yeah, that's a great question there. 1 and 2. Now 1 and 3. 1 and 3 for sure, because I think when you look at the pass rusher, I think Booker's going to be a starter. He has to be. You don't draft a guard right there if he's not ready to start yesterday. He's ready. He's ready to start. He's got to be. I think Izaraku will be a starter. Probably if not this year, by the next year. When you think about and that was a part of the discussion. Was Sam Williams on the last year of his deal, Dante Fowler on a 1-year deal. Truth be told, Micah's on the last year of his deal. Not that I think that this is the last year he'll be here, but I'm just saying. I think by the next year, I think Arazaku will probably be that guy, and then we'll see if Revel will be there as well. He should be. He should be ready for that. That's kind of why they drafted him, because of the huge upside. So 3 for sure. And then I'm kind of even forgetting about I know there wasn't a 4th round pick. Then 5th round you got Blue. I just don't see him as a starting type running back. He didn't start at Texas, but I know he was still a playmaker.
So how do you see the depth chart for running back right now?
I see both. I'd probably Williams and then Sanders, but I could be wrong there. It could be the other way around. I think those 2 guys, and then you look at Blue. I was just watching tape of Maffa, the 7th rounder, and it's impressive. His tape's impressive, but they don't always show some of the negative plays on those kind of things. But what I did like was a big power back that's running away from some of the ACC competition there, and that's. It wasn't like it was just Furman, I mean, he's, I'm trying to think of somebody I think Clemson's played. I mean, I felt like it was North Carolina State and Florida State and those teams that he's running away from them. And so he looks like a big power back. I think he's going to factor into this mix. So Williams, Sanders, Blue, Maffa, and then, you have Deuce in there, Malik Davis for now. But, I mean, I think, Hunter Lipke is going to have somewhat of a role, I would think.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, it seemed like a big focus here. A couple years ago in the draft, it felt like they were like, all right, toughness, edge, we got to get that. Or they identify these peripheral things that they want to accomplish. It seemed like this draft, again, continued to carry over the theme that Schottenheimer started with his first press conference, which is culture, 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 and really establishing that and changing that. How much of that do you think was the tiebreaker or the separator for them in instances where their board was really tight?
I think that's 100% right. I mean, I think that you're exactly right. I think culture, I think loving football, leadership, being a captain. I mean, I don't think they went out just seeking captains from their team, but I do think it was guys that have the right study habits and things like that. And I say it all the time. Playing football on Sunday or Monday or Thursday, whatever the day of the week is, that's important. But if you don't love football or you don't take care of what you need to take care of Monday through Friday, with your body, your preparation, with your study habits and all that things, if you don't take care of that, then your team's not going to be as good. And we've seen that. We've seen that last year. They didn't seem prepared. They couldn't score a touchdown in the first quarter. Or even in the third quarter, they weren't taking coaching and applying it to the field. That is coaching, and that's part of that's on the players as well. And I think getting more guys that love the game and love to do all the things necessary to win was important here, and it feels like they added a few of those guys.
All right, Nick, I got to know, we obviously did the draft coverage, partnered up with you guys over at DallasCowboys.com, and on day 3, they selected UCLA defensive tackle Jay Toya. And I'm curious if you heard Zach Wolchuk's finishing question to Jay. Did you hear that?
I've heard about it.
You're going to hear it right now.
I love playing this.
All right. So we're going to play for you Wolchuk's question to Jay Toya and then his justification following behind that.
All right, Jay, so can we teach the entire defensive front the haka and make sure we do this every pregame?
I mean, I'm not a haka specialist. That's more like Marin's, I'm Tongan, so I'm not really a haka specialist, but I think we could try.
We can try.
Well, we appreciate you taking some time. All right, Jay Toya joining us here on the camera on.
If your brother's a rugby player in New Zealand, how are you not?
It doesn't mean he knows how to do it.
Okay, well, if you're
down,
we need your brother.
I dare you to walk up to him.
I will. I'll do it in Oxnard.
Break down and start doing it. Is that racist?
No, not at all. Illustrity does it before every game.
That's racist, bro.
How?
That's racist, bro. I'm Tongan, bro. They all the same. They all do that little dance. Hey, Jay, why don't you do that little dance y'all do? I gotta step out. I'm serious. What's that thing y'all do? The haka? Do that haka.
That was not good.
So, Nick, how would you have handled being in Wolchuk's position?
Wow. Well, that's first of all, that's as day 3 as it gets right there. Like that's
yes, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. And I'm one of those where like you could sit back all day in the media and just say, hey, happy to be here. What's this like for your family and all this kind of stuff. He went for it. I get him. He didn't necessarily know the difference. So I don't fault him 100% for that. I thought it was a little bit too much there on the back end from the other guys. You know what I mean? I've always been one of those that's like, well, where were you? Like why didn't you bring anything to the table? What was your question? He you don't hit home runs if you don't swing. He went for it. He missed. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Now, the doubling down on the rugby part or whatever was happening there, it's like he wasn't going to let it go.
No.
But hey, I know this. Your brain is just like is like a fried egg on Thursday. especially when you're doing those shows and all the draft coverage. So I don't really fault him so much for that. It's fine. I mean, I don't think I heard Kyle in there. I don't think he was 100% clear from what I've heard.
Kyle gave when Zach asked the question, Kyle went, like good question, and then he doubled back and threw him under the bus.
Well, he told me that he was also a finalist on the G-Bag, whatever they do. I don't know.
He was, yeah.
G-Bag of the day. Very good. Thank you, Nick.
All right, guys. See you.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, here on 105.3. The Fan. KC Masterpiece Crosstalks next.
Coming up in the next...
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk the KC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy, Bubby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden, and we are joined by Kevin and Corey. KC Masterpiece. Good morning, boys.
Guys.
Gentlemen.
I think I might be in a good mood today.
Okay.
Sweet Jesus. I am very rarely in a good mood.
Why are you in a good mood?
So, I have a theory.
Stars won?
Is this the 820 segment where we talked about defeating depression?
I mean, so I have started a new medicine, and so I am really hopeful that that is what's happening. Now, the Stars whooping the Avalanche's ass doesn't hurt, but I'm kind of hoping
New
we're turning
medicine,
a corner
huh?
here. Yeah, for the first time in like 20 years, I switched my medicine.
Yeah, NyQuil. He's going
Not
to NyQuil
that
now.
kind of medicine.
Nighttime.
All right.
Did you guys know, like, so have y'all ever taken ZQL?
I need to hear more about this.
I took it once and didn't.
So
change
ZQL
anything.
is just
Hold on.
NyQuil without...
No.
It's the sleep
That's
time.
what I think too.
Yeah.
No, it's worse than that. ZQL.
It's worse.
I had a doctor explain this to me. They're like, well, you don't need to get ZQL if you don't, because they charge more for it. It's Benadryl. It's not even
I
like
love
it's not
Benadryl.
even a thing of just like, oh, there's the same sort of stuff. It is Benadryl in a bottle. That's what you're drinking when you drink ZQL. It's
Benadryl's
just Benadryl.
fantastic.
Is it
So it'll help
Benadryl
you
like an
sleep?
allergy medicine?
Yes,
get rid of
but
your
it's an
allergies.
antihistamine, so it'll treat allergic reactions or just treat allergies in general. But it'll also make you drowsy, and so it's this it's the same dosage and everything. It's Benadryl in a bottle.
We went to go see Secret Lives of Pets and gave Avery some Benadryl because he was having allergy problems. And within 2 minutes of the movie starting, he passed out and was snoring in the movie and drooled all over the seat. It was hilarious.
Oh, a good drool
snaps.
drooling nap is amazing.
But yeah, Benadryl, it's actually interesting. My therapist told me back in the day, I was like, I have problems sleeping. And he was like, all right, we need to work on your sleep hygiene. And I was like, all right, what's sleep hygiene? He said, you need to go to bed at the same time every night, do the same thing before bed every night, read something boring. And he said, it's going to condition your brain to be tired at the same time and go to sleep. So I did that. And he goes, and if all else fails, take a little Benadryl. And I was like, all right.
How good is your brain supposed to be? Like, how, and I don't just mean in general, I mean anybody, but how good is your brain supposed to be if you just like, you can trick it? Just like, tell it you're going to bed every night at the same time.
My brain's pretty dumb. I can trick it.
But like, I mean, you use your brain to come up with the concept of tricking
for
your
a lot
brain.
of things. Yeah. We get conditioned. Think about all the things we can condition ourselves for by tricking our own brains.
Have y'all ever done like the Navy SEAL breathing technique to sleep?
Mm-hmm. Did
it work for you? It didn't work for me. I'm concentrating too much on counting.
My sister-in-law is a sleep therapist at St. Jude. And for kids who are really in pain and trying to sleep. And I asked her about that once, and she said that's really more about your brain. Like it's nothing physical that's changing it. It's just your brain telling yourself that it's going to work. So it's more placebo, but it does. If it's placebo, it works.
I always do Kristen can't stand it. I have to put on headphones for it. She won't just let me have it on. But I subscribe to Headspace.
There you go.
And under Headspace, the sleep casts. Have you ever done those?
Yeah.
These are like these 45-minute things of like they're all different stories that you can listen to every night, and it could be like one is called Timeless Clock Shop, and so it's just this sound of like rain and like the sound of a clock shop, and it's somebody telling you a story about. There's this clock shop. You walk in, the clockmaker's in the back, and it's basically just something to kind of like distract you. But then there's also randomly dropped in there, they tell you to do a breathing exercise real quick while they're in the middle of the story and you're still hearing everything, and it knocks me out fast.
And there's no plot to the story. It's
no,
just
but I'm kind
it
of
just
engaged.
exists because but it doesn't. It's not one of those.
They're painting a picture.
Yeah,
they're just trying to get you to feel like you are somewhere. There's one called Temple Rain. It's like supposed to be like a Buddhist temple that you're being shown around, and it's very vivid. It works like a charm for me. Kristen can't stand it.
But think about that for a second. If there was a story, like a real plot, and you're trying to find a MacGuffin somewhere, like you're gonna be like, what's the end of the story? I got to stay up for the next 30 minutes. But the way they do that is really, and it's very suggestive too.
What do we have coming up with the show,
guys? More suggestive stuff throughout the day.
I bet.
Right out of the gate, puck around and find out. The Stars absolutely dominated. Dude, they just dismantled the Avs last night.
It was an
Again,
avalanche. It was real
10.
avalanche.
And then at 10:20, we get into the Amari Cooper conversation. So good luck to everybody out there today because we're coming after you.
All right. Bobby, take it away.
Yeah, we got some leftover Ask Reddit that we always like to run through with you guys. We're going to go with the first one. We already did this one, but it was the last one we did, but I'm interested for y'all's take on this. Do you believe it's still important to give a firm handshake when meeting someone for the first time, or is this an outdated custom of the past?
Yeah, I do think I still think it's important. Yeah, I do.
I mean, most of the time I still find myself shaking hands, but I do a lot of fist bumping now. Just a lot of boom.
Because of COVID.
You know when this really stood out to me? That
COVID, man.
2020.
This stood out to me that we're in a new era of greeting. When it was actually a couple weeks ago, like I actively thought about it, is I was walking in the lobby and I saw boss man Brian Purdy downstairs. And as I was walking over, I was like, oh, I'll give him a handshake, say what's up. And as I was about to raise my hand, he raised his first and he went with the fist.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, okay. And so I was glad because when you're both presenting at the same time, then you get the awkward, like, who's going to change, and then you both change at the same time.
I love a good awkward fist hand.
Purdy always hugs us.
I like that we're in the era though of I like that we're in the era now of just though you can give the fist bump to a very prominent individual like Brian Purdy and you don't feel like it's awkward or weird. You're just like, oh yeah, this is a perfectly acceptable way to greet somebody. So I do like that. All right, next one here.
Hold on, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, hit me.
Somebody just texted this in, and I've started doing this. Never shake hands sitting down. So if somebody walks in and you're sitting, you stand up to shake their hand.
Literally just did that like 30 minutes
ago.
I don't think I've ever said. Yeah, I feel like I'm a mafia don. Like, come over.
Because what you wind up doing is you wind up just getting your butt off the seat.
Just enough to.
Enough.
Hey, all right, then you're sitting back down.
How you doing, man?
Yeah.
All right, next question here, and we didn't answer this one, Chop, so you can weigh in on this one. Kevin Hagelin, I'll ask you first. You're a movie buff. Who's a villain who was 100% right?
Darth Vader.
No, not Darth Vader.
He was just trying to help out his daughter by keeping that Han Solo kid out of there.
Yeah, if you had said Count Dooku, I think you would have been on something.
He was trying to bring Luke Skywalker into the fold.
Count was right. Am I wrong? Count was right.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. Let's see. Definitely not Jenny from Forrest Gump. Definitely not Rose from Titanic.
You know, there's a theory out there.
Rose is the villain, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on.
Worst person ever.
She is definitely a villain.
There's plenty of room on that thing.
So
bit of a
she
tramp,
said,
too,
yeah, she is a bit of a tramp. I saw that in Seinfeld, yes. But like, think about it. She says that she has a life with a husband and kids after the fact. But when she's dying, who she sees is Leonardo DiCaprio that she got topless for and spent like 3 days with and then dropped off the thing to die. And then all these people spent millions of dollars to get back to that ship and like relive that. And she's like, I'm going to chuck it in the ocean.
Yeah.
Dude, there's a lot of people, and I've not gone this far into it yet, so I don't know this answer and why everybody's giving it. They're all saying Thanos.
Well, I was going to say Magneto. Magneto always just wanted equality for the mutants.
Who's the bad one in Transformers? The
Megatron?
one. Yeah, him. He was one.
Calvin Johnson.
Where I was watching.
Killmonger?
I watched the most recent movie and I was like, oh, like that's how he got to where he was. It's like this origin story or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, that like makes a little more sense. Like, yeah, he was being persecuted essentially, and was like, all right, well, I'm not going to stay for this anymore. One of the most common answers over on Reddit was Tom the cat. They're like, Jerry was invading his house. Like he was doing his job. He was trying to get rid of the mouse. That's what you're supposed to do.
What about Mr. Glass?
Mr. Glass, I was going to throw him in there
Mr.
too.
Glass murdered a bunch of people.
Hey,
look.
But he was right about superheroes existing.
He was proven right. He was not right, if you know what I mean.
I don't know if I do know what you mean.
I mean, spoiler alert that he killed people.
Sometimes you got to break a few eggs.
25 years ago.
Yeah. All right, here's one. Men, what's a cheat code? And hopefully none of our wives are listening, but Peyton's about to get married, so this could be good advice. Men, what's a cheat code you discovered in marriage that actually works?
Just bring home some flowers and say you were thinking about her. Oh my God!
Just randomly, yeah.
Yeah.
It does help. It definitely does help. Just be like, oh yeah, I was
today.
I saw some flowers and I was just, you know what? I thought you needed a little pick me up.
There is no more apt phrase than lose the battle, win the war.
Never say fine. Never go fine. Don't do that. Just see. You know what? That makes sense.
I will say
walk off.
The cheat code is if you want the apology and it's not coming. This is honestly the cheat code in marriage is swallow your pride.
Yeah.
If you'll swallow your pride from time to time and just go,
she will too.
If you do that, honestly, she will too. Because when you apologize, then they will be free to apologize for something. So if you just go,
yeah,
look, I'm sorry, I kind of lost my cool. Then they will apologize for what they did.
Yeah, it's swallowing the pride is
it smooths over so many things.
Good one. I need to do that more often.
There have been some times though I've just been like, most of the time it's like, all right, diffuse. If there's a disagreement, let's diffuse. Let's get over it. There are sometimes actively in my head I'm sitting there going like, should I diffuse this right now? And I go, yeah, we haven't had it out in a little while, and I need to make a point.
I can't say what mine would be on radio, but I would do it, and it usually works.
Lay down the ground rule that once a week's important because it's good for your mental health.
It's good for your mental health.
You heard the study right there. By the way, the bad guy that's actually 100% right. I saw this on the fan text, and it's become a common one in recent history. Johnny in Karate Kid.
Oh, we did that study like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
That's very true.
What about Killmonger?
I would have said conspiracy theories.
Killmonger's an actual pretty decent one. It's just their approach.
I know what
it's their approach isn't peaceful,
Yeah.
and that's what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have peaceful ways to come up with solutions, and now we will let them do their thing.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
Bobby came over.
He whispered something. Answer like I whispered to you.
Oh yeah,
he whispered an answer. He was wrong. He was wrong. That wasn't my answer, but he whispered an answer.
But it's your answer.
It's not.
Was Tom Cruise in Eyes Wide Shut correct?
I was thinking Eyes Wide Shut. I was thinking of that. And I don't think Sarah's seen that movie. We're gonna watch that together.
You know what?
The piano.
I don't know if this is going to be another crosstalk or whatever. We've talked about doing this segment. The movies you've watched with people that have caused fights, and like
Gone Baby Gone.
Okay. For whatever reason, Eyes Wide Shut was part of it. I was in a group of 5 people. We were all supposed to go to dinner afterwards. We split apart after the movie because we got so heated and different about the movie.
Oh, my God. It's a creepy movie.
It is creepy.
It's definitely. And you see the Kubrick, every light's on in every scene.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Kubrick in there.
Yeah, a lot of Kubrick. K&C Masterpiece.
Left all of it in there, actually.
He did. Is next.
Gosh.
Lola Tea product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and making his return. He heard that Ross did a pretty good job, and he's like, nah, I'm not having that. It is Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Where the hell were you, and how the heck are we doing?
Oh, man, that's a lot to answer at once. I had a hell of a weekend.
Yes.
I just needed a day to
That's
decompress.
what I said.
Because there was so much going on, from the draft to going to Friday Night SmackDown, then the Grand National Tour at AT&T Stadium. Got home at like 6 in the morning on Saturday. Probably not the wisest decisions made, but I'm here. And like you said, I heard Ross did pretty good. I was like, well, I kind of like my job, so let's come back.
Did you see... It's kind of related to your experience. Did you see what the Patriots tweeted out for their Mr. Irrelevant pick?
Yes, and it was amazing. They should have kept that tweet
You
up and
understand
alive.
why they had to take it down, right?
I do, but, you know, after seeing the burial in person Saturday night, that made me sad that tweet doesn't exist anymore. That was perfect.
Burial, the Undertaker's back.
No,
that would be cool.
Kendrick Lamar. I still had WrestleMania on the brain. I accidentally at first said Travis Scott. And I was like, no, I don't want to get a diss track against me or anything like that. All right.
That's Bobby.
877-881-1053. You know what? I want to try something today. I know it's not a shout out Friday, but if you're in a good mood and you just want to tell us why you're in a good mood, I want to hear about it.
This is fascinating to see this version of Kevin this morning.
I was fired up in the car. And then I was just drumming.
Because Cale McCarr can't do anything?
That's right. That's right. Man, a lot of penalties in that game. All right. So let's get to it. I know the other day was more despondent. Oh, I could play any number of Stars highlights.
Yeah, you did. You were really trying to dig in on us there.
All right. Well, guess what? Today, I could play cut 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can play a whole number of cuts.
I dare you to play all
right. Of them. Well, right now, let's just get to the start of the game. Never in my wildest dreams, when we talked about, you said jump on them.
Yes. We're going to jump on them early.
And I said, yeah, score the first goal. That'd be neat. At no point did I think 9 seconds in. And if you go back and watch this, there is a delay, like a half-second delay from the crowd. They're like, Wait, what?
Did that just happen?
He scored?
Everyone's trying to get settled in.
Yes.
They're just trying to settle into all right, here we go. The night's about to start.
So give me cut number 3 if you can, and Wyatt.
There is nothing better than playoff hockey, and we are underway again.
All right, just re-rack it because
it was awesome.
It's in the middle of, hey, the series is tied. It's game 5. It's going to be awesome. Nothing better. And even he had a delayed reaction to, wait, what the crap? Did they just score? Play that again.
There is nothing better than playoff hockey, and we are underway again. Just to begin 9 seconds in. We were wondering if the big weapons were going to put the puck in the net tonight for Dallas. Wyatt Johnston just did.
Same thing happened to me, Kevin, where I was sitting down. I was sitting down and getting my laptop out and getting ready to start doing everything I needed to do for the night. And immediately that happened, and I had to look up like, what just happened?
Yeah.
But it was an awesome goal. Those first 2 goals, extremely weird because the tiny little window that Wyatt Johnston had, and the 9 seconds that it took, and then Thomas Harley's goal, which is like easily the most embarrassing goal for a goaltender. It goes over your head. You're like, I have no clue where it is. And then your teammate's trying to whack at you, and you're like, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden you realize the puck's behind you.
Look,
2 great goals to start the game.
I know that is what happens on social media. With some Avalanche fan, I was like, I don't even know you. You're not even tagged in this. Came at me and was like, oh, yeah, you got 2 fluke goals on your busted ice. And I was like,
hell yeah, we busted our ice on purpose for a long time.
Guess what? We had busted ice in 1999 when we won the cup. What the hell do I care?
Feels good to have that cup.
And so, by the way, a lot of people saying why they're in a good mood. A lot of it has to do with the stars. I want to focus in on, and we're going to talk about how all the big time players really stepped up.
Yeah, they did, man.
But something that we've talked about again and again and again is first 2 minutes, last 2 minutes of a period. And look at the absolute domination you saw from the Stars last night. Obviously, the Wyatt goal, the Harley goal that you just, you know what?
Play all of them.
I could tell you about it, or we could just go ahead and play cut number 4 right now.
Up high, Harley shot off the blocker, falls in behind Blackwood. Perfect on the line. The trick shot bookends this opening period.
I'm just glad that after at times felt like Blackwood was standing on his head, we just ran him out of the game for our old backup goalie.
Absolutely.
So,
and our goalie was freaking awesome last night too.
So the first goal, you score in the first minute. Second goal, you score in the last minute of the period. And then look ahead to period number 2. Again, you score. You know what? Do you want me to just tell you about it, or do you want me to
tell me about it?
Cut
Play the audio.
Number 7, a minute 12 into the second period. So again, we're talking about the beginning of the period, the end of the period. So how do you come out? How do you set the tone? How are you going to go back into the locker room? Well, clearly the Stars are like, I'm going to take everything awesome that happened at the end of the first period, and Rantanen, boom, gets it done.
Driving the net, Rantanen, he's got it! Against his old team, Rantanen for the first time in this series.
What a beautiful goal that was.
It really was.
Like that was, hey, dish it over to you, dish it back to you, put it in the net. That was, if anybody wants to talk about the fluky goals, what about that one? Because that one was right, like you saw it coming. It was right down the lane, and Rantanen, the place lit up for him.
Yeah.
Like they literally lit up for him in that moment. Everybody on that bench was excited for Rantanen to get that goal. Rope was excited to be involved in it. It was the only thing, Kevin, that I think would have been even better last night to add to it.
If I could have taken out 3 minutes in the second period.
Jamie Benn actually those 3 minutes are very important to discuss too. But if Jamie Benn would have tagged like the fourth goal, put that fourth goal in, I think that would have. There was a shot that he took.
Yeah, did he get jobbed on that goal?
There was a shot that he took, and the whole place was just anticipating it going in, and they were ready to light up for him.
I think that was in the first minute of one of their power plays that, holy moly, like the second minute was fine, but the first minute of that power play, I know they didn't score, and like that's how success or failure is judged on special teams, but my goodness, they were firing it off. Like, how many power plays have you seen, not just for the Stars, but any like hockey team that you ever follow, that you're like, the hell was that?
Yeah.
What do we get? Like one, maybe 1.5 shot, chances. But the Stars in the first minute of that power play, fire. And it was unbelievable.
Yeah, that Kevin, the 3 minutes that you're discussing that you would like to take out, that was 3 minutes where the Avalanche had the Stars scrambling. Like you could see, you could visually see them trying to get back in order, trying to figure out what they were trying to, where they were supposed to be. You could absolutely see it because Colorado looked confident for the first time in the game. And then very quickly, the Stars said, well, let's dispel that by continuing to be aggressive. I think that was one of the things that Colorado expected because the Stars, being up 3-0, were like, we're going to keep pouring it on. Yeah. You gave us 4 goals the other night. It's time for us to put 4 on you. And so they kept being aggressive, and then Colorado came back and did that, and they said, all right, now I bet Dallas goes into their shell. And Dallas was like, no, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to keep attacking you because we know what it's like to play against Colorado. And if you don't keep attacking, they will come back on you.
Also, screw Nathan McKinnon.
Yesterday you told McCarr to kiss your hiney.
Yeah.
And today...
He is so freaking good and annoys the crap out of me. I found myself, after they scored the first goal, actually it's after they scored the second goal, I got terrified every time he got the puck because he's like, oh, I'll only assist on that other goal, but I'll go ahead and set it up here. Their power play is freaking ridiculous. But something that I noticed, and man, I hope people took advantage of this in real time. So it depends if you're watching like the national broadcast. If you're watching the national broadcast on ESPN, they'll run ESPN bet stuff up there. And I assume they run everything from ESPN bet in real time, but it made no sense to me that when it was 3-1, so this is before that McKinnon goal, although clearly that didn't take too long. It's before the McKinnon goal. They had odds to win the series at Colorado -175 and Dallas at +140. Look, I get it, and I understand that Colorado was a slight favorite going into this, but it's 2-2 in Game 5, and the Stars are up 3-1. At worst, that should be even. At absolute worst, and I didn't understand it at all. So if that was a live line, I hope people got their money in on the Stars, because I was like, okay, from just a mathematical standpoint, that is incorrect. And so, like, sorry to go down that. That just kind of bothered me. And I felt like the Stars could see that up in the right corner of the screen.
They were bothered too.
Even though they couldn't. I've always wondered, like, if you see something happen in sports that coincides with some, like, ad or something on the TV, and you're like, they knew it.
I'm looking, so I wanted to look and see, because at the all-time points leader, Wayne Gretzky at 2857. And I was like, where's McKinnon at? McKinnon's at 1015. And I was like, okay, so I went and looked at Gretzky, and from age 20 to age 30, he did not score less than 100 points.
And one year, he had 215.
So that's, oh man, dude, I was looking at his assists. Yeah, so from age 19 to age 31, he did not score less than 100 points. And as you said, 208, 215, 205 in one season. McKinnon,
that's insane.
And Kevin McKinnon in points total, he didn't get to 100 until age 27. And so, like, he was 97, 99, 93, and then now he's at 111, 140, 116. I'm like, okay, how long? Because Gretzky played until he was 38.
Yep.
McKinnon, could he eventually get? No, he can't. There's just no way to do it.
Because, like, you go back, and I know it's the same thing we argue with football. Hockey has changed. Like, I understand that. But you're never going to see numbers like Gretzky put up 3 200-point seasons. If one person got a 200-point season now, the hockey world would melt freaking down.
Now I got a question for you, though.
Are we going to win the series?
Did you see the last goal?
Yes.
You did. Alec, did you see the last goal?
I did.
Gentlemen, I did not. At 3 minutes left in the game, I said, this one's in the bag, and I went to bed.
It was.
That was absolute. I felt like at that point, up 5-2, and you could kind of see Colorado was starting to go, okay, we're done.
Did you also go to bed because they almost hit like 2 other empty netters before that? Because obviously Colorado's like, F it, we're going to lose. Just pull the goaltender with like 4 minutes left. And they came really close twice to scoring empty
I felt pretty
netters.
comfortable and confident at that point. I was like, I can celebrate even better tomorrow by being awake and vibrant for it. I need the 15 minutes of sleep.
Look, I don't think your breakdown of the game is particularly hindered if you missed. It was Rope who scored that,
Yeah,
right?
he got the final. And that's nice for him because, Kevin, we asked the question yesterday, where were the stars? And almost every single one of the stars showed up on the ice.
And I saw somebody make this comment, and I was like, that's probably true. I don't know if that's what I want to ascribe to my team, but they said nobody can turn it on and off like the stars. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if that, because I will admit, the 2-minute span between the McKinnon goal and
the Lehkonen goal
and the second Wyatt goal.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
gotcha.
I understand that too. I was worried.
Yeah.
I was like off the page worried because I'm like, you're ahead 3-0. This game was over, but it seemed like it was well in hand. And now all of a sudden they've scored twice in 2+ minutes. But the fact that the Stars fired back twice in less than 2 minutes, like in terms of when those goals were scored, I like my mood with 5 minutes to go in that period and the period being up was so unbelievably different.
And that right there, Kevin, is the difference. We saw it last year in this series between these two teams. It's the difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. And the Stars last night, instead of playing defense and saying we're going to hold on to this, they said, no, we're just going to keep attacking, because that's the way to beat the Avalanche. You just keep going at them until the game's over. And yes, from the 972, can we give some love to the guy who was dressed up as the Avalanche coach last night? We asked how does this guy know?
We put a lot of research into this.
We're hearing that he has suits in his car, and he has a whole car full of suits, and somebody inside sends him a picture, and he just goes through his car and finds the outfit, and he dresses up and sits right behind Bednar, and I love it.
It's unbelievable. And the fact that, like, I think I would lose a little bit if he looked back at the guy and they smiled at each other. Like, I like him just looking pissed off that his team is losing, and that guy right behind him, like all stoic and stuff, just, that's right.
Maybe give him a finger or something like that,
All right. I feel like we should mark that. We asked why you're in a good mood from the 817. Corey, I'm going to need your help on this. I'm in a good mood because I hit 1v1 level 1,000 last night on Call of Duty.
Oh, dang, that's very impressive. That is, congratulations to you. That's a lot of work put in.
From the 903,
I got 4 dubs in a row yesterday.
Ooh,
I did.
Dub means a win.
Mm-hmm.
4.
Shout out Hickson.
From the 903, does trying to be in a good mood count? Absolutely. From the 817, Rangers had me sad, but the Stars brought me back. And I would love to lie to you and say off air I predicted the Stars win, but Gavin Spittle's like, hey, do you think the Stars win tonight? I go, nope. Like, without even thinking about it, because everything that had led into that.
They had their legs, dude.
Yeah.
They looked like they had their legs back.
Unfreaking believable. And you know what? I didn't think I was going to do this, but if you can go ahead and line up cut number 8 from the 214, play all the cuts. I dare you. Just go ahead and give me another one.
Rantanen one more time. Quickly moved. Shot, score! Johnston the finish. What a pass from Duchesne. And Dallas on the power play has doubled their lead.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys fans, do you want Amari Cooper back? Plus more draft stuff, and you know what? Maybe more Stars. Next on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, helper lady?
Finland sisters?
Major Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe?
Tree Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Three receivers right, two to the left. Snap is back. Five-man rush. Fade. Right side of the end zone. Cooper. Perfect pass. Touchdown. Prescott to Cooper for 20.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Amari Cooper here, but by the way, people are still buzzing about the Stars. I'm in a good mood, on my way to a great mood. If you'd have told me going into the playoffs after 5 games without Miro or Robo we'd be up 3-2, I wouldn't believe you. Think about it. Now, much like getting the last 3 outs, that last game can be exceedingly difficult.
Yes.
And so by no means is this series over. I'm just excited because you finally saw a game where the Stars were unquestionably the best team on the ice.
In the game, almost the whole game.
Yes. And if you went from leading for a minute and change to leading that game for 59 minutes and 51 seconds. But if you can win one more, you will knock out the favorite or co-favorite to win the Stanley Cup without 2 of your best 5-6 players.
Dude, can you imagine
Probably
that
5.
moving on to the next series with those 2 guys maybe coming back at some point? Robertson, we're still big time question marks. And quite honestly, if you can make it through this series without using Miro, that would be a very nice thing, to just give his body that much extra time to recover and be part of it. That would be nice. But yeah, man, the desperate team theory thing is real. Like, Colorado is going to be desperate to win in Game 6.
For sure.
And somehow the Stars need to come up with that concept of how to get their minds there, too. Yeah. Because they have the ability. They know they have the ability. And you get a couple extra nights before Thursday to rest your body a little more.
Just from a strictly hockey perspective, I'm sure it's great. As a fan, not that our opinions matter as much, are you kind of bummed that the game's not tomorrow night?
Yes. Because I want to watch it now.
Yeah.
I want to see it now.
Show me
the Stars.
From the 903, I'm in a great mood because today is me and my wife's 20th anniversary, and the Stars gave us an early gift with a beat down of the Avalanche.
From the Twitch, Corey, if you read this, don't say my name on radio. I promise I will not. My boss might be listening, is what they say.
Gotcha.
And it'd be kind of awkward. But let's just say the Stars have aligned. Dallas wins. And I got laid last night. So that's what he's saying. So congratulations to him and his boss. Like, that's pretty nice boss right there.
Okay. This is going to inspire, and then I promise we'll probably get to Amari Cooper. This is going to inspire a segment that I've always wanted to do. Do you get cheered up after a tough loss with that? Or is it just the best when they won and
stress
you're
relief,
all fired
anger,
up?
Stress relief.
Exactly.
I never know. Yeah. Oh, man.
From the 254, I'm in a good mood because it's my 23rd birthday. Happy birthday. And my girl took me to SmackDown on Friday.
Smashdown later, huh?
Oh, my God. The Fire and Nico chants were awesome.
Agreed.
See?
One day we're going to get beyond that, right? No? When he gets fired, will we still keep the chants after he's been fired?
I think that'd do it. I'd be like, you won.
I'd hope so, yeah. The war's over.
I hope he stays around forever. I hope he wins 7 or 8 championships.
Strictly, okay.
And just sticks around and he sits there and goes, you know what, guys? I'm gonna take the high road. Even though I was right all along, I'm gonna take the high road on y'all.
And I'm not saying this is gonna be the case. I don't know how long this conversation is going to be, but if tomorrow the Lakers finish off getting dusted in the playoffs, do we have another conversation about Luka and how Anthony Edwards might be better than him? Just asking. Question for later. Now, Amari Cooper.
Giannis just needs to team up with him.
Look, that's not going to happen. You're not going to like the teams that Giannis is going to go to. So, people are asking why. Why would the Cowboys go get Amari Cooper back? I'll answer that very simply before we get to the football sense of it. Because they think he would be cheap.
Okay.
And would shut people up. Mm-hmm. And then probably third, be a good fit on the football team.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm not kidding. That is the exact order I think it goes in. What do you think about bringing back Amari Cooper? And then we're going to have to obviously retread they trade him for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation of it all is always weird to me. Like, if you left a company or were fired by a company, going back into that office is a little weird. Yeah. Just being there is, I don't know how that, it just feels weird to be around it. So when you move on from a player and the reasoning is a little murky, what was the real reason?
They need to get the money off the books. Look, I'm not going to lie. I have heard the same thing that people in the organization were frustrated about the COVID stuff and the vaccines and everything like that. I think it was to get the money off the books.
Does he love football? That's another question on him is like, he's very good at football. And he does all the things that it takes to prepare for it. But the manner at which he approaches things is not as energetic as my Dickies commercials.
Nothing is as energetic.
You're
as
right
that.
about that. Oh, man. Except for maybe Tyler Booker. He might be as energetic as but that's the thing, like when Amari Cooper just doesn't have that vibe about him at all. So I think that the receiver still has the skill. I watched him last year. There were many times he looked very good. And even, him and Josh Allen, I felt could have had a better connection. But guess what? Injuries kind of got it in the way again. So
right.
He would be the number 2 to CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
He would have to come in knowing that he's the number 2 to CeeDee Lamb after he left and he was the number 1 to CeeDee Lamb at the time.
I think he would, don't you?
I don't know. I don't know what motivates him. What motivates this guy? Is it money? Is it a championship? I have no clue what motivates Amari Cooper, man. He's a football player that has all the skills in the world, and I have no clue what motivates that guy.
Okay, interesting. I go back and forth because I know you talked about the skill and seeing the skill, and I actually like hearing that because the production says no. But that's different than if you're like, I watched the game, he was open, or he created the separation that you're looking for. Because other than that, he's coming off like a string of very good seasons, especially if he's going to be your number 2. You're like, hey, that's going to be great. I wonder if this is going to be kind of in the $10 million range, $8 to $10 million, or if everything is inflated even now with the market and they're like, no, he's going to get more money than that. I personally think the Cowboys are interested because they're like, he knows the system more or less. Okay. And I realize there could be changes on the front there. And he'll be cheaper than what you would normally pay for a $10 million or a second receiver on the market.
And what you have right now, you don't even feel confident going into camp with what you have.
Would you? Okay, I'm going to throw this out there. And I heard what Steven said. Well, obviously, when he was on with us on Friday. Don't you think you could make an argument that you're shaky about wide receiver 3?
All right, let's go check it out.
Okay.
Let's go check our names out real quick. All right, so wide receiver 1, CeeDee Lamb. Wide receiver 2, Jonathan Mingo. Wide receiver 3, Jalen Tolbert. That's your current layout.
Right. So let's throw
Turpin's the next guy.
Okay, so let's go with that group of 3. Turpin, Mingo, and Tolbert.
And then you got Flanoy.
Okay.
Those names.
Throw him in there as well. Are you telling me you're 100% locked in, thumbs up, feel good about any of those guys being the number 3 wide receiver?
No.
Not the number 2 wide receiver, the number 3 wide receiver.
No, I'm not.
Okay. There's potential there. And look, I feel...
And again, Flanoy, last year was his rookie year.
Yeah.
I want to see if he grew this offseason.
For sure.
So that's what I still want to see.
And the potential is there for that. I'm not saying none of these people could ever move up, but you also need to be careful about what we've been doing with Tolbert. This is the year he's going to break through to number 3. Did he break through to number 3? Kind of. So this is the year he's going to break through to number 2. Did that happen? Definitely not. Well, he's a hell of a number 3. Is he? And so that's what I worry that we go down that same path with Flanoy. I know they're totally different players, but just that's why.
And Kevin, let's go to this. They let that percolate into the season.
Yeah.
I don't let that percolate into the season. I'm watching at training camp, and if I don't see what I need to see immediately, I'm getting on the phones. That's where I'm different than them, I guess. They have a lot more patience than I do. My approach is completely, I want to see whenever competition actually happens, is this guy ready for it? Did he progress from last year? If not, then I'm changing.
And I love that too, because obviously, and we'll get to the Bills GM a little bit later and what he thinks about how much talent you can have on your team, which is phenomenal. But you would love that there's a real number 2 wide receiver that those people are fighting to overtake. The way they describe it is like, oh man, we got so much competition to hopefully we'll see if somebody can step up. I like it better if it was Amari Cooper, and then let's even say 4 games in, you're like, I don't know about this. But then all of a sudden, Flournoy is taken off, or maybe Jonathan Mingo isn't just throwing the best damn blocks a wide receiver has ever done. And you're like, okay, now he's going to be the number 2 wide receiver. Like, I like that path much better than, let's hope for the best.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly where you are on that. From the 512, here it is, Kevin. There it is. Josh Kelly will make the roster and contribute this next year. Dude is a dog.
Okay.
And here, this is always a fun time where the undrafted free agents are more exciting than the guys you picked last year.
And this has nothing to do with Josh Kelly specifically. I want to make that very, very clear. The sports graveyard is littered with, let's just focus on the Cowboys, is littered with Cowboys receivers that were going to be the dude, or we're going to take that incredible step up, or looked amazing in training camp and then did jackass in that next regular season. All right? And again, this has nothing to do with Ryan Kelly specifically. Maybe in 2 years, Ryan Kelly's going to be like, holy crap, that was the greatest undrafted free agent pickup you can ever have. He's our number 2 wide receiver for sure. But like short term, I can't count on that because the Cowboys have decided we're going for it. Look, I've already told you my philosophy about how they should have torn this team down to build it back up. The Cowboys are like, that's stupid. We're not doing that. Then you need somebody who can be your number 2 receiver now.
The biggest factor in this conversation for me right now, too, is what is Brian Schottenheimer's offense going to look like?
Yeah.
I do have, Kevin, a list of questions. I'm sure we have a list of this conversation in the show somewhere. The questions you still have remaining about this team now.
Yeah.
And my biggest question is, how expansive is the field going to be for Dak? Or is it going to be, are they going to shrink it back down because you got to get him, like early in the season, we got to be a run ball. We got to be a run team, and we're using our tight ends, and we're working our way down the field. Are they saying, you know what, we're going back to spread it all out and let's let this thing fly? Because right now you have a powerful offensive line that you can run the football with, and that's what I would bank on right now.
Now, I just wanted to throw this out there because people have been sending this in all day. I'm in a good mood from the 214 because I start my remote job next week. No more crazy people and traffic. And then there we go, from the 817. I'm in a good mood because I was approved for leave and can finally focus on my mental health. That is super.
Congratulations.
Super awesome. Please give us updates. And then from the 817, I'm in a good mood because yesterday my first child, a daughter, turned 1 week old. Phenomenal. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, less phenomenal, the Rangers offense. Let's talk about that in the lineup changes yet again. Next in Nuggets right here on The Fan.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Rose leveling the bat. Roger sights a sign from Carter. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on. Pete Rose with base hit number 3,000 in his Major League career as he lines a single to left.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, Firehouse stop in Anna.
Dude.
To go see RJ and Bobby.
I have a buddy who is a fireman in Allen, and he lives in Anna. And I told him about that, and he was like, hey, man, I remember them coming through in Allen. That was a really cool event. And the Tolos seemed to love it. The firemen seemed to love it. I'm pumped for that. And did you say there's a one of one hat? Is that what I'm hearing?
I believe that is correct.
Or one of a kind. Which one?
I think
is
it's
it?
one of a kind.
Okay, all right.
But
one
I mean,
of a kind.
one
Sean
of
and
one
RJ
to
hat.
you.
Yeah. If you have it, that's your one.
No, if it was a one-of-one hat, I'd been like, oh, we couldn't find it. And you could see it in my house.
And find one on Peace-a-thon next
Yes, exactly. See? You get it. All right. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. What the hell highlight am I supposed to play?
You don't have to play
for the
highlights,
Rangers?
dude.
Okay, good.
You really don't have to. It's one of those. This is one of those days where you're just kind of defeated by it all. And
All right.
I feel like I'm glad that I'm not Bruce Bochy because I would be very disappointed in my guys right now.
I really need them to score like 8 runs tonight and win for that interview tomorrow. In the meantime, then, you know what? Let's talk about a whole bunch of different baseball things, including Pete Rose.
He's dead.
I'm not laughing that he's
Hey,
dead.
dude,
Just
you really found that hilarious.
No, it was the delivery. I was not expecting that. Look, man, what the content and the delivery, but also the timing can throw you off. And that was funny as hell.
My apologies.
All right. So Rob Manfred said in an apolitical way that he met with President Donald Trump 2 weeks ago, and he plans on ruling with with giving another ruling in the request to end Pete Rose's permanent ban. Could our long national nightmare about having to talk about this be over?
I hope they don't do it.
But then we're supposed to keep talking about it.
No, we don't.
Okay.
We can just say that he's died, and we are now done with that story altogether. Because I don't like the idea as a baseball fan that he would go in and never get to see it. I really do. It does destroy. It really hurts whenever you see a player that waited around for so long, and then their kid is the one putting them or doing their speech for them, and you're like, they're dead. Like they died. And so I don't like that idea at all. I just leave it the way it is, move on with it. If you didn't do it while he was alive, you shouldn't do it now.
All right, this is going to make everybody happy.
The 214, why does Kevin have no sympathy for Pete Rose being dead? Laughing at his death.
I wasn't laughing that he was dead.
Alec, you heard what happened. I said he's dead, and then Kevin did what?
It sounded quite comical to Kevin.
Yeah.
It sounded like he laughed.
And then he said it was funny as hell. So
the timing of what Corey, still to this day.
Sound like Wolchuk right now trying to, how did he not know how to do
Look, I don't need to sound like Wolchuk. I had that experience 2 months ago with FC Dallas.
That is true.
But I still to this day think the comedic timing of Corey Majors going, who is Bob Dabalina, is one of the funniest things that has ever happened on the show.
I watch a lot of funny movies.
All right, let's go to cut 9. This is going to make you happy. Let's set the stage. Keith Jones II, prospect for the Texas Rangers, is up at bat. The bases are loaded. And Keith Jones Sr. is in the broadcast booth for this call. Let's see what happens.
2-2. The pitch.
That's out of here. That's out of here.
It is way gone.
That's out of here.
The first ever Spartanburgers Grand Slam comes courtesy of Keith Jones II.
Yours truly with his dad in the booth.
I'm sorry. Can you help me out? Who was Keith Jones Sr. in that? The play-by-play or the color analyst?
No, he's the guy who immediately goes, it's gone.
Okay. Dude, that's exactly how I would sound too if one of my kids did that in that moment. I would be losing my mind.
So
all professionalism out the window.
As you heard, and that was for High A Hub City, that was the Spartanburgers, amazing, first Grand Slam in club history. His dad is in the broadcast booth. That put him up 9-5. They ended up winning the game 16-8 at the confusingly named Fifth Third Park.
Can you explain that to me?
No.
Alec, do you understand it?
I can't. I just know that it's the Hub City Spartanburgers, and they play at Fifth Third Park.
Okay, I do have a question.
Is it like
when you say fifth, do you say the F, the second F, or do you always just say fifth? like Sith.
I don't think I do. I think I say FITH.
I'm looking this up right now.
Something about the railroads. Or
baseball stadium. So, it'll take me
All right.
a minute.
All right, let's go from that to the Orioles. This is very uplifting audio for the Orioles.
Fifth Third Bank is the bank.
Oh.
We'll get to. We don't have a clue why they did that either, so we'll have to figure that out.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Sorry.
Instead, let's go to the Orioles, who they are fired up, and they don't give a crap if you have a hot mic there or not.
Hydration. I guess the mound should get cleaned out. Fouled away.
Now, we might, to put that in perspective, it's a player like going up to what they call the hydration station. It looks like a hose. And so he's drinking out of it, and then that's why the announcers are like, oh, perhaps his mouth should get cleaned out. And I thought it was hilarious. The only part you even heard sort of part of that word was balls, because you can probably guess what the rest of it was.
Yeah, he had a feeling of what you could do to those.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, maybe we shouldn't have dugouts mic'd up. I feel like the dugout and the clubhouse are sacred places where players should feel safe. That they can let it's a physical sport, baseball. You know, you physically hit a ball really hard, you got adrenaline pumping through your body, and you run into the dugout and you're, hell yeah, and all these other words are starting to come out, and you just kind of, you don't know, you're not thinking about, I'm mic'd up right now, unless you're the one that's mic'd up, and then you should. Kevin, by the way, Third National Bank and Fifth National Bank merged in 1909, and that is how they came up with the name Fifth Third Bank.
Okay. I don't know if you have time to fact check this or not.
Okay.
That's a stupid name. Third and fifth merged, you just call yourself fourth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, like that's just common sense.
There might already be a fourth.
I know, that's why I need to fact check that. If there's a fourth circuit bank or whatever you said, we'll look into that. But don't call yourself third, fifth.
Fifth third.
Yeah,
they
fifth,
went 5 first on this.
You know
I don't
what?
understand.
Call yourself third. I would rather go to third bank than fifth third. Or theft. But you can't call your bank theft because you're like, oh, I'm going to theft bank. And then they steal all your money and you're like, I probably should have seen that coming. All right, let's go from that to Brandon Nimmo. He tied the Mets franchise record with 9 RBIs.
That's a lot.
It is. That's why you're the best. So the Mets were victorious. You still reeling from the...
Somebody's just tweeted me and a picture of Fifth Third Bank's logo. Sorry, this is too much fun with...
I hate it.
Fifth.
I hate it. So the Mets scored 19 runs in that game, also known as almost the amount of runs that the Rangers have scored in their last 7 games combined. Which is...
We need more runs.
Yeah, we scored 20 runs, I believe, in our last 7 games. The Mets, 1 game, 19 runs, led by Brandon Nimmo with 9 RBIs, tying the club record.
I wanted him at one point in the outfield. Dude's a really good, stout hitter, good outfielder. And then, the Mets were like, we will spend the money to keep you around.
Yes.
But yeah, that's a nice night for him right there.
And then the Rangers drastically changed up their lineup again so they could have better players at the top against left-handed pitchers. It made no difference. I'm dumbfounded. I am too, Boach. I am too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, post-draft, what Cowboys position groups do you feel good about? And like the Bills GM would say, what do y'all still want to bitch about? Next on The Fan.
RV products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Post-draft, what Cowboys position groups do you feel good about? And I'm probably not going to say the word again, but instead, I'm going to turn it over to the Buffalo Bills GM, Brandon Beane, because he uses this word a shocking amount of time in a short period of time. So Brandon Beane called into, well, one of our sister stations to talk about the draft, and he felt like in the minute or two leading up to it, he was not pleased with their lack of faith and lack of excitement over the draft, and used one specific word many times. Let's see if you can figure it out.
I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
4 times. So,
you think whenever he's at the offices at Buffalo that he cusses less, or do you think that he uses that frequently?
Yeah, that feels like his go-to.
Okay, all right.
Phrase for sure. And so I just wanted to play that because I think it's fun. But also, post-draft, which Cowboys positions do you feel good about, and which ones lead you down the path of the Bills GM?
I guess wide receiver leads me down that path, which is funny.
I don't know if I need to play that clip again for you, all right? Relax.
And as we discussed earlier, the Cowboys, they feel comfortable, but Kevin, not comfortable enough to not have the discussion with other teams about trading for a wide receiver.
Yeah.
So obviously there is conversation going on about what they can do to make the team better. And if you're looking at this thing right now, Kevin, and saying that you kind of hit the reset button on the backup offensive lineman, they have 17 offensive linemen signed to this team right now on their roster.
Is that right?
17 offensive linemen.
Awesome.
It's ridiculous. But if you kind of look at, all right, we're replacing this guy, then this team is kind of resetting itself a little bit. I mean, think of it that way, where they've moved on from some things. They have a new head coach. He obviously has to build something pretty quickly. And with his wide receiver, he's probably looking at it going, I know what I got with CD, but I don't trust anything else yet. Guys, I need a little bit of help here. And the Cowboys, in a year where they want to prop up their head coach,
right,
not demolish him, are like, whatever you need, we can try and give it to you. And give him the credit. Give Schottenheimer the credit for being right there in the mix of it all. Not going and hanging out somewhere else while everybody's doing the scouting work. Schottenheimer's right there trying to get it all done. So I do feel better about the offensive line than I have. So after they added him, after they added Booker at the right guard spot, I feel like the middle of this offensive line is very strong. I still have concern about the tackles, but I feel like the middle of the offensive line and the 85 backups that they have are good. So that's the strongest position I actually feel about right now.
And see, for me, it depends. If if you feel okay breaking up the defensive line as a whole, then I feel pretty stoked about our edge position right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
And so that's what I would go with. And if you're like, nah, you got to take the whole package, well, look, I understand there's still some potential flaws there, but I feel a lot better about the defensive line, specifically the edge position after this. Like
your rotation there is going to be very strong.
Oh my god, your
rotation at defensive end is going to be very strong, and hopefully Sam Williams doesn't. I can't explain or predict what he's going to be.
Yeah.
I know physically the traits are insane.
Yeah.
Like he's a giant physically. He's faster than he should be, and he can get to the ball carrier or ball thrower, whoever it is, very fast. But it's the other things that are a big question mark of. We just got a 7-yard loss on that play, and then also a 15-yard penalty.
So for me, what I'm going to go Bills GM on right here is it's still the running back. And the reason why I differentiate my frustration with running back from wide receiver, because as we all know, like they're two very clear holes. You don't have a running back 1 and you don't have a wide receiver 2. Look, the Jones family can come on here and say they disagree with that all they like. That's fine. My opinion, and the correct opinion, is that they do not have a running back 1 or a wide receiver 2. The thing that bothers me more is I see more options for wide receiver 2 out there. Now, I know like whether it's Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, that's already driving some people crazy, but I really don't want ETN to like come in here and I'm like, great. So you have another one that I'm like...
His combination of all the other guys, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's what was frustrating for me for running back. And I know they did take Blue, and I know he is a speedster. He's not running back 1.
It doesn't matter how much you like Blue or how much you like Maffa, okay? Those guys were picked on day 3 for a reason.
Yeah.
And as what we want him to be, like we want Jaden Blue to be, like everybody has this idea of if he can hold on to the ball, that speed, and I agree, the speed can be a game changer. He might be able to be a game changer out of the backfield as a receiver too. That is a distinct possibility for him. But the complete backs go in the top of the first round. The complete backs go earlier than day 3.
Yes.
And so that's what you're dealing with. You have to understand and accept that there are some things missing from his skill set. The rest of your running backs are also missing things from their skill set. That's why they were free agents.
Yeah.
Or that's why they just haven't caught on yet, because they aren't complete yet. And so you have a bunch of incomplete pieces that you have to try and figure out how to get on the field at the right times.
From the 469, isn't it Dak's responsibility to make Mingo and Tolbert the number 2 and 3 receivers? He's getting all the money. Romo made receivers. All right. Let's take a couple of steps back. If you want to compare to Romo, we can definitely do that because I actually did think that there were multiple receivers that Tony Romo made better. It's just, I understand their point, but this feels like Cowboys logic that I really don't like. You overpaid Dak. That's a fact. Like that cannot possibly be disputed after what Josh Allen did. Like that's just a cold, hard fact. And so you can't use the fact that you overpaid and say, now I want you to magically develop even more skills than you've displayed. I think Dak can raise the level of certain wide receivers for certain amounts of time. For him to say, I'm going to raise up Mingo and Tolbert another level or maybe even 2 position levels from where they should be, I just do not think that's reasonable for him, especially coming off of an injury. So you spent the money, you spent it incorrectly, and now you have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think saying, well, Dak should be able to do that if he's getting paid all the money. Should, but he won't.
Yeah.
Not for a season. It's not going to happen.
It is always weird, and it has been a Cowboys history, hasn't it? To be like, once we pay them, or once they put that star in their helmet, they'll be different.
Yeah, and guess what?
Somebody said from 214, if we get Bryce Hall, I would love Bryce Hall. I would love to have
Breece Hall?
Breece Hall. Yeah, I'm sorry. They said Bryce. I would love Breece Hall. That kind of talent in the backfield would be an absolute blast to run with.
And does it feel like you would give him a real shot, or you would feel more comfortable
He would be your
with
one.
him as running back?
He would be
1?
your one, yes.
Okay.
Immediately.
And I understand the
and then you're trying to figure out, because Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams are 2 completely different running backs. And I don't know where Deuce Vaughn fits into this, or Malik Davis. I don't know where they fit into it, but they haven't been good enough yet to be the starter for this team who was missing a running back. So that's where I'm still kind of lost in that conversation. Sorry to take that away from the Dak part.
Not at all. Not at all.
And yes, there are plenty of good ones on days 2 and 3. The great ones typically go in the first round. And the ones that are going to walk onto the field and be starters almost immediately go in the first round. That's the point. The guys that are on days 2 and 3, a lot of times, mostly on days 3, have to work harder to get seen by the team.
Alec, is there a particular position that you feel pretty confident about with the Cowboys position group wise post draft, or is there one that you would like to make the Bills GM phone call and that's how you feel?
I feel like one that's not getting talked about enough as a positive is what you did with the corner position and getting Revel.
I agree with that.
I think he's fantastic. If it wasn't for a pretty big knee injury, then he would have been a, mid to top of the first round kind of guy. He's incredible. The way he trails receivers, the plays he can make on the football. He's really, really good. You found yourself a starter there at corner if he can stay healthy. That's going to be really fun to watch. The defensive line, I think, got better throughout the draft as well. But it's the low-hanging fruit. I'm going to keep pointing at the running back position because, like you said, there's not a clear running back one. And I like that Jaden Blue, even in his first availability, admitted, hey, if I got to come in and be a running back by committee guy, I understand that. If I come in and win the job out of camp, cool. Either way, we're going to try to win some football games with whatever combination we need. You're probably going to need a pretty, ever-changing combination of running backs throughout the season of whether it's just health or production overall, like you're kind of even seeing with the Rangers lineup. You can point to that similar thing. You're going to have to make some changes throughout this season depending on who's hot and who's not at the running back position because there isn't a clear-cut guy now. Like Corey said, Breece Hall could change all of that. He would be your clear-cut running back one, day one, if that trade were to be made. That's not a free agent. You got to make some things move and some things shake for that to happen. Right now, I do think Blue can develop into something, but right now, you don't have a clear leader in that running back room, which is disappointing considering how deep this class really was.
Now, are you okay if I pivot over to something else? All right.
Pivotal game 5 last night for the Stars, Kevin.
Yes.
Pivotal!
That is... I don't know if everyone knows that. We joke about that all the time, is how many times you hear that word, and then how many times you'll be like, oh, pivotal game 2. And you're like, okay, then they're all pivotal.
Game 1's a must win.
Yeah, okay, then they're all pivotal. It's the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had an amazing conversation with my wife. We were talking about...
Good for you, man. Not everybody gets to do that.
We were talking about one of the basketball series, and I was like, I'm not like super invested in Bucks Pacers. And she goes, oh, is this an important game? And then she stopped and goes, well, it's a playoff, so I guess they're probably all important. And I was like, yes, exactly. I had a couple more baseball notes for you. Did you see the next stadium that the Savannah Bananas took over?
No, I didn't.
They took over Clemson's football stadium and had a crowd of 81,000 people there for that.
Wow, that's dude, I'm telling you, man, I don't know that you say, let's load up 162 and those guys would fill up every single time.
Sure.
But very similar to the Globetrotters, it's an entertaining sight when you get there.
And I can't wait to see how the rest of the year plays out. But this year, they're scheduled to play in 40 cities, including multiple NFL stadiums and 17 Major League Baseball stadiums. And then there's this. Here's our happy Ranger stat of the day, since, I don't really have a lot of those to present to you. Jacob Latz. So last week, Jacob Latz generated a .3 WAR in his season debut against the A's. Just for that, 4 1/3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen in relief of Rocker. That is tremendous, right?
Yes.
Now, to be fair, I need to tell you the flip side of it. At the time, his WAR of .3 from that one game right there was better than all but 5 position players on the Texas Rangers roster.
Right now, dude. This seems so weird that you're bringing this. This hurts my soul.
I know, but
here I am thinking our pitching is going to save us.
Hey, look, you've got deGrom and Evaldi, and we were talking about this off air. Man, we really need them to come through. Okay. And then what? You're going to win for sure?
Hopefully.
But unless it's a complete game shutout, you're like, either way. Like if I set the over under.
How many times do you think the Rangers have only scored 1 run?
A lot. Like just look back at the last week or so, right?
They've scored no runs a lot too.
Yeah. Okay. So I set the over under. I'm not kidding. I set the over on Rangers runs tonight, scored at 2.5.
That seems like an easy play. It seems like an easy play.
What was your answer?
Under.
See?
Like, I feel like 2. I mean, even Boch. Isn't that Boch's line? He was like,
Yeah.
I got to get off this 2 number here.
Yes.
We got to stop doing this.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Again, I hope they score 10 runs. Boch loves the numbers. We can bring that to him as like, I'm sorry, yesterday I set the over-under at 2.5. I think he would chuckle, but only if they scored a lot of runs and won the game.
He does like looking at the lines.
Yes, he does. Coming up next, how about we do some AM on the FM?
The question of the day, plus, this has to be the coolest baseball call I've ever heard. That's not the one that Kevin played earlier. Next on the Fan.
Now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Let's do it.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There is nothing better than playoff hockey. And we are underway again. Score! Just to begin 9 seconds in. We were wondering if the big weapons were going to put the puck in the net tonight for Dallas. Wyatt Johnston just did.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Stay tuned a little bit in the show, probably about 12. We will maybe give the Colorado glimpse of how their audio sounded for that. It's tremendous.
I was told just keep waiting. There's more of it. So I gotta there's a transcript I'm running through right now trying to check them all out.
In the meantime, Corey, you have a stat about Wyatt Johnston.
And this comes from Victory Plus. So yeah, see this. Only 2 players have tallied more multi-goal playoff games before turning 22 than Wyatt Johnston. He has 3 in NHL history. In a minute, we'll get to those. He has until May 14th to get his 4th.
Because that's his birthday?
That is his birthday. He'll turn 22 then. So May 14th, he can get 1 more. If he gets 1 more, he'll tie the 2 guys that are ahead of him. If he gets 2 more, Kevin, guess what?
He'll have
the record. So again, only 2 players have tallied more multi-goal playoff games before turning 22. Wyatt Johnston is one with 3 right now.
And I got one of these right. I definitely got the other one wrong because I assumed Gretzky was one of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he's not. And then the other one I said was
It's the one stat that Gretzky doesn't have.
So it's Sid the Kid and who?
Pierre Turgeon. Pierre Turgeon is the other one.
I
so
probably would not.
We're very lucky to have Wyatt Johnston. Like this at the age that he is, doing the things that he's doing, skilled player, electric on the ice, can score. And last night, Kevin, what we saw was it looked like Pete DeBoer just said, all right, now I'm going to turn on the stars, and they're going to go after it. And that was nice.
No, I agree with all of that. And you know what? Speaking of electric, right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, Twitch and YouTube as well. Plus, this might be the best baseball call I've ever heard.
Oh.
Just because pop culture references rule, especially when you're pretty good at them. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but today's question of the day, gentlemen, is going to tie into why I was absent yesterday. I don't know how I'm alive after this weekend. It was just so busy, so electric, so much going on. Started with the Pluckers draft party out in City View, which I didn't even mention this to y'all. Y'all will be pleased by this. It's not like on top of a majestic hill or anything.
Like I envisioned.
But it is super elevated.
Okay.
Like it's not on a mountaintop, but it is way higher than a lot of the other restaurants and stuff in the area. So I was kind of pleased by that. I did have to drive up a pretty decent hill on the access road. I was like, this makes sense. Very on brand. Had a ton of fun there hanging out with everybody who showed up. Appreciate everyone who did that. Friday, I do the show. Get out of here. I have about an hour to eat and everything. And then our guy James and I, we went to Fort Worth, Dickies Arena for Friday Night SmackDown. Saw one of the best matches I've ever seen in my life. Happened right in front of my eyes. Tables, ladders, and chairs. Got to see the return of Aleister Black with his original theme. Made me so happy.
That intro is really cool.
It's so good. I'm so happy he didn't get Def Rebelled. It would have actually made me visibly sad. The guy in front of me, I should have introduced myself. He had a Fire Nico sign that he was holding up the entire show. And I'm not making this up, every single commercial break, deafening Fire Nico chants.
Wow.
Not just like a little pod of people trying to start something. The entire arena was chanting it, and they do their little sign of the night bit, you know, where they start pointing at signs during a commercial break to get the crowd amped. They pointed at him, and everybody started chanting Fire Nico, and even Nash, the ring announcer, was like, yeah, let's get it. Good stuff. It's like, oh God, they're promoting it. This is insane. So had that, and then the Grand National Tour, Kendrick Lamar and SZA at AT&T Stadium on Saturday.
Question, Alec.
Yes.
We are going to wipe part of your memory.
Oh, no.
Only Friday or Saturday can remain. Only SmackDown or the concert can remain in your memory.
Saturday.
Oh, in your face wrestling.
That's why, because the question of the day today, I've asked this before, but I got to reset my own leaderboard. What is the best live event you have ever been to? 877-881-1053. It can be a concert, could be a comedy set, could be pro wrestling, could be a game. What is the best live entertainment event you have ever been to? Because the Grand National Tour overtook spot number 1 for me.
Oh.
And it used to be held by The Weeknd back in 2022 at AT&T Stadium. Kendrick Lamar is just different live. Like, it was a 2.5-hour set.
Wow.
51 songs combined with him and SZA. They had a few that they did together, but they would do like 3 or 4 songs on. They would switch off. They had all kinds of elements of production. He was freestyling new verses of songs that already existed just off the dome. It was incredible.
That's awesome.
And the fact that I was there with some of my best friends too, our guy Ruben was even a few rows behind me, which was pretty cool. I could just look back at him anytime something crazy happened, and like, oh my God, that was awesome. It was loud, it was deafening, the crowd was insane, and the performers, both of them, were just incredible. I had the time of my life that night, and I don't know how long it's going to take for that to get replaced. I think it's going to sit there at number 1 for a while.
Sporting event is very easy. It was Game 5 of the 2011 NBA Championship.
Oh yeah.
That I've never heard a crowd like that before in my life, and it's hard to explain that. I feel like the pop off of a Stone Cold is definitely something similar, but that crowd was perfect. So that's it there. My favorite live event concert-wise, though, wasn't a big concert. I've been to a bunch of big concerts, but it was at the Granada Theater. And it was Bob Schneider. I love Bob Schneider anyway, but it was so, and OK Go was really good there too. But that little venue right there provides, like, it's that perfect venue for it. Feels intimate. You're very close to the stage. Adrian got on the stage for OK Go. They pulled her up on the stage. She's hot, I guess. That's what I think. And so, but yeah,
you?
I think
it doesn't sound like that.
I think my wife's hot.
Okay.
Yes, I do. But then I popped up. I think Bob Schneider was the one where I've got to see my favorite artist that close, and the show absolutely rocked.
All right, so I'm going to do the same thing. Sporting event and concert. Concert, I believe I can take you back to the Bronco Bowl. And we were going to go see Drowning Pool.
Oh wow!
And this is like before,
and then bodies hit the floor. Yeah,
took over. And it also had the other bands were Nonpoint and Head PE. And I was also at the age where, like, I was just fine getting in the mix and doing the things and everything like that. So that was a blast. And then you could like leave and go bowl. I also saw ECW once at the Bronco Bowl, which is really weird. But my favorite sporting event ever, it was the Texas and Texas A&M game in 1999. It was right after the bonfire stack had collapsed. I was going to school then. I think I've talked about this before. Like, A&M was losing in that game, I believe in the fourth quarter. But everyone was like, well, we're not going to lose the game. Like, based on nothing but just like gut feeling and like the emotional moment of sports. And A&M did end up winning, and it just been like a really emotional like 72 hours, and it just kind of came to a head there, and that will always probably be number 1. That was super cool.
I like all of these. There's some unique ones coming in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I like the angle that the 972 took. The best live event I ever saw in person. Duncanville beating North Shore in the 6A Division I state championship.
Dude, there's been some amazing high school football games we've been to.
Yeah.
Like, I've been very lucky to see some awesome high school football games.
Let's see, from the 972, Coldplay All Day, Starplex 2009, 4 guys just putting it all out there. I saw them at the Cotton Bowl back in 2021, I think. Incredible. Like, I've never seen 80,000 people just so stupidly happy at once. Like, they just radiate positivity. It's ridiculous to see in person. From the 940, their concert is U2's 30th anniversary show. That would be pretty cool. From the 713, just saw Linkin Park this weekend in Austin. It's my new number one seat. Been listening to them since I was 8. I cried twice.
Do people seem to have accepted the new singer?
Yes, Emily's awesome. I got to see her play Globe Life Field with Linkin Park on the first leg of this tour, and I was kind of jealous that this Austin show was going on at the same time that I had a million places to be, or I totally would have drove down there to go see them in a little bit smaller of a venue at the Moody Center. But yeah, it seems like the public is starting to kind of accept her because I think she's awesome. I think she fits the role very well. And if you watch some of the YouTube videos of them making some of this music, she radiates that same energy that Chester did. She's just a giant child. And
in the best
likable.
Possible way. I get what you're saying.
Super likable. From the 716, Cowboys versus Steelers in 2016. That's a really good one.
Man, what a magical season that was.
That really was. I've never felt the same since then.
Oh, is that the one Zeke ran away at the very end of the game? Yeah,
that was awesome. I got it. Don't worry.
That I still think about that game a little bit too much, and I think about what could have been.
That was Zeke forever until not forever after that.
Look, I know we talked about this. I thought the Cowboys were going to rule the NFL for 5 to 7 years after that.
I did too.
There's nobody who could have changed my mind.
You had everything you needed.
Yeah.
Everything you needed.
And then, well.
That was probably just the youthful bliss of me thinking that we were unstoppable. That was the first really competitive football that I remembered watching in a long time because I was young at that point. I hated everything about that season because it put my expectations so high. And now if we can't reach that same feeling, then I feel like we're a massive failure. And that's probably just a tragic flaw of mine. Whenever the standard gets set so high, I never really bring it back down. And I could say that in multiple areas of life.
Yeah.
It's not just sports, trust me. Whenever the bar gets raised, then everything else below it is just miserable to me. And that's probably a bad way to think. From the 817, when A-Rod struck out to go to the World Series. On your face. I like that.
That was so awesome. I remember, I'm pretty sure I was in a high school press box.
I was leaving a high school press box. Keith Whitmire and I stood outside, and he had it. This was before streaming really worked.
Yeah. Oh,
and it was at Jesuit, and I'd seen Babe Loffenberg downstairs. I'd seen him, and I kind of knew Babe at the time, just a little bit, so I was kind of excited to talk to him. And now I'm still very excited. It was just I didn't really know him well enough yet. And so it was Jesuit, I think Lake Highlands. And then I step outside and Keith's like, do you want to watch the rest of this? And I was like, oh, absolutely, dude. Let's check it out. And then I got to hear all the good stuff later.
All right, so I want to take you guys to a piece of audio here that I stumbled across last night. This is amazing. Andy Dirks on the Tigers home TV broadcast. It's one thing to call or predict a home run about to happen, but when you do it in this fashion, this is just unique, and this is one of my all-time favorite calls now. Take a listen.
Are you the Mortal Kombat guy? Scorpion wins. Carry, finish him.
Just wait for it.
3-2. That's a high fly ball deep to left field. Altuve back at the track and the wall, and that is way up and out of here. Kerry Carpenter does finish him. 2-0 Tigers.
That's the coolest thing ever.
Oh, I love it.
Just the random banter of, hey, you sound like the Mortal Kombat guy right now. And he just calls for the home run, and right on cue about 5 seconds later, one of my favorite calls was born.
I love it. Excellent edition of AM on the FM. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Should jerseys ever get unretired? Next on the Fan. Come on.
I gotta remember that. Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Thank you for being loud and proud, Tolo.
Sean and RJ's top of the list. They get me going in the mornings on the way in. I love the dynamic between Sean and Bobby, but I cannot miss LA Live on my drive home. That's hands down the best segment on the Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
5:50 left in the third. Boone rolling left. Unfortunate to Slaughter. Touchdown, Houston Oilers.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
I want to start by talking about if jerseys should get unretired, because we went two different ways with this. Warren Moon said he did give Cam Ward his blessing to wear the #1 jersey, and he kind of followed one of the things that I think you threw out there, Corey, is like, hey, get to know the kid. And he said, I got a lot of respect for this young man right here. Speaking of Cam Ward, I wore the #1 for a lot of different reasons for a long time, starting back in 1976. Now that I'm part of the Titans family, my Oiler jersey will probably never be worn again. But the Tennessee Titans jersey is going to be worn by Cam to kind of revitalize it. On the other hand, there was, we thought this would probably happen, Abdul Carter talking about Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor said, no, get another number. And then he tried to soften it by like, hey, go create your own path. And I liked Abdul Carter's answer, though. He goes, the worst thing he could have said was no. And that's what happened. He said, LT is still the GOAT, nothing but respect. This is going to make me work even harder. What do you think about the idea of unretiring jerseys versus pick a different number?
Don't do it.
Don't unretire jerseys. I'm with you.
And that being said, I also don't care if Warren Moon says it's okay. So either way, But initially,
right.
if the player doesn't want his number unretired, he earned that. You retired his number for a reason.
Yeah.
And that being said, you have no clue what Abdul Carter is going to turn out to be.
Yeah. You wouldn't just give the number to someone who didn't turn out to be any good.
Yeah.
Like 88.
88. Think about that for a second. Drew Pearson, Michael Irvin, CeeDee Lamb, Post Malone, Antonio Bryant. That's a little weird. 94. Charles Haley, DeMarcus Ware, Randy Gregory. So that's the point there is you can't just throw a jersey on somebody and be like, they're going to be that guy. Even though you want to see that when you see their number, that's just not the way it is. So I agree with Lawrence Taylor too, though. Get your own number, make it something that's special, and people remember you by.
Now, the Seahawks picked up the 5th-year option on left tackle Charles Cross, but the Browns declined the 5th-year option on Kenny Pickett. A lot of people are making a big deal out of that, saying that means he's like already being phased out, blah, blah, blah. Maybe. Or maybe it's that the 5th-year option was for $22.1 million, and they're like, why in the hell would we commit to $22.1 million guaranteed to Kenny Pickett?
I think you just nailed it right there, Kevin. That's a lot of money for a guy that is a Super Bowl champion. I mean, he does have a Super Bowl.
Right.
He played and won a Super Bowl. Played in, won it, and also scored a touchdown on the Cowboys. So don't forget that. But it's a lot of money.
Yeah, and also you drafted
all of them,
have all of the quarterbacks.
Who's winning that job?
Kenny Pickett.
If Dylan Gabriel ends up winning the job over Shador.
I mean, he got drafted higher. He should.
This also was the RG3 and Kirk Cousins situation. Will people lose their minds over it and be like, I can't believe that? Or will they go, oh man, they had an opportunity to go compete and the better one won?
I hope they look at it reasonably and they're like, he's a 3rd-round pick. Relax. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go from that to the University of Texas. The University of Texas set a program record with 12 players taken in a 7-round draft. Now, remember, obviously, the draft used to be significantly longer at times, but for a 7-round draft, so the last 30-ish years, 12 is a record for Texas. Now, Texas and Oklahoma helped propel the SEC. They had a record 79 players taken in this draft. The previous record was 65.
Oh, man!
All right. I hope that is one of your hotkeys now, because that should always be ready to go.
Oh, man.
Also, how are you going to log into something and maybe get the answer wrong, and they say your account is now locked because you've exceeded the number of attempts? It was one time.
Well, maybe somebody was already trying to hack your account and they logged in twice the wrong way and you were the 3rd one.
Okay, well, it's medicine by mail, so I don't know. I mean, I guess that could be a thing.
Medicine by female.
Okay.
That's wrong.
All right. Let's go from that. I hate you guys sometimes. Let's go from that to the highest selling jerseys early on for the rookies. Who do you think?
Shador Sanders.
Shador Sanders is 3rd.
All right. We got number 3, Alec.
All right. So top 5 rookie jersey sales at shopnfl.shop.nfl.shop.com.
Huh? What?
I don't know. I feel like every time they say it, they're like shopnfl.shop. And I'm like, it's too much.
.net.
Yeah.
Escape.
What's your answer?
Ashton Genty.
Ashton Genty.
I like it.
Is number 4.
All right.
So you guys got 3 and 4 on the board.
I do feel like the number 1 overall pick probably sold some jerseys in Tennessee.
Makes sense. But in this case, number 1 is number 2. Cam Ward, 2nd on the list. So you guys have gotten 2, 3, 4. You're just missing 1 and 5.
I think number 1's probably easy then.
Yeah.
You got it.
Travis Hunter.
I was really hoping you said like Abdul Carter. Travis Hunter is correct, and Tet McMillan is 5th.
That was actually going to be my guess.
So Travis Hunter, Cam Ward, Shador Sanders, Ashton Genty, and Tet McMillan fill out your top 5. Let's talk about George Kittle. George Kittle gets an extension, 4 years, $76 million. He also gets guaranteed $40 million to make him the highest paid tight end in the NFL.
That is a lot.
Is he the best tight end?
The other day when we had this kind of like little discussion about the tight ends in the league and what guys were supposed to turn out to be like, somebody texted in and was like, "It's absolutely Kittle. He's the best right now. He's the one that you're trying to make turn everybody into." And my mind tells me that his body at some point, that physical style of play it wore down San Francisco last year.
Right.
At some point, the way he plays is going to wear down, but man, he plays with relentless abandon. Reckless abandon. He is just one of those guys that goes out there and gives it all. I like George Kittle a lot, Kevin. For a long time, it was definitely Kelsey was above him.
Yeah.
Because that's what it was. I was like, is Brock Bowers the best tight end right now? And they were like, what about Kittle? But yeah, so even though he plays for a team I hate and he wears that shirt underneath that says F Dallas, I have a lot of respect for the way he plays the game.
Now, it's not often we get to bring up the CFL, but in case you're curious, the Toronto Argonauts get the first right to negotiate a CFL contract with Shedeur Sanders. So if for any reason he's like $4 million, get the hell out of here. The CFL could theoretically put the money together. Now, where would they find all of that money in Canada? I don't know. Could there be some way to get a sudden influx of cash for the nation? Don't know. Now, come on. Nothing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Whatever.
Are you talking about tariffs?
No, if they sold their country or became the 50. Just a joke, people. Let's all relax. All right. The Chiefs have picked up the 5th-year options for Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. On the flip side, no doubt a tough day for Mike Bassick as Ben DiNucci has been released by the Saints.
Oh, man.
Still to this day,
I hope one day
he's going to have to wear one of those hats.
I hope that the Rangers Sports Network says, "Hey guys, Ben DiNucci's here, and he's giving these hats out."
And they make him wear it.
And not only do they make him wear it, but Mike has to interview him wearing the hat. They all three, him and Dave Raymond and Ben DiNucci, are all up in that booth. And
they do have a few theme nights.
Oh my God!
That's right. That's
Let
right.
it happen.
True Brand's in on it too. So, and Ben DiNucci is up in that box. And Dave Raymond's just sitting there being, amazing like Dave Raymond always is. And then there's Mike just stewing over there, as red as his polo that he's wearing, just furious.
And I know Mike does bits. This is not a bit. He hates those hats. He thinks they're stupid and simplistic. He thinks society is stupid for buying them. They infuriate him. So I'm with you. I would love to see that. And I hopefully we'd see it live. I'd be texting him every second and be like, "Oh, looks good on you. How does it feel? Sell out."
All we would do is all of us would just sit there and take pictures of him on the screen and just tweet at him, and it would be the best. It would be
at least
fun.
once a week, I just send him a picture of him wearing that hat. I'd be like, "Oh, corporate man.
Yeah, look at you.
Money bags
Towing the company line."
Oh my God, I love it. All right, let's go back to the rookies. Who do you think is the favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Offensive Rookie, that's interesting because I feel like it's almost Travis Hunter.
We will get to that later.
I'll
but
go with Ashton Genty.
Ashton Genty ahead of the number 1 overall pick.
That's what I'm going with.
Well, that was a smart decision because Ashton Genty is the favorite over the number 1 overall pick. Who is the favorite to be Defensive Rookie of the Year?
It's either Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, I believe.
One of those is correct.
I'll let Alec decide.
Abdul Carter.
It's a good thing you didn't let Corey pick because you got it right. That is correct. Abdul Carter is the favorite to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, last night the stars were big and bright deep in the heart of Texas. Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We asked for it. We asked for it yesterday.
Oh, jeez.
For the Dallas Stars to step up, and my goodness, did they ever. Give me cut number 7 in case you needed a reminder of how it went for the Stars last night.
Driving the net, Rantanen, he's got it! Score! Against his old team, Rantanen for the first time in this series.
Sorry. I'm going to get it together.
Safe to assume that you thought that was an amusing response.
That was so good.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people last night were like, Wyatt heard you. You know, Wyatt.
Yes.
And Wyatt responded to me. I didn't. There's no way we expected him to respond as quickly as he did. And as I've seen multiple people say, luckiest 2 goals I've ever seen in my life. Whatever, dude. They went in. Goal. That's how hockey go. You know, it happens like that sometimes. That was the start you needed to that game. And Kevin, I think the first thing I want to do is give a lot of credit and give a lot of love to that crowd. That crowd was insane last night. They were a home ice advantage right from the puck drop. Man. Well, and even their national anthem, it was awesome.
And we gave them even more of a reason to be fired up. We just score the first goal. Yeah. And the fact that they scored it that fast. Now, I know we've played the Dallas or the national cut. Let's go to Colorado. This is their beginning of the broadcast last night.
Tonight, Colorado knows that momentum doesn't carry over to games in the playoffs and that any further domination over Dallas has to start from scratch at the drop of the puck. And right off the bat, it is Dallas who scores 9 seconds into the first period. You didn't even have time to put on your listening sweaters for the Avs and Stars Force of Nature versus Kindergarten Achievement sticker. And the first shift is Wyatt Johnston's first goal of the series. Dallas dumped it in.
All right, let's just stop it there. He opines for a while, far longer than it took for that goal to materialize.
Yeah, dude.
Just about what a catastrophe that was.
Yeah, at the very end, he says the National Hockey League, believe it or not, has not announced a time for that game. It just keeps getting better as you go along with this, and I'm fascinated to continue diving in on that. But you didn't even have time to get your listening sweaters on. Which hockey dudes are smart. Hockey dudes have the best vocabulary of all broadcasters, in my opinion,
except for Reggie.
And maybe it's Reggie has a phenomenal vocabulary, but he doesn't use it the way hockey broadcasters do. He uses it in he drops in big words in casual conversation like you're supposed to know it.
Yeah.
Hockey broadcasters say it, and they say the word the way it sounds. I always go with Razor's mastodonic. That's how you're supposed to say mastodonic. You're not supposed to say it in a very feeble way. Sorry. But yeah, last night.
That was a sentence I did really not know where that was going. So we talked about it. Where are the Stars? So Wyatt Johnston, again, last year, amazing through the run to the Western Conference Final. Had no goals and just 2 assists in the first 4 games. What does he do? He surpasses that entire point output and has 2 goals to go along with an assist. All right. Check. Mikko Rantanen. We talked about how he had yet to score against his former team. Well, we just played through 4 games. Well, we just played that. Mikko Rantanen, not only a goal, but part of 2 other goals to get 2 assists. Check. So the first 2 Stars we went after, they combined for 6 points last night.
Yep.
And then the other person that we talked about is Matt Duchene was at 1 point a game. But again, he hadn't found the score sheet in the first 4 games.
He was all over the place last night, though.
Yes, and he didn't have that same penalty that you were like, what the hell?
How many penalties did Marchment have last night?
Marchment had none, I believe.
That's nice to see. Yeah. Somebody texted in yesterday, they're like, what do you want, guys? Do you want physicality or do you want no penalties? And I was like, there is a happy medium in there.
Yeah.
Where there's definitely you're not reaching to make, when you mess a play up, you're not reaching and putting your stick out in front of somebody where it doesn't need to be. And that's what I was frustrated by with Marchment. But Kevin, for me, I mean, Duchesne was all over the ice, setting people up. He was doing everything he could, and not every one of them went in, although they should have. But my guy that I was very like, I need more from you, was Rope. And last night, Kevin, when it comes to what Rope has done in this series, I've been watching a different player, I feel, than what he was whenever Mikko's not on his line.
Can you tell me more about that?
It seemed and I could be definitely wrong. You know, Hockey Hawk could come in here and have some discussions with this, but it looks like Rope's taken on this, you know what? Mikko's the star on this line. I'm going to be an enforcer for him. I'm watching Rope go light people up and be an instigator around the net, and he's irritating people, and he's punching McKinnon in the back of the head, ways that are positive. Those are positive head punches. But he looks like he's using his size and physicality more than just being a super speedster that gets off a good shot. And that's what I'm seeing, and he's actually creating more by doing that. So I really like what I'm seeing with him and Mikko paired on that first line.
Now, I love this from the 214. I'm happy because I named my 6-month-old Wyatt, and now they're kicking ass for both the Stars and the Rangers. A couple of other players to talk about. Cody Ceci did his best on one knee to try to shut things down. What
an amazing job.
And you know what I loved about that is how crazy the crowd went for the fact that Ottinger shut down the puck.
Yes.
And so that's one of the things that we talk about all the time with the Rangers fans is sometimes
recognize it.
Yeah, and sometimes you wish you're down 3-1 in the 8th and you get a walk or a single that people are like,
reward your players.
And that is exactly what happened because CC is like doing his best. He's on one knee. Watching him get off the ice was very strange as well.
Yeah.
But then Ottinger immediately understanding that, covering up the puck, shutting down the play so you can reset it, and the fans going berserk for it. The other thing is sometimes the stats don't match what I felt like I was seeing.
Okay.
So what do you think, if you had to guess, Alec, what do you think the hit differential was last night in the game?
Ooh, very trick question. Knowing the Stars, I would feel like it would probably somewhere in like the 8 to 10 range.
Yeah, but like watching the game, it felt like at times it felt to me like 3 to 5.
Yeah.
And Liam Bichel, who's like a foot taller than everybody, was like, that's fine. And he hurled some chump to the ground because he's like, you want some of this smoke? That's fine. 51 to 29 Colorado.
There was one point, was it that's a significant, that doesn't feel right.
Exactly.
That doesn't feel right at all. But the Stars were ahead of everything last night, so maybe it was just they were get puck. But the double hit, was it Marchment and Duchesne? I can't remember who the other person was. They both lined up a dude and just threw him on the ground. I was like, is that a penalty? It feels like it should be. They hooked him under the arms and just threw him on the ground. It was awesome. But that number was significant for me. But Kevin, the number that I was trying to pay attention to all night because Broadus had recently brought it up.
Okay.
Didn't it feel like we were just getting beaten on faceoffs over and over and over?
Yeah.
And last night I felt really confident that the faceoffs were going in our favor, and I believe it was.
Do you want the number for that?
Sure.
Stars +7.
There you go. See, like that felt right. And then bringing Bichel up in this conversation, he has been a force anytime he steps on the ice. But we did see he only had like 15 minutes last night or something like that. Very low number, but it just feels like when he gets on the ice, he has an effective impact.
Yeah.
There are guys that are trying, like Kiviranta is every time he gets on the ice, he's like, crap, Bichel's out here too. And he's just heat seeking me right now. And they all want to try and go at him, and they do sometimes. They do get him, and he's taking it. He is taking it the way that he is, but he's giving it back to everybody too. Also, at one point, he got the puck on his stick and moved it up ice, and it looked so smooth for a 6'7" dude. Is he 7 feet tall with skates on? Is that it? I mean,
you can't teach
he's gigantic,
that. I think that's probably true. Now, as a wrestling reference, I agree with you. And man,
21 block shots.
Ooh, that's a big equalizer.
Our dude's laying down, and even again the CC moment. Our dude's laying down for pucks, and saying we're not going to let that happen. That's huge too.
From the 214, I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't watch hockey. I don't know hockey, but I love y'all and I love DFW sports. So when you talk Stars, sometimes I have no clue what you're saying, but I'm agreeing with it all. Go Stars.
Hey,
there's still time to jump on the bandwagon.
Kevin has been saying this for about 10 years in radio.
Yeah.
And that is the 2 weeks before the season, we usually ramp up, not our coverage, but our refresher for you.
Yes.
We ramp it up and say, hey, here's what you've been missing all season. Here's what you can be prepared for. And here's how you can scoreboard your friends whenever they are just now jumping on the bandwagon 2 weeks too late. And right now, all of our Tolos that listen to this show right now are like, no, I've been in this. I know exactly what we're doing right now because we've been talking about this for quite some time.
I would hope that Stars fans would welcome more people on the bandwagon. I get it. Like, I've been there since the beginning. I understand. But, like, one of the things about that crowd, you see the same faces over and over and over again. And that's great. But I would also love to expand the base of hockey fans, like not just playoff hockey fans, but regular hockey fans. And so I hope that hockey fans and Stars fans are welcoming of people.
Yeah. And here's something that be prepared as Game 6 comes up. And again, we do not know when the game is going to be yet because hockey.
It'll depend. And because it's not till Thursday. And
right.
So they'll depend if it's going to be on the back half of a doubleheader.
Did last night not feel chippier?
Oh, for sure.
It seemed like every single time there was a stoppage of play that there was somebody pushing somebody, a couple of different dudes who were lined up, squaring off with each other. It just felt like last night was one of those, all right, I'm getting tired of looking at you, and you're getting tired of looking at me, and you know what? One of us is going to win this series. And then I'm expecting a Game 6 to be even more physical up in Colorado, and hopefully we don't even need to get a Game 7 back here. But if it does, expect that to be the insane. But Game 6, I expect Dallas needs to step on that ice and say we're going to be a physical force.
Yeah.
You know Colorado's going to want it too.
Yeah, no, because there's no part of me or any Stars fan, I'm sure, that wants this to go to Game 7. Even though I'm going to throw out these statistics. Pete DeBoer, 13-5. After a loss in the playoffs as the Stars head coach. And also, he's never lost a Game 7. Although, none of that will actually matter if you get to Game 7. Like, you're not going to go, oh, we're guaranteed to win because of this. Like, that's not the case whatsoever. And then, some fun little trivia for you. Got this courtesy of Gavin Spittle. Otherwise, I would not have known either one of these things. Wyatt Johnson, 9 seconds for the goal. 5th fastest in NHL history to start a playoff game. And the record is held by Don Kozak.
Of course it was Don Kozak.
I don't even know who that is.
That was 1977, I believe.
That is correct. For the Los Angeles Kings, he scored 6 seconds into a game.
Hold on, was that against Boston?
Yes.
They're in two different...
They didn't have conference playoffs back then.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's interesting.
Pre-merger.
No...
When was the merger in hockey, Kevin?
And then that wasn't the same, right? All right, I'll have to get back to you on that. The previous fastest goal to start a Stars playoff game.
79 was the merger, so it was pre-merger. Nice job, Alec.
I know ball.
The NHL and WHA reached an agreement to merge in 79.
And why did they merge with the WHL? To get Wayne Gretzky. And they're like, I don't give a crap about your stupid league. Let's go get Wayne Gretzky. That worked out for them. And so the previous fastest Stars goal in a playoff game, Jeff Halpern in 24 seconds in Game 2 against Vancouver in 2007. Then he went on to marry Pam. They had a couple of kids and all that good stuff. So Stars lead 3-2. Game 6 set for Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
I would still guess on the back half of a doubleheader.
I do want to go ahead and one more time and just give Otter his flowers.
Yeah.
Like, if anytime we can, like it was probably important for him after that 4-0 drubbing to kind of get a fresher reboot on his own, what was going on there, and step back on the ice with a little bit of a chip. Last night, Kevin, I don't know if you get a chance to rewatch it or if you saw it live. It just looked like he knew where the puck was at all times.
Yeah.
At one point, the Stars defense didn't know where the puck was, and he was sitting there pointing it out to him, and I was like, dude, he's on it right now. So I wanted to give that one more good one.
And I like this from the 940. Every time a scrum breaks out, Bischel skates over and they all disperse. I would too. From the 561, the more Stars fans, the better. Never understood the unwelcoming, condescending nature of a few hockey jerks. And I think hockey has more of that than most people, but I also think they have plenty of fans that are like, welcome in.
Yeah,
Here, I'm going to help you out.
There absolutely are. And that's why I'm hoping this thing just keeps rocking the way it is. I love being in the playoffs, dude. I know like we haven't quite gotten the ultimate goal the way we wanted to of late, but I've loved being in these playoff series. I feel like this is that one. This is that one, dude. It could be magical.
See, you said no to this, Corey, but I'll explain.
The
214. Corey, can you explain the difference between a good back of the head punch as opposed to a bad back of the head punch?
Oh.
Did it get called as a penalty against you or not?
Oh, yeah. Valid.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, not a bunch of donkeys or whatever. Coming up next, it's time for NFL Draft Overreaction or Reality Part 2 Plus. Masterpiece Theater. Does it affect your enjoyment if a movie based on a true story is really not that accurate or true? Next on The Fan.
You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Tight end is Gunnar Helm on second down. Hand off Weisner. Now pulling it back in is Manning. Lars breaks a tackle. 50, 45 to the 30. Dare I say it? Say goodnight to it. 67 yards. Arch to the house.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Remember, in this segment, we will give away a pair of tickets to go see Chris Brown September 3rd at Globe Life Field. Whenever Corey yells, you'll know it's time. But not, oh man. He's going to yell something else. I guess that is a little confusing nowadays. All right, so.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller, okay, we'll win a pair
number 10
of
now.
tickets to go see Chris Brown September 3rd at Globe Life Field. You can, of course, buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Now.
Good job, dude.
Let's move into, Let's move into NFL overreaction or reality. Now, I know we talked about this player earlier. I just want to throw it out there. Overreaction or reality. You want Amari Cooper on this team if he makes $8 to $10 million.
8 to 10. Seems like a really good price for him. Overreaction.
Oh,
I
kind of rope-a-doped me there.
Yeah, it is a really good price for that type of player. And you know what, man? I guess the dudes in that locker room are the ones that are going to have the best conversations there about what he was like in the past. But it seems like with what Schottenheimer's wanting to build.
I'm sorry, who?
Shotty? Young Shotty? Or Lil Shotty. It seems like based on what he wants to build, the culture needs to be with a few other guys, not necessarily with Amari. So I'm out on it, kind of.
Okay. Now, the 806, this person, they already knew where we were going to go. Overreaction or reality? Arch Manning will not be in the 2026 NFL draft.
Reality.
I think so too.
Unless something significant happens this season, he can make so much money in college.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the money.
Yeah.
But he also is living the life in Austin. He's the lead dog on that team. He gets a couple of different opportunities, maybe even 3 opportunities to win a national championship. And you want to add that to your ledger. Like you really do.
Sure.
It is an ultimate goal when you become a college player is to win that championship and get that celebration. And can you imagine that party in Austin?
Oh, my God.
If they were to win it. So, like, you want as many opportunities as you can to experience that before you go do it as the real job and real business part of it. So that's just what I think. That's my personal opinion. And I'm betting the dudes that are in his ears, Peyton, Eli, Cooper, Grandpa, Archie, all those people are saying, enjoy this experience, because when you get in the NFL, it's very different. And those are great people to know and learn from, too.
Yeah, that's where I am with it. I just saw, this is how it goes. The second one drafts over, you project ahead to the next one.
Yeah, I've seen that. He's number 1 overall.
Yeah, everywhere. And I'm like, I don't.
And he'll probably be number 1 overall the next year.
Yeah.
So, and that's probably what everybody's saying to him is, it won't matter. You're going to go number 1 at some point. So might as well get the good experience in.
From the 214, does this really work? I heard a scream, so I tried to call. I mean, we did give the tickets away. I don't know if you won or not.
Look, man, the phone calls come in fast and furious.
They do.
Sometimes too fast and too furious.
What do you want me to say? And then they Tokyo drift? Like, what am I supposed to say to that? I actually don't think I've ever seen that one.
Tokyo Drift?
Yeah.
Some people hate on it. I actually liked it.
Okay.
It's a little. I thought it was unique and different. I enjoyed the approach to it.
Okay. NFL.
It's kind of like I'm sorry. It's kind of like watching the newer Karate Kid with Jaden Smith and Jackie Chan.
I don't think I ever saw that.
This is just
either.
a little bit of a different approach somewhere else.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? The Commanders Stadium will be bigger and better than AT&T Stadium. Cost $4 billion at least.
Will Jerry renovate and add on before it happens? I'll be like, you know what? I'll show them. They have great technology at AT&T. It is older stadium at this point, though.
Which is think about it. That's so weird. It opened 16 years ago.
Yeah,
that doesn't feel right.
And it's a special. It's a special stadium for the NFL. Like they look at it and go, man, that was what really set the tone for everybody.
It's about to host a World Cup semifinal.
This Commanders one, I do like they're putting it in the old RFK area.
Yes.
I know the old stadium itself was a dump, literally, but I think that stadium's going to be amazing. The money that the owner is willing to spend on his own is pretty special.
Yeah.
And then he's kind of saying, hey, just a little extra that I could get from the city, that'd be nice. It is a big chunk. It's a huge chunk of money. But I think it's going to be a pretty special looking place.
NFL overreaction or reality? Man, so Kyle Brandt was talking about this, and he was like, the media, they didn't care about Cam Ward, blah, blah, blah. So overreaction or reality? Cam Ward was the least or second least hyped number 1 draft pick in the last decade. Now, I can run down that list for you if you like.
Okay.
So it goes Cam Ward. Obviously, we're going in reverse. Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Trayvon Walker. That's the only one I could think of that he'd be ahead of. Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, Myles Garrett, Jared Goff, and Jameis Winston. The only one I think he might be ahead of is Walker.
Winston was hyped up, obviously, for off-field stuff. Goff, man, that Goff one is pretty interesting because nobody really seemed to want him. Everybody was trying to put Carson Wentz in front of him.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of other quarterbacks that people were like, no, this guy. And then the next one was like, wait, next year, Josh Rosen's going to be in.
And that's the thing is, like, that creates its own buzz. Like, obviously, Peyton Manning turned out to be great. But what made that draft off the charts in terms of buzz was that there were half the people in the league are like, you're an idiot if you don't draft Ryan Leaf. And like that would be the thing. Let's say, Shedeur would have gone second, or I guess Jackson Dart would have gone second. But if you would have had a lot of debate about like, if you don't pick Dart, I think that's foolish. But he didn't even have that. Like he was penciled in as the top pick forever ago.
Yeah, and Baker shows up. Like that day was hey, we're starting to hear that Baker's going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
So there was not a lot of hype there, but I don't know, man. It just seemed like a formality.
Yes.
The David Carr kind of thing where you were like, oh, David Carr is going to be the number 1 overall pick, and you felt like you knew it 3 weeks in advance, and they should go ahead and sign the deal, please. But they were like, no, you can't sign it until that night. Whatever, dude,
Yeah. No, look. We've talked
go
about,
ahead and get his house in Tennessee.
We've talked about how we should already just have like the pre-draft, actual draft. Alec, you heard the names. Overreaction to reality. Cam Ward is the least or second least hyped number 1 pick in the last decade.
I'd say it's a reality, but I don't think it's for the same, big grandstanding reasons that Kyle Brandt always thinks of.
Man. Media folks love to grandstand, don't they?
Yes, and he loves doing it about the content that Jerry and Steven put out on our station when, he needs it to be relevant. Anyways, I'm kind of with Corey. It's more of a formality thing because the supply versus demand of good quarterbacks in this draft was not impressive whatsoever. Now, if Abdul Carter was far and away considered the number 1 overall pick, I think we would have talked about him a lot more because he was the best, if not the second best, him and Travis Hunter up there, if you're talking about pure talent in this class. Cam Ward was the best quarterback in this class, not the best player.
Yeah.
If Travis Hunter went number 1, then he's the most hyped number 1 overall pick in the past decade, no matter where he goes, if it was Tennessee or somehow an even worse team.
Yeah.
But it's just that Cam Ward is a good quarterback, and there's nothing wrong with that. He just happened to be the highest player picked in this draft.
Now, it feels like it's going this direction. Obviously, we talked about Amari Cooper today. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys are still going to trade or sign for another wide receiver and running back.
Oh, and running back.
And
overreaction.
Oh, then you're definitely going to be against my bonus question. Bonus question. It will be a wide receiver and running back that you've heard of and give a crap about.
Nick Chubb?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
I'd take Nick Chubb in a heartbeat. I mean, I still think that dude has something to give. The work ethic that he puts into his body.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're there before training camp.
Yeah.
I don't think before training camp. The wide receiver part, maybe. But before training camp, I don't see them adding another run. There's like 9 of them, dude. It's a ridiculous amount of, and they're like, I think that usually, Kevin, going into training camp, you're sitting there going, they need another body for legs purposes.
Yeah.
I think that all of them are going to get their work in this year. So I think they're done there for right now.
Alec, what say you? Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys will trade or sign another wide receiver and running back.
Overreaction because it's going to be one or the other. I feel like they're going. It will be somebody that you care about or that you at least know that you're like, hey, that was a good player once upon a time or still is. But that's going to be their cop-out is, we did have to pay a little bit more, give up a little bit more to get this guy.
Okay.
Because he is a bit more of a household name. So we don't have the assets to go get another guy. So that second person, if it even happens, would be like a Dalvin Cook thing where it's like, you're already kind of in the thick of it. You don't really care and they don't really play.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality. Jackson Dart will save the jobs of Brian Dable and his GM for at least another year.
This is interesting because they have Russell Wilson there.
They do.
And so, I think Russell Wilson is starting the first part of the season.
That is what the betting odds say.
I think it's 6 games in. I'd have to look at their schedule to see when Jackson Dart's going to officially get his start, because do you want to start him at home in a home game? You want to start him on the road? What's your record? So those things matter. But a lot of times when you have that kind of controversy going in, and it does seem like the ownership likes Dable and realizes that they have not given him a very good roster most of this time. It seems that they like that enough to let him stick around one more year with the quarterback that they like. But they got to show some progress this season. Some sort of progress. and Russell Wilson has to be a part of it at first before they turn over to Jackson Dart.
I'm going to say it's a reality because they got the perfect situation to save a job, which is you get the veteran quarterback, which they have two, and you get the rookie quarterback to, bridge that gap in between. So they have the perfect situation. Usually it ends up being, well, you've got one or the other. You got the past his prime veteran quarterback that isn't really going to win you anything,
right,
or you have the rookie quarterback that you might have overdrafted or overcompensated for. They have both. And usually that ends up saving jobs, if not for one more year, then a couple more years. So I think they'll get another crack at it to say, hey, we needed to reset the clock on the quarterback position. We got that chance. Let us show you what Dart can do in year 2.
You stick with the quarterbacks here. NFL overreaction or reality? Kirk Cousins is stuck in Atlanta for another year.
I think reality. And I don't really have a lot to go on with that one other than I just don't think teams want to pay what Atlanta's asking, and they have no real reason to ask for anything less.
Yeah, Atlanta already gave him a lot of money. They're like, fine, sit here for another year. What the hell do I care?
Yeah, we just really were hoping you'd be better, buddy. And we should have listened to Corey in the first place that he knows you wouldn't be. That's what I tried telling people.
Alec, your thoughts?
I don't think I can sit here and act like I'm as smart as Corey Majors, but I can say that's a reality because, why give him away for nothing when you've already paid the man?
Yeah.
You already hit the nail on the head. You've already committed to all the roster bonuses, this, that, and the other. You're paying him. Like you can be greedy in this sense and say, we need to get a lot because we're going to pay him a lot of money to potentially win games for another team.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that. Just keep him on the roster in case something awful happens at the quarterback position surrounding Penix. I don't want that to happen. They don't want that to happen. But hey, that's a really good security blanket if Kirk Cousins is there to step in and assuming he's kind of back fully healthy and feeling normal again, that could be kind of nice. That's a luxury.
Now, I want to do at least one, maybe two more. NFL overreaction or reality. The Eagles were smart not trading Dallas Goedert for a day 3 pick. Now, I feel conflicted about this because yesterday the Eagles put out like the most depressing report about that. They were like, yes, as of this moment, Dallas Goedert is on our team. And then you're like, well, let's go back a couple of days. Did you not want him on your team? So overreaction or reality. The Eagles were smart not trading Dallas Goedert for a day 3 pick.
I think they are smart for that.
Okay.
Yeah, they just won a Super Bowl, Kevin.
That's true.
He was a key part of that.
Whether they want him back or not.
Yeah. Hey, that doesn't matter.
Irrelevant.
Exactly.
Okay. Alec, what say you?
Reality, because money should never get in the way of keeping good players on your team. Like, they're overthinking this. The fact that, he's due this amount of money or we need to give him a new deal. It's a tale as old as time, especially recently here in the NFL, is teams move on from really good players just because money. It's like, if they're really that good, you find a way. And that connection between him and Jalen Hurts has been so solid.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. Keep him on the team. Make it work financially. Howie Roseman's a genius. He'll figure it out.
Now, we're going to get to Masterpiece Theater in just a minute. And the question there is, does it affect your enjoyment of a movie based on a true story if it's not really that accurate or true? We'll have examples in just a second. But I want to go to basketball real quick. Did you see the Cavs Heat game last night? Or honestly, did you watch the first quarter and you're like, all right, I got it?
Kevin, I'll be very honest. I've kind of only checked in on basketball lately
because
on the scores.
Yeah,
I got turned off a lot by the whole Luka thing. I love the addition of Anthony Davis. Hate the subtraction of Luka Doncic. So I've kind of been, but once they were done, I needed to step away from it for a little bit at least. So no, I have not. I did not check in on it. How did it go?
Well, if you're a Miami Heat fan, not well. They lost by 55 points.
Oh man!
that is the appropriate reaction to either you're hungry and you're getting dickies, or you lost by 55 points in a playoff game. So 138-83 final score, 4th biggest win in playoff history. That capped off the sweep for the Cavs, and the Cavs had the biggest point differential in a sweep in NBA history.
That is,
which
seems significant.
It does seem significant, but if you win one of your games by 55, you're like, yeah. But what I think is even more embarrassing is at halftime, Miami was ahead by 39 points.
I mean, that's
worse.
Wasn't that the feeling that you got whenever the Mavs were playing Memphis, that they were down by 39 points?
Yes.
And is that where we are in the state of basketball right now? Does it feel like we're seeing more blowouts in the playoffs than we've ever seen, or is this just recency bias?
I mean, there's been a lot of close, not Celtics, although I guess they've had some close games too. Pistons, Knicks, Warriors, Rockets, Nuggets, Clippers. They've all had close games, but the Heat were down 0-3 and they were like, I don't give a damn. By the way, that was on their home court. So you would think I might care, but then not really.
Yeah.
Now, let's do some Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
Now, I want to remind you...
We do know about theater.
That's true.
Waddle.
I want to remind you tomorrow, you need to know about fire stations. Specifically, fire stations in Anna, because the Sean and RJ, or RJ and Bobby Firehouse Tour is going to make a stop in Anna tomorrow, which means all your usual broadcast shenanigans, plus they're going to have giveaways, plus there's going to be Whataburger. So what are you waiting for? You should wait until the morning. Don't go now and just hang outside the fire station. They're going to think like you're rethinking giving your kid away or something.
Oh my gosh.
What?
All right,
That's a thing that happens.
2 things.
Safe place.
Yes, please wait until tomorrow to show up to the fire station. But also definitely show up to the fire station tomorrow. And 2, Kevin, I know you just said Whataburger. I have a Whataburger note that I'm going to drop on you in the C block coming up.
Whoa.
That I think everybody needs to hear. All right?
Okay.
Everybody.
I like it.
I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Now, I have to admit, I have not seen this movie. This is probably one of the, if not the biggest movie I've never seen. Go ahead and give me cut number 16. It's Braveheart.
And dying in your beds many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom?
So, I've been meaning to watch this movie forever. I think the 3-hour runtime is sometimes kind of prohibitive, but now I have made a mistake. I listened to a podcast about William Wallace.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, okay. And it turns out most of that movie is complete and utter nonsense.
What?
And William Wallace was actually known as being a criminal. And that battle they show in the movie, that's not what happened. That was somebody else's battle 10 years later. And actually, the reason why they won that battle is because the people they were fighting were like, what's this crew ever going to do? They can't do anything. And they just hung out while everybody else used the weather and crossed the bridges to their advantage. And that's why they won. And then William Wallace went back to being a criminal right after this, and he got banished and all this other stuff. And so I think that's affected my desire to see that movie. So my question is, how much does a movie being based on a true story, does it impact your love of the movie if you're that's not really the way that happens?
Not really that much. There is one movie, but I have to save that for a different conversation later down the road. And no, Kevin is not talking about 100 people versus gorilla. That has taken over the internet.
Oh.
But
don't fight a gorilla.
Yeah.
With 99 people
doesn't
or
matter.
not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who the people are on your team. It just does not matter. I don't think you're gonna win, especially if that gorilla has a sword. That's another story Reggie and I were discussing a long time ago.
What?
Yeah, if the gorilla
Man, if
has
that
a sword,
gorilla has a sword and he's good at wielding it.
even if he's bad at wielding it, That sword hits you, dude. It's going to lop off your leg quick.
That's true.
Braveheart, Kevin, I will say, one of my best friends, that's his favorite movie. And he watched it so many times, and he was my old roommate. I would walk in, it was on. I think the fight scenes are worth it. Like the big battle scenes are pretty cool. Except for that one part. In the background, when you see two dudes just kind of hitting the stick up against each other, and they're like, yeah, we're in the background. Nobody cares. But you catch it, you'll see it.
Okay.
And I think one of the dudes is wearing a pair of Oakleys in the background too, so that's kind of odd. But all that being aside, it doesn't typically bother me that much if it's not that accurate. However, I did not like that Jonah Hill's character in this movie wasn't really a real character in life.
Oh.
People who run ball clubs, they think in terms of buying players. Your goal shouldn't be to buy players. Your goal should be to buy wins. And in order to buy wins, you need to buy runs. You're trying to replace Johnny Damon. The Boston Red Sox see Johnny Damon and they see a star who's worth $7.5 million a year. When I see Johnny Damon, what I see is an imperfect understanding of where runs come from.
That was in Moneyball, and he was loosely based off of Paul Di Podesta, but they look completely different. Like the character was completely not even him, but it was the idea of him, and that drove me nuts because I was like, why didn't you just make it him? Why was there a real problem with this? And I was also told that the wash scene was a little bit different too. And Ron Washington being in it, so that kind of irked me a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit.
So people are giving examples, and I want more examples, but I also want to know, does that impact your ability to enjoy the movie from the 214? Like The Blind Side being really far from the truth. Or if I watch Braveheart, am I going to be like, no.
Okay.
Not really.
So Blind Side, watching it, thought all of it was legit the way it was.
Yeah.
Far after we find out it was a uniquely different story that was being told. Blair Witch Project, though, Kevin, I went in being told that was a true documentary. I believed it while I was sitting in that theater.
The marketing campaign for that movie was incredible.
It changed everything whenever I found out that wasn't real. I was like, are you kidding me? So that got me. They got me with that one. Smart job.
Man, I thought it was really weird that we had mounted this major motion picture and these kids were just dead in the forest, and they're like, I don't know. We found the film, so we might as well do something with it. And then from the 214, and that's the thing. I still love the movie.
We founded this film.
I don't know. We dug it up. These kids got murdered, or this one girl, and so we might as well make a movie out of it.
Check it out.
And I get it. The Blair Witch Project, this is a different conversation, might be the biggest disconnect any movie has ever had on human beings, because if you were alive in the summer of 1999 and went to go see this movie, it blew your freaking mind because you thought, oh my God, are those people dead for real? If you watched it now, you're like, this is stupid.
For the 817, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man really ticked me off with the notion that he could shoot webs from his body. That's not real.
Instead of building the mechanism.
I think Dawson has a really hot take on the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Does he?
Yeah, I think he does. He gets pretty fired up about it all.
Oh, I'm actually really excited to
crosstalk check him, to ask him about that. He likes Spider-Man, but not the Tobey Maguire series.
Yeah, okay. He's nodding his approval for that. Here's another one. And we'll get to you in just a second, Alec. Cut number 17. Man, I used to love this movie, and is it Charles Dunning? That he's like 5 foot nothing. So go ahead and play cut 17. I think that's what we're about to do. None of this crap in this movie was real.
So you didn't make the dress list. There are greater tragedies in the world.
I wanted to run out of that tunnel for my dad. To prove to everyone that I worked.
What?
That I was somebody.
Oh, you are so full of crap. You're 5 feet nothing, 100 and nothing. And you got hardly a speck of athletic ability. And you hung in with the best college football team in the land for 2 years. And you're also gonna walk out of here with a degree from the University of Notre Dame. In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself.
Charles Dutton. Now, there were multiple people, including
Yellowstone.
No, but yes, that family. Multiple people, including Joe Montana, is like, that is not how any of that went at all.
Joe Montana stepped out on this?
Yeah, he was like, bull crap. That's not how any of it happened. And so,
put his Skechers on, and then some of that, what is that stuff he uses for his elbow now?
But I haven't watched Rudy in a long time, so I wonder if I went back and watched it, I'd be like, you tell him, Charles. Or if I like, go get him, Rudy. Or I'd be like, what?
Itch Stopper Plus was the stuff that Joe Montana had.
Yeah, so that's what I want to know. All right,
Sorry.
Alec, is there a movie that you found out like that? They say it's a true story, but that's not really real. And has it impacted your ability to enjoy said film?
Yeah, after speaking to multiple people that were actually involved in this Olympics, finding out that really none of this was real sucked.
Ready? Ready. Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhyme. Get on up. It's bobsled time. Cool running.
But the songs didn't happen. The egg breaking scene was totally made up. Like when I heard all of that, I was like, no. But I think it was our one of our football coaches. He was our leadership teacher as well. He showed us that movie. He was like, Medford, you're gonna like this a lot because you're a track guy. And I fell in love with the movie. And then my track coach in high school was like, yeah, like 90% of that was just like, you know, for fun. And I was like, oh, dang it.
So from the 940, I was so mad when I found out Cool Runnings wasn't legit. And then another person, and I haven't watched this movie again since then, and I love this movie from the 940, Catch Me If You Can, ruined for me. I've also read about how most of that is nonsense.
Don't care. I was entertained as hell by that movie.
Okay.
Absolutely entertained by it. Great acting by two great actors and other actors that were involved as well.
That's part of my question. And I love this. People standing up for the summer of 1999. Understandable. Blair Witch was an awesome movie. From the 2 and 4. Oh my God, I'm from Baltimore. I got so scared after Blair Witch was filmed to go on that road. I dare say in 11th grade, I stayed away from it. That is freaking amazing. Because you thought those dead kids were there.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, man, like that was... I wouldn't go into the woods for months after that movie until I found out about my Blair Witch Project. If I saw a pile of sticks, I'd just freak out and take off running.
From the 682.
Even if it was in the middle of a store, I'd be like, oh crap, we got to go.
William Wallace was a criminal only to the English. No, besides that, I'm saying like he was a thief and all of these other things. But still to this day, like the book about William Wallace or the poetry about William Wallace is the second most circulated book in Scotland behind only the Bible.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they need more books, I guess. Do they not allow?
There's a lot,
do they not allow them to read many books? They're just like these two, or that's it.
Because he's so inspiring to them.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block Book Hating Corner with Corey Majors.
What are the roles going to be for each of these Cowboys players and rookies and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame list? We do it next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We got a lot going on right now, Kevin. One of those things being that tomorrow, during the 1:30 FC Dallas segment, Shaq Moore will be joining the show.
Okay.
Looking forward to talking to him. And while we're talking about Shaq's,
they just beat Inter Miami.
Sacramento State is now hiring Shaquille O'Neal as we add another one to the list, Kevin. So Steph Curry, Trae Young, Terrence Mann, and Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal. It says he is taking on the general manager role at Sacramento State, not an assistant general manager role. I wonder if that was him being like, no, I'm never going to be the second to Kobe. I'll never be the second to anybody else either. So
maybe.
I've been tracking this for quite some time now. Max Crosby's jumped in on this thing.
You love this stuff.
This is because I think, and Alec and I, it was during Christmas time, we had the conversation that the GM job in college might be the coolest, the most sought after job in the world in the future, because you get to actually build what you want. You know, you can have the money that you want to go buy players if you need to, but you get to build teams without a lot of the red tape that the NFL and all those have to deal with. And you get, it seems like that's a pretty penny to do the job too.
Okay.
Now, these seem more like, what's the word? Honorary roles than anything else right now.
And that honestly, that was going to be my question is, how many people do you think take the job so they can be like, hey, we got Shaq? And Shaq can be like, Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I don't really need to do anything.
Shaq is a busy man, too.
Yeah,
I mean, just think
for
about all
sure.
the things. He's got the insurance with that army-headed guy. He's got
Okay.
the
Just quick,
shacaronis. He's got to cut all the pepperonis up for those pizzas.
quick question. If you end up with that insurance, is it because they're really good and reputable, or
Because Shaq,
has your driving record kind of fallen off and you sort of need...
I will never, on 100,000 watts, take a shot at them.
No.
Because I have no clue.
No. How is that a shot? It was
you
a
were asking
question.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Is it because they're great and have the best value and service, or did things go wrong for your driving and you need some rehabilitation?
Text in and let us know.
I really am curious about that.
So those are my two Shaq stories.
Okay.
So we covered the sports part of this segment.
By the way, fun fact, did you know that Shaq Moore scored the first goal for FC Dallas on Saturday?
I did.
And then they gave up a whole bunch of goals and it looked bad, but then they came back and won.
Kevin,
They won!
this is probably, we need to keep this in mind going into next week. Because next week, our friends at Whataburger, and we love us some Whataburger.
Oh, man.
Whataburger is serving up a Whata-sized thank you to the real MVPs of our community, our amazing teachers. For the fourth year in a row, Whataburger is saying from May 5th to May 9th, and teachers can swing by anytime from 5 to 9 a.m. 5 to 9 a.m.
Because that's when they're going to school.
Free breakfast entree. So if you like the taquito, you like the breakfast on a bun or the honey butter chicken biscuit, yeah, that's exactly what you're thinking.
In these instances,
Educators and school staff can enjoy their choice of free breakfast, presenting a valid school ID when ordering for dine-in. This is not available through the app or Whataburger.com. It's only available in restaurants.
Are you saying it like that? Also, if you're an educator, how many Whataburgers do you think you could hit? Clearly, probably 2 a day if you hit all 5 of them on the way to school. So you could get 10 free breakfast entrees, potentially. But also, what if they like ask for something that's like not part of it? And you're like, yeah, it's teacher appreciation. That feels...
Nope, we don't appreciate you that much.
Well, that feels tough to be like, no, you can have the breakfast taquito, but if you want the meal... Too bad.
Whataburger is awarding also, Kevin, $1,000 classroom grants to 75 educators in celebration of its 75th anniversary, totaling, I don't know if you know this or not, $75,000 in funding going straight to local students across its 16-state footprint. So there's more information out there at Whataburger.com. Go check it out. Thank you to our friends at Whataburger for providing the people who are very undervalued in our society.
For sure.
The teachers of America. Have you ever seen is it Caleb Presley who does the interviews? And he did the one with Boban, and he was like, you think you should be paid more than teachers? And Boban's kind of like, yeah.
Oh, man. So I brought up, this was a mistake. And I was like, oh, I don't know. I said that. Some influencer got like $75,000 for an Instagram post. And I was like, that's more than you make an entire year as a teacher to my wife. And she was like... shook her head. And then in my mind, I was like, what was the point of telling her that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did you possibly think was going to go well after this?
Listen, man.
Nothing.
I'm sure every single person has a teacher that just sticks out to them.
Yes.
That they remember and love. Next week, appreciate those teachers that you've loved in their time.
Do you have a
Whataburger
teacher roundtable? We can call it like old lady roundtable.
Dude, if anybody can help me find Miss Creighton, I'm totally in. She was my kindergarten teacher. Favorite teacher I ever had, because kindergarten's awesome. I mean, it is. It's the best.
Unless they make you write with a different hand.
Well, they didn't. I don't even know if they let me write at that point. They were just like, just play and take a nap every once in a while. But yeah, Miss Creighton, if you can find her, I will have her on a show. We already had one of my teachers on the show during the Super Bowl.
Man, I really like this from the 214. Kevin, I had the general insurance years back because I was broke. Actually, not that bad. See, that's what I'm looking for. And no, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm not asking any religious or holiday-based questions to FC Dallas players. Or hopefully anybody ever again.
All right. Story number 2. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees complete list is out now, Kevin. And I think this is an important one because Kevin has recently stumbled into liking music more. It was because of Kendrick Lamar, I believe.
I do like Kendrick Lamar.
When Damn came out? Was that when Damn came out?
That is correct. Man, that album was freaking awesome.
Here is the list of inductees. Chubby Checker. Surprised he's not already in, honestly.
Sometimes when they do the Hall of Fame, I'm like, he wasn't in the Hall of Fame, or they weren't in the Hall of Fame?
Joe Cocker.
Yeah.
Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper, big part of the success for WrestleMania 1.
Girls just want to have fun, you know? Bad Company.
Okay.
All right, see, here you go. The White Stripes. You ever heard of them, Kevin? Old Jack White?
And so, like, it took forever to get Chubby Checker in there, but the White Stripes, they're like, oh, that's the best damn bass line I've ever heard in my life, which is fair.
That song.
Put them in the Hall of Fame.
That song, you got to admit, is in every single stadium right now.
I agree.
Soundgarden.
Oh, Black Hole Sun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, their lead singer's no longer with us.
Oh, no. That happened. Did that happen a while ago?
Yeah, it did happen a while ago. I think we were still on nights when it happened.
Okay, I think.
And then lastly, Outkast.
Oh, I love it.
Outkast is going in, and I really appreciate the fact that that's a pretty good list right there for 2025.
And that shows the versatility. Yeah, that shows the versatility of coming up right now. Soundgarden next, Outkast. Like, I just wonder how many people are like, those are my two favorite bands. Like, they are very different, but they both have like great merits.
It is interesting because I think our generation is probably the first generation that you would hear that said. Those are my two favorite bands, a rock and roll band like that and a rap group like that.
Yeah.
Like that's our generation seems to be the first one that would like something like that. And for anybody that's like, it's the Rock and Roll Hall, whatever. Come on, dude. Go to the place. Go check it out.
I still think it is the music.
It is the music Hall of Fame more than anything else. And then lastly, Kevin, this story, because we like fun here on the KNC Masterpiece. You ever been to Lufkin, Texas?
Yes.
Alec, have you ever been to Lufkin, Texas?
I think once or twice.
I have rolled through Lufkin as well. Have you ever done an Easter egg hunt?
Not in Lufkin, but yes, I have done an Easter egg hunt. Man, we went to one where they flew over with the helicopters and dropped the eggs.
I've been to
that was so
They
cool.
did it at the Arboretum one year when I was like 5, I feel like. I don't know. According to a press release from the Lufkin Police Department,
oh no,
officers received a tip about a Facebook account that was posting about plastic eggs full of marijuana hidden in various parks around the city as part of a scavenger hunt. The suspect posted 4 photos on Facebook showing each location as hints to locate the eggs. He also posted a photo of 5 plastic eggs in the seat of a vehicle. Officers found 4 eggs and believed he had not placed the 5th yet. Officers learned that they were incorrect in their assumption when a man and his granddaughter turned the final egg into the department the next day, also having found it in a park per the release. In total, officers said they recovered over 1/4 ounce of marijuana, which honestly,
that doesn't feel like that
enough.
much.
Over
1/4 ounce.
The suspect identified. He was doing this because he was trying to get up his business. He was trying to drum up business. So he started posting this. Yeah. They also found statements referencing selling narcotics on multiple occasions and in the posts.
So they made a mistake. The idea here is fundamentally sound, though. All you have to do is drop an egg on either side with like a mini 3 Musketeers in it or whatever. And then if somebody gets caught, you're like, what? I can't believe this. I was here for Easter egg hunting, and bring along a family member that maybe you don't particularly care about that much. And that's how perhaps you could get away with it.
The from the 972 Lufkin's my hometown, LOL. And then from the 817, I didn't hear about the weed eggs. And that's got to be like, I wonder how much business popped because of this, you know? How much business did pop? By the way,
the versatility of weed really is amazing, the way people have used it and sold it.
And I'm looking right now, Kevin, at the map of legalized and the way they like specialize in the legalization of it all. And
there's not a lot for us.
Just look at all the areas that are actually legal.
Yeah.
And then the areas like Texas is a CBD, THC only, kind of place.
The West Coast and East Coast is pretty much all like accepting of it to a certain extent.
And
Is
then
what
the
I see on the chart.
Southeast is like, let's see how I'm betting. And this has always been my assumption and approach on this. Those areas are still trying to figure out how to monetize it governmentally. They're in my mind. I think the state of Texas is still very adamant. It's never going to happen until we find a way for our pockets to get lined.
I agree. That makes it more just like the same thing with gambling. I know people go back to it's like, oh, they don't want to legalize it. Once they figure out a way where the money coming in is going to be far better than them having to do no work to get money, then that's when it's going to get legalized.
So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, the lesson learned there. Don't post your weed business on Facebook.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Exactly.
From the 903. See, this is the kind of music I like to hear. Or I like the differences here. My CD collection consisted of Three Doors Down, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and Tim McGraw.
I have those CDs in my CD collection as well. It was so diverse because music's fun, dude.
Coming up next, how the new draft picks for the Cowboys could fit in, and plus whether it was value, position, fit, whatever else. Who was your favorite pick in this Cowboys draft and why? Next on The Fan.
Your proud home of the Rangers, Cowboys, and the KNC masterpiece. 105.3 The Fan. On your radio, your smart speaker, and...
Wasn't it Simmons sisters?
Laser waves.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ward on first down. Look at how relaxed he is. Sam Brown into the end zone.
Fancy Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, still dealing with some of the aftermath of the NFL draft. Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick, also all day long. We've been celebrating the Dallas Stars' beatdown of the Colorado Avalanche. Take it back to football here, if that's okay with you.
Oh, man.
Oh.
It sounds good.
That was not a good, oh, man.
Yeah,
like
no, it sounds good. I'm proud.
All right. So let's talk about the Cowboys' new draft picks and potential roles for each of them. But I also want to know for y'all, 877-881-1053, whether it was fit, you just like the player, you love the value, whatever the case might be. Who was your favorite Cowboys pick in this draft? Because I think people might have different answers for, obviously, different reasons. All right. Tyler Booker feels fairly straightforward. Steven even said it's safe to assume he walks in as our starter at right guard. That one does not feel particularly complex,
Does that
right?
make you feel like they didn't like their right guard spot? They didn't like Brock Hoffman? He's a...
Yes, that they thought...
They didn't sound like he's going to compete for the job.
No, it didn't. And I wonder if they go back to the drawing board with another competition at center, or if that's just the way it is. And they're like, hey, we didn't like our offensive line, but you still weren't good enough.
The 817, my favorite is Booker. Hopefully he gets to replace, he gets to be on the Players Show.
Oh, yeah, that would be fun.
That would be very interesting because, was it Zach Martin? We've had Zach Martin do it. It was Eric Kendricks has done it. The personality that Booker has, with G-Bag, I think would be phenomenal. But I don't know how they do that with rookies because it's like, you're trying to grow into the leadership role and still, sometimes guys don't want to take that away and when they're like, look, I'm not necessarily a leader yet.
Now, I can already tell we've gotten texts about it today. I know the morning show got texts about it as well. In the second round, some people are frustrated because they view this as only a third down pick, or at least this year as only a third down pick, as opposed to if you would have gone running back 1, wide receiver 2, whatever the case is. How do you feel about that?
I totally see what they're saying. Watch the film on the guy, and you're going to be very pleased. I threw out the name yesterday to Wolchuk that I was asking myself, do I see a little Greg Ellis in him? And Wolchuk was like, that's actually not a bad comp. And he's not the fastest one on the field, but he has the power to get through. He doesn't get pushed out of plays by tackles. He gets low. I really like him a lot. So I think that he is going to rotate because there are a lot of dudes at the edge position. Kevin, you said it this morning.
Yes.
You're as comfortable with that as you've been in a while because not only are they have bodies, but they also have the talent to be out there. So I think by the end of this season, he's going to be in that mix of rotation. I'm interested to see the power and strength that I see on film in college. Is that going to translate to the NFL real quickly, or is it going to need a little bit of time? But I think people are going to be very happy with the pick that they made there.
From the 903, Ravel, because he loves contact. You jump down to the third round. This is somebody who dropped because of injury concerns about a torn ACL he had last season. For him, though, and I know this is playing with fire because Bland has had injuries, Diggs has had injuries, but I could easily see him being CB3 with the idea of maybe CB2.
Yes. I mean, he could be at the start of the season.
Yeah, I have concerns about that.
He's still going through his Diggs is still going through his rehab. Now that being said, Ravel's going through his rehab too. Broadus is very confident Brown and group are going to have him ready and prepared to go. And if he walks in and starts doing exactly what Britt Brown tells him to do, he'll be just fine.
And correct me if I'm wrong. it just feels like something is off with Diggs and the Cowboys. Now, that might be going back to last year where we heard all kinds of rumblings about your rehab versus our rehab and blah,
his
blah, blah,
desire
blah, blah.
and his hunger might be two different things than we want it to be.
Something is off about that.
When it comes to Ravel, I like this from the 469. He's the most value. First round player. And yes, he should have been had it not been for that injury. That knocked him down a couple pegs. And here the Cowboys were like, we will gladly take this player. So, yeah, if you watch the guy play and you're assuming that he's going to get back to that mode of himself, then that would probably be a lot of people's favorite if you've seen him and you want some tough dudes on your team.
I wonder about Blue. Is his role going to be third string running back and the guy who bumps Deuce off the team? And I know Deuce can be valuable in the return game as well, but with the Cowboys just knowing the way they operate, we gave all this money to Gavonte Turpin. And I wonder about that.
Again, we kind of discussed this yesterday. It felt like when Turpin got the ball in the backfield, he would get 8-9 yards almost every single time. And I wonder who was drawing up those plays. That did not feel like a Mike McCarthy. Hey, I want to add this kind of creativity to it. Maybe it was a little more Schottenheimer putting that in there, and he has some more ideas for how to use that. Jaden Blue can do some of the things that Turpin did, and I wonder if they kind of rotate them or, maybe Turpin has a different role now in this offense, now that he is being paid a little bit more, and you don't have to concern yourself that much with him being in the backfield. However, Jaden Blue has the ability to be a receiver, not just in short stuff, but downfield as well.
Yeah.
He's got really good hands. He's fluid as a receiver, so I like what I see from him.
I think I'm still of the opinion that I don't want both Javonte and Miles Sanders to make this team, because then I think they're your combo running back one.
Yeah.
And I keep holding out hope that we'll figure out another way to put something better out there.
I didn't see much of Jaden Blue being fighting through bodies.
Right.
But he's fast. And Kevin, if you have a couple of electric game breakers on the field like that, and they pop off a couple of those a game, that's a good that's a positive thing right there if he can make it through training camp and make his way onto this team.
From the 214, my boy Blue and Jaden Blue, because they're excited to see how he gets used. I like this one a lot. From the 469, my favorite was undrafted free agent signing Josh Kelly, because I went to Texas Tech, and everybody knows that Texas Tech people are successful in all facets of life. So I expect Kelly to be our wide receiver number 2 to CeeDee Lamb.
Is that Mike? Did Mike text that in?
Oh, yeah.
He's pulling for his Raiders.
Okay, I didn't really think about
because he didn't go to Tech. He was gonna go to Tech.
I mean, he eventually went back and did courses at Tech and stuff, right?
I don't know. I thought it was UTA or something.
From the 214, they also say Blue is their choice, has a chance to change the offense.
Anybody that watched Texas football is probably going to be pretty excited about it. And he comes from that Tashard Choice group that was pretty special. But anybody that saw him play is probably going to be excited about it. But they also know his warts. And those warts are, he's not an every down back like you want him to be, obviously. But then on top of that, his warts are keeping the ball off the ground is going to be important for him.
Yes, and that is something that is
impeded
Kevin, his career.
Can't teach speed, as I always say. And so, I think I've pretty much coined that one along the way. I'm just joking. But yeah, he does have speed for days, and that's something this team lacked for a bit.
For the other 5th round pick and going into the 6th, James and Cornelius. Now, again, this is not to say that all the draft picks are going to make the team. That doesn't frequently happen. Usually,
they might have a leg up on some guys that haven't proven themselves.
Exactly.
Especially if they're cheaper.
Exactly. And so I wonder if James and Cornelius, you're immediately thinking A, special teams, and B, potential swing tackle.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. James has a lot more to learn. He's raw in a lot of areas at the position. And I'm kind of interested to see where Eberflus lines him up, what he wants him to do. Because I think I would say there's more future things for him, but he is, in my mind, a special teams player at the moment. And with the athleticism that he has, you kind of were like, oh my gosh, Overshown's missing. Maybe you replace the athleticism with this. And you really, if you get Overshown back on this field at some point, dude,
that would be great.
And he can be healthy for a while, this defense could look very, very different. And Cornelius, like I playing him on the right side somewhere, let him kind of be a backup swing guy there, yeah, for sure.
Now, in the 7th round, we can talk about Maffa, but also Zach Wolchuk's buddy. I would love for him to be the player show. If he can make the team, I just think that would be super fun.
Well, we talked about him during the C block yesterday. That's a big old body there.
Now, what I'm seeing is a lot is, man, people seem to be stoked about the pick of Blue. And somebody just said, I don't even care. I just needed a running back that can run really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And so how that will go in terms of usage, we'll see. But a lot of people seem to dig that pick.
You know what play has plagued the Cowboys since, I'm going to go back to the Bruce Carter era.
Tush push?
Not the tush push. The wheel route.
Oh, my God, yes.
How often have we seen people just look at the Cowboys and go, their linebackers can't keep up with our guy? Send them. And was it Danny Woodhead did it for the Chargers like 1,000 times? And we were like, what's happening here? And with Blue, I think you can do that. You can line it up and do it to them now. So I like the opportunity to do that. And yes, for all the people that are excited about yelling out, "You're my boy, Blue," that could definitely be a big deal.
Very fair. From the 903, Deuce was a fun pick, but I'm over it now. Addition by subtraction. And then this from the 972. The Cowboys need to give Deuce a chance. He's a good back, and the Cowboys refuse to use him consistently. Now, I get the argument's going to be, well, you're bringing somebody in that's different. Well, I guess, but they were also the offensive coordinator. I just think that the Cowboys, I'm not sure how they thought it was going to work or if it was going to work out immediately. I just think you're far less likely to be like, now's the time we're going to open it up for Deuce, as opposed to, hey, we just took this guy in the 5th round, so let's go ahead and use him a lot more, whether it's for speed, whether it's for gadget stuff, or to eventually try to move forward and be a primary back. I just think there's far more likely that they're going to use him than Deuce.
From the 903, I really hate how y'all say if he can be healthy for a while, almost like he wanted a 300-pound dude to fall on his knee. The fact is, he's been injured twice.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's been injured 2 different times. If he can stay healthy, and that does mean not having the 300-pound dude. I'm not saying I don't know about injury prone here, because we have the 2 injuries. Those are uniquely different.
Yeah.
Because contact injuries are not considered injury prone. It's the other ones.
No, I didn't agree with that from Nico whatsoever. But let me put it to you like this way. I hope it doesn't happen whatsoever. But if DeMarvion Overshown were to get hurt one more time, aren't you just like,
it's tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing, dude.
It's
unlucky.
Josh Young runs into that same thing.
Exactly.
But we're to the point now where I'm not saying it's his fault, but I'm saying your body is more apt to get hurt than the usual baseball player in the major leagues. That's just what it looks like.
And now that you've had to recover from injuries, that's another thing. That's another factor that goes into it too, is you're recovering, you're rehabbing. You're not quite the same person you were before that injury ever happened. And you can come back strong, but the more those continue to add up on your body, you see, go look at all the history of athletes on the field and how those things start to take a toll on them. I want the most for DeMar. Dude, he is an electric player.
Yeah.
He is fantastic. And if he is healthy and on the field, that's the health keeps him off the field. If he's on the field, then they're a better defense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to throw this story out super quick if we can. Have you seen the dust up between the amazingly named Thomas McPeak and Caesars?
No.
So McPeak claims that he won $800,000 and Caesars is like, hey, I'm not going to pay you. This is amazing to me. Listen to this part of the story. McPeak lives with his parents in suburban Chicago, and all Caesars would do is refund his original $50,000 bet. He lives with his parents, yet he just dropped a $50,000 bet. Maybe he's just saving even more money. I don't know, but he made a bet in Indiana a few months back for $30,000 and won $350,000. he won $450,000 at a casino in Iowa. And so, look.
How's this dude making these big bets?
But these are sports wagers.
I know. That's what I'm saying. These are great plays on his part. How is he doing this?
Well, here's part of what he's done. He said he uses disguises or changes his physical appearance. Like, he has really long hair, so I don't know if he wraps it up, sticks it under a hat, or just goes full Chia follow.
How do you do your hair, Alec?
I usually do like the Roman Reigns kind of like halfway bun.
Yeah.
In the back. So then if you wear a hat, it can actually go through the gap in the back of the hat.
And see, so he's been doing things like that to stay under the radar. Now, the issue is Horseshoe Casino in Indiana and Isle Casino in Iowa are both owned by Caesars. And they say that he has violated their policy of placing bets in different states. I bet a lot of people place bets in different states, and they're like, hey, we told you this is against the rules. You violated again. Now you lose. Now, would they have accepted the bet had the bet lost and probably been like, you know what, that's okay?
They absolutely would have.
For sure.
There's no rule against taking the bets.
Yeah, but there are some people who are like, no, yeah, they're right to do that. And there's other people who are like, it's interesting that you didn't enforce the policy when he made the bet. You enforced the policy
after he won,
after the results were known.
And there's no judge that's going to sit on that one, right? And rule in their favor, rule in the individual's favor.
It feels like probably not, especially depending on where you get the court case heard. If it goes to that,
whatever.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
go with underdogs. That's my approach.
Exactly. Never a problem. You get those payouts immediately. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Brothers.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Rantanen one more time. Quickly moved. Shot. Score! Johnston the finish. What a pass from Duchesne. On the power play has doubled their lead.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I want to give you the option here. You want to talk stars, man versus gorilla, or Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man?
Wow, that's I'll go stars, though.
Okay. This obviously
sports, Kevin.
Yeah, okay.
That was a star-studded list.
Bro. You saving gorilla talk for our show.
None of you Nimrods were going to talk about that. All right. Clearly, the most impressive game the Stars have had. I know the hits looked out of whack, but this did not feel like a game to me where the Stars were consistently getting out-physicaled. Unless y'all feel differently.
No, they did a great job of avoiding the pressure coming from Colorado. And I think they got some breaks. A goaltender had a nice game. But yeah, it's been amazing how for stretches of the previous 4 games the Stars had played well. But yes, they couldn't manage to put together an entire game. And I think outside of maybe that 4 or 5 minutes in the second period last night, they were either in control or going nose to nose. They weren't, the floodgate never broke.
And I go back to, it was the back-to-back penalties where there's a call against Colorado, and then 1 second after that power play ended, you got the call against Hintz that led to a power play for Colorado. The first minute of that Dallas power play was unbelievable. And I go back to it. I know they didn't score, but just shot after shot, quality opportunity. I feel like they got some really good looks last night.
They sure did.
Yeah.
They absolutely did. I mean, it's nice to finally not turn the puck over in the neutral zone, which was a massive problem in Game 4, and then play with a little bit of a lead, Brian. I mean, that was something, my gosh, they came out. We know Wyatt Johnston, fastest goal in the history of Stars playoff hockey, but when you lead basically then the entire game, I know it got a little tense at 3-2, but they answered the call.
It was nice to see them take advantage of some Colorado mistakes, though.
Agreed.
The defensive pension, and all of a sudden they get some breakaway opportunities. That's something that really hasn't happened. They had a lot of times where Colorado just in the game the other night, Saturday, just Colorado kept them in their own end, and Dallas is dumping it, and they can't get it out of. I mean, they're just trying to just relieve the pressure there, and the puck keeps coming back into the zone. And last night, their ability to the passing, the Colorado mistakes, taking advantage. You talk about a couple of fluky goals, but that's what you need in the playoffs. You need a puck to hit a skate. You need a puck to tip off a defender. Just those types of things are what makes the difference in these games. And I thought that Dallas, just the effort, the intensity, just the ability to stay on, even when they got that 3-goal lead, when it was 3-0, they stayed on top of Colorado. They did not give up. They didn't, they just kept going after him. Yeah, the 2 goals got pulled back, but then what did they do? They were ready to pounce again and take advantage of some things. So, tip of the cap to them for getting it done. Need that intensity Thursday night in Denver.
Yeah, because obviously none of the Stars are going to be like, oh, we got this now. This is still going to be a crazy game on Thursday. But I have started myself to allow myself to think just a little bit that the rest of the West has been stuck at 2-2, and you might be able to advance against who a lot of people thought was the Western Conference favorite without 2 of your best 5 or 6 players.
Sure. I mean, all of a sudden, look, the West is a gauntlet. It always will be. It's super, super deep. But as you're kind of looking at this, like if St. Louis can carry on what they've been able to do winning the last 2 against Winnipeg, all of a sudden you knock out a Jets team that's really, really heavy on their back line, and that's something that I don't think's been a great matchup for the Stars. If you could end up playing the Blues in the next round, that could be a nice advantage for you. And then projecting ahead, like could the Wild end up upsetting Vegas? Vegas is another one of those teams, big, physical. Those have been some crazy matchups the last 2 years in the postseason as those 2 teams have split. So, yeah, I mean, the draw could end up working really well for you, especially if you're able to get Miro back, who obviously I'm not expecting him to play in Game 6, maybe in a win-or-go-home scenario in Game 7. He looks like he's moving around pretty well. I just wouldn't expect them to trot him out there in a Game 6 when they could possibly win it and not need him and allow him to get some extra rest.
I kind of feel like, too, this might be something that might be a little underrated, but if you get Winnipeg out and you advance, travel to St. Louis is so much different than having to get on a plane and go to Winnipeg every other day.
Yeah.
That's something that, you think about wear and tear, and these guys are conditioned. We'll also see the Stars playing now again with the 2-day rest period thing again, which they did not look very good Sunday with that. They get in this rhythm where they're playing every other night. That's a hockey player tradition. But the fact, the potential wear and tear in a round 2, if you get through, and St. Louis, who has been playing great, the last month of the season, well, wear and tear on you just for travel would be a lot better.
I want to give some love to Coach DeBoer. I think, coaching through this is fantastic. The ability to create the patterns through the forecheck last night, I think, really paid off. Jim Nill, though, this is still, even without Miro and without Robo, still the deepest team in the West.
Stacked.
It's just not top-heavy, which brings me to McKinnon. I want to see a performance-enhancing drug test for this guy.
He is unbelievable, man.
Yeah, so stupid. I mean, the way just his celebration move last night was the most explosive thing that I'd seen. I'm like, was that a Tiger Woods fist bump in triple fast forward?
He's an amazing player. Now, maybe I just forgot about this. Do you have fiery Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man thoughts?
It just about ruined the franchise for me, Hagee. Tobey Maguire's whininess, the sadness, the depression. How he was so hook, line, and sinker for this gal.
Spider-Man 3 stunk.
Yeah, awful. I get it. You want your superheroes to be human. You want them to be vulnerable. I don't need them to be pathetic like that in every way. And I really feel like it's come back now.
Yeah.
The Spider-Verse has opened it up to so many different personalities that we don't have to be stuck in this pathetic, angsty teenager Spider-Man era.
That's freaking amazing. I love it. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. It is a Rangers player show Tuesday. Higashioka Kyle is going to join us at 3:20. We're looking forward to that. Thought we had another guest in here. That's right, Ross Tucker at 3.
Nice. All right, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin, and go see Sean and RJ and Anna tomorrow morning.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. Let's talk some sports here with you over the next 4.5 hours. Rangers A's pregame coming up at 6:30. And we look forward to checking with Jared Sandler coming up at 4:40. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. NA. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion here. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here. 75 and Fitzhugh. Fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Got Wolchuk and Shia follow here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Fired up. I saw somebody tweet that the Stars scored more goals in one game than the Rangers got runs for the entire week. And that is bittersweet.
That hurts.
It hurts, but at the same time, it's glorious. And if I have to sacrifice a little bit of regular season glory to get postseason glory, I'd say that's a fair trade-off or a good trade-off. I'll take it every week for the next month until we're hoisting that Stanley Cup, and then we'll make a strong midseason push here as soon as CY scrambles this lineup. But more on that later. Because I think the Stars have also had an offensive outage. You know, they'd only scored 7 goals in the 4 games previously. They get 5 last night. Did they figure something out? I don't know. It was probably just kind of their night. When that first one sneaks in near post, and then the second one goes flipping over the top with a little English on it. But I'm not taking anything away from the Stars. They earned that victory. It was a hell of a victory. I'm just wondering how sure can we be now that they are, in fact, in control of this series?
I'm hopeful that Blackwood is just now leaking confidence all over the place. This is his first experience with postseason adversity. I like the idea of him just completely combusting mentally. He's not going to have the chops for this.
I think you got to feel confident about the Stars. I mean, even to be up 3-2 now, and it's about time they got a little puck luck. I mean, we had kick skate goals that were counted in game 1. The Stars were kind of due a little bit of this, and I love you giving Pete DeBoer some credit. I feel like Pete picks his moments when he wants to kind of call out people, and he did it yesterday when he said, like, our Stars have not really performed this series, and it's time for our big guns to step up. And immediately, boom, hey, fluky, off the boards, whatever it was, you got a home bounce, but Wyatt delivers. Hints to Ratnanen, boom, they
that
deliver.
Was glorious.
Wyatt scores again. I mean, finally, you did get your top line really was able to perform. The Finnish Mafia was out there. Bichel, I think, is a guy that is just gaining confidence every single game, playing with Petrovic, who they've got a really, really good balance with. I mean, to me, yeah, the defenseman pinching, being able to keep pucks in the blue zone, I mean, the neutral ice stuff where they're not turning the puck over, screwed them in game 4. We talked about that. You talked about, Brian, the turnovers for the Avs.
Yeah.
They didn't take stupid penalties. Marchment was able to stay out of the penalty box. Like, last night really was their night. Can they carry that into Denver? I don't know. You're probably going to be back here for a game 7 just based on how these two teams play. But gosh, it would be quite something if they could go ahead and end this thing in 6, and then you're feeling great. You can sit back and just watch these other series that also might go to 7 games. I mean, the Western Conference playoffs have been an absolute blast. But last night, you couldn't ask for any better. I mean, that was ultimate Dallas Stars playing their version of hockey, and the mental fortitude when they've blown leads late in the season. When that thing's 3-2, I think we all felt a little nervous.
Shout out to Malinsky, man. That guy, thank God for that elbow.
And
on
then,
old steel.
Boom, they're able to get right back in it. And the power play was working beautifully. They put the foot on the gas, and you certainly had Otter with some big-time saves. I mean, it was awesome. And shout out to that Stars fan behind the bench there of the Avs coach. And he somehow is able, like, I guess he keeps suits, a variety of suits and ties in the car. So he has his buddies go in. They tell him exactly what the suit is that the Avs coach is wearing. He comes out, and he's dressed exactly like him. I mean, the bets we're doing behind the bench.
I love it.
It's incredible.
Yeah. No, the behind the bench stuff is great theater. And it's a tremendous time to be a sports fan here. Stanley Cup playoffs come springtime. And yes, I do feel like at this point they're netminder combusting, backwoods combusting. Everybody loves that. Could be a key here because, I mean, through the balance of the series, you're not getting a lot of offense going. If you have a shaky goaltender, maybe that could spell advancement. But I'm expecting this thing to come back for Game 7, Brian.
Yeah, I had the Avs in 6, and so that will be incorrect there. I just feel like, though, that Dallas, it took advantage. When you make a mistake, these two teams are so evenly matched, and I think that's why one night you see the Avs have the best of it, then the next night you see the Stars, and then the other nights are overtime games. And it really has come down to just how tight these games have been when it comes to puck possession, when it comes to penalties, when it comes to being on the power play, the special teams, maybe even mistakes. You saw last night how capable Dallas is, how explosive they could be if they get open ice. Their ability to skate and to skate well, and they, and their power play looked like, we've seen the graphics after some power plays. It's like one shot, no shots. And you're like going, damn, how does that happen on a power play? But last night, Dallas's metrics on that was much better. 4 shots, 5 shots. Even if you don't score, that type of pressure that you put on the Avalanche is going to wear them down throughout the game, and they were able to do that.
I feel like they're so closely matched. I'm no longer convinced they need Miro and Robo. I think they're still just slightly better.
It's nice that they've been able to overcome this.
Yes.
Because this could have been something that if the series does end, say, in 6, then the narrative is, well, Dallas didn't score enough goals, and it was probably because of no Robinson, and Miro wasn't ever involved in the end of the season when they were starting to lose games. But I think Zach's right. Last night when that thing got down to where it became a 1-goal game, we were in our heart, we were all like going, please, Dallas, don't let this just completely fall apart.
They passed the test.
They did pass the test.
They showed us that didn't break them mentally.
Yeah, and there's been some games this season where at the very end where those late goals have been and against teams that not even near the talent of what Colorado has. Yeah. I mean, they've walked out of that arena and thinking like, damn, how did we just lose that? But they were able to hold it together last night there.
I mean, it's the stuff that champions are made of, is I think what you're watching in this series right here. And we'll see. Maybe Miro comes back game 6, shakes the rust off, finish it in game 7. I don't know. I was starting to think, like, what are the knee injuries that could keep you out for 3 months? And there's just not that many of them. I'll take their word for it that he's like day to day, but I'm starting to feel a little hoodwinked on this. Like, you can't go day to day 6 days in a row on me. At that point, I'm calling you a liar. Okay, and it sure looks like you're just trying to give the Avalanche something to think about.
Which I respect the gamesmanship. It sucks that as a fan base we can't be in on this behind closed doors so that we all are of the understanding because we get our Miro hopes up. But you are seeing him on the ice.
The clips.
You are seeing enough clips to show he feels pretty well, pretty dang close.
Yeah, I guess it's just I haven't seen him take contact in any of these.
Right.
And hopefully he'll be back on, I guess, Thursday here, so they have a couple of more days for him to rest. Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. Kyle Higashioka is going to be our guest. Rangers still not scoring runs yet. The hope that we had in spring training during those breakout performances, the crooked numbers, the 13 runs, the 15 runs, a few times early this season, but now we're 29 games in, and the hope is gone. The hope is gone with this group. I don't think anybody is going to believe that when Corey Seager is back, that would fix it. You get this team healthy. I think maybe at best it could be an average offense. That's where I'm at right now, guys. And this isn't a knee-jerk reaction at this point, right? This is how everybody's feeling?
No, last night they were talking about on the broadcast, David Murphy, I believe, was talking about, you get to 100 at-bats, and that's a pretty good gauge right there. And, hey, what are we doing well? What are we doing poorly? And unfortunately for the Bats, it's been a lot of doing poorly here. And, we have Chris Young on every Monday, and I think he's very honest. I think he's very aware. They always talk about, hey, we're looking at the process. We're looking at how we're handling things. If you get through this homestand, with Seattle and the A's and it's not a winning homestand and you continue not to score runs, I think next Monday, Chris Young is going to be talking about, hey, we had to make changes here, and this is what we're going to do. It might not be just player changes. It might be wholesale changes to a coaching staff, and, hey, we're moving on from this hitting instructor, and we're going to have a little bit of a different voice here.
Yeah, they brought in a new hitting coach, but Donnie Ecker has been here since 2022, got elevated to offensive coordinator. So I don't know. Like, do you look to shake up something there? It's frustrating because they're putting themselves in position to have a breakthrough. They're just not getting that timely hit. And it is a carryover of what we talked about last year. Like, they just weren't a good team with runners in scoring position. You walk Marcus Semien walks to start the ninth. Like, let's go. You get the bases loaded in the sixth. Here we go, boys. Second inning, you're threatening. 2 on, 1 out. Here we are. Go ahead and put some runs up. And they just can't get the big hit to go ahead and have those crooked number innings. And it's frustrating because now you're watching it and you're expecting it. You're expecting, okay, well, you got 2 on, 1 out. Somebody's about to hit into a double play.
Yeah.
You know, you're expecting somebody's going to screw this up. It's just, it goes to the chase rate that we're seeing. And CY talked about it yesterday because human nature is, they know this too, and they want to get the big hit. And so now, El Bombi goes up there, and he's always been a big chase guy. And so he's in position with the bases loaded, and boom, what are you going to get? You're going to get a strikeout because he's swinging it at balls that are way out of the zone. When if he was patient and he saw the ball well, he should get on base and just take it. That should be 4 balls right there. Take your base. But they're just not seeing it. I think they're pressing right now. It's a combination of a lot of different things.
It is. But I think we're getting to a point where you got to talk about what else could we do. And I think you got to look at first base and second base and center field and maybe even right field. Like, we like what Adolis has done, but that is a position, and we don't have a lot of positions around the diamond where you're like, hey, let's improve. Can't improve at third base. You don't want to do anything at catcher. You don't want anything at shortstop. You have Langford as one outfielder who I feel like is locked in. But, I looked in Frisco, Josh Hatcher, a right fielder, is hitting .347 with 4 home runs. Our guy Walcott, obviously they say it's too early for him. Osuna's hitting .282. Walcott's hitting .270. I don't know if there's a ton of stuff down there in the minors, though. That's that's your 3 guys right now that you'd be looking at. I don't think there's answers there. I think we can keep our fingers crossed that Evan Carter could be an answer against right-handed pitching. But this is going to come down to, I think, do we want to trade pitching for hitting? And can we get an impactful enough bat if we throw in some prospects? Could we bring in a star player who's still under team control, to be an outfielder for us and maybe be a catalyst along with Corey Seager coming back? But that's where I would be right now today if I'm CY. And we got to have an honest conversation. This pitching staff's amazing, right? Yes. We have a lot of great players on this team, but something is holding us back. Ray, do you want to become a fully committed owner and say, forget the luxury tax? What players do we need, right? Do you want to worry about the tens and tens of extra millions of dollars you could have in your savings account when you go on to the afterlife? Or do you want to give North Texas a legacy that you leave behind? Mm-hmm. I would go for legacy right now, but I'm not a billionaire. I think billionaire thinks I want my portfolio to be at an all-time high on my last day on this earth. Yeah, that would be satisfaction. Yeah, that would be satisfaction. So we'll see. I do think CY is good enough and he is resourceful enough to get it done without spending significantly more money, especially because they have prospects and they have extra pitchers now. What if you put Kamar Rocker with a top 10 prospect, and you're a team that's out there. You have a hitter. Maybe I'm thinking about the Pittsburgh Pirates or something right now. You have a star player coming up. You don't want to pay him. Hey, let's make something happen here. And there's lots of ways to get that done. Adam Silver has confirmed the league and the Players Association discussing an international tournament during NBA All-Star Weekend, taking inspiration from
the Four Nations.
The Four Nations face-off. Yeah. Perhaps the USA versus the rest of the world. I don't know. Does it hit the same if it's not the country? See, I think I want to play for my country. And I'll take me and my 7 best countrymen, and we're going to play our absolute asses off trying to win this gold medal against the USA. I think that's the drama, like all these different nations preparing around the clock or around the year trying to throw their best at Team USA. That's where the fun is, I think. Just like we do to Canada in hockey. Yeah.
Right. Do we have enough to fill out rosters for that? Or would they have to dip into...
You're right. They'd have to dip into the European League, so we'd have to get cooperation.
Yeah, because that's the way to pull that off. The way you're doing it, the way you're presenting it, and that definitely makes the most sense in terms of high competitive. Because when it's your country, it's not just you and a bunch of dudes from elsewhere around the world. I mean, that would be still pretty cool. Yeah. But the way you're saying it would be way better.
I think the way that it might make sense logistically with that in mind, you got the East and West USA teams and international teams. So we got international players from Western Conference teams, international players from Eastern Conference teams. Now we have 4 teams. We can do a round robin, a semifinal, and a final. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's something similar to that. Okay, what else do we have cooking here for you? Man, the Warriors have effectively beaten the Rockets. They go up 3-1 last night. Draymond says playoff Jimmy saved him, and he was terrific. 27 points coming back from the bruised pelvis and the bruised butt. But I think it was playoff Draymond. I mean, this guy is like part Bill Romanowski, part Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
And he just said, "Oh, you guys, you're a young team that thinks you're physical and tough. That's just my game. Okay, you want to talk? All right. Well, now I'm in your huddle."
Yeah, I know he's in the huddle.
Yeah,
him and Dylan Brooks. I mean, Brooks is one of those pesky kind of dirty players as well, trying to get in their heads. They're trying to draw Draymond off sides. He almost got the 2 technicals that would have had him out potentially for this next game. So it's fun. It's fun, and they're close games for the most part.
Yeah, it has been a really good playoff so far. I think Draymond's just the epitome of a guy willing to do whatever it takes to win. And he knows once I get it into this toxic place, I'm the king here.
Yeah,
right?
because
I operate well here.
He has to muck it up that way because just like player for player, skill for skill, he's lacking in a huge way.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's embarrassing sometimes offensively. You're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. But all the other intangible things, that's the only way his presence can really be felt.
And it's amazing because the intangibles like make a massive impression on the game. You know,
huge
in ways
Absolutely.
that analytics could not measure. He's just a flat out winner. And in his heyday, he was oftentimes, capable of point forward type of responsibilities. Pacers and Bucks tonight at 5:00. Indy up 3-1 in that thing. I guess the Bucks have been better without Lillard. So maybe they can get back in the series. I'm not sure. Pistons Knicks at 6:30. New York now leading that series 3-1 after Cade Cunningham and the Pistons were robbed at the end of Game 4. Hardaway Jr. was fouled, didn't call it. Magic Celtics should end. Boston hosting Game 5 up 3-1. And Nuggets Clippers goes to Game 5 in Denver with that series tied at 2. Okay, Ross Tucker's coming up at 3:00. We'll talk NFL football with Ross, and then Kyle Higashioka coming up in just over an hour here on your home of the Rangers. What do we have next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's get into the top 10. What are the top 10 things people are afraid of in honor of the snake margarita? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Fan segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Wolchuk. Here he is with your top 10 at 220. You're Willie Bully.
Thank you very much. What are the top 10 things people fear most? 877-881-1053. What's your greatest fear? Because we had a very scary development, one that would have freaked me the hell out, that we'll get to in just a second. Some quick hitting sports nuggets for you. How about George Kittle? He did sign that extension through 2029, got himself a nice new contract worth $76.4 million, as he told Bussin' with the Boys. So there's one down for the 49ers. Still got Fred Warner that they need to figure out, and, of course, Brock Purdy. So we'll see.
Sounds like $50 million per for Brock Purdy is what it's going to all end up at. He's not going to get the full Prescott.
For the Purdy, man. Sounds like nobody's getting the full Prescott right now.
It's a one-of-one situation. Everybody else is playing for second.
They're all fighting for number 2.
As it should be.
Now, this was pretty neat. We've got Maine wide receiver Montego Moss, son of
Randy
Moss.
Miller Moss.
Not Miller. Not
the
Miller
USC
Moss.
quarterback.
Miller Moss might be, we've got Miller Moss. We got Mason Miller. How about that, dude? Miller Moss, who is the USC quarterback, Mason Miller, who is the amazing closer for the A's.
But this is the son of Randy Moss, the horse racing guy, right?
No, different Randy, but good pull. This is the actual Randy Moss that is, maybe the second best, like the real good one,
the real
NFL Randy Moss.
That horse racing,
the horse racing guy's fighting for second.
No, he's a good dude too. By the way,
that WFAN flub
that was
from
so
a couple
incredible.
years ago was hilarious.
You booked the wrong Randy Moss. You booked the white Randy Moss. Yeah, the white one. But his son is getting an invite to Vikings rookie minicamp. He had a senior season, 61 catches, 722 yards, 7 TDs, earned all CAA honors. You know what CAA is? Couldn't tell you.
CAA. Isn't that the agency group?
It is an agency group, but in college football terms, what does CAA stand for? 877-881-1053.
Good. It's you got me on that one.
Then you've got Mike Tomlin's son. He's getting an invite to minicamp with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Dino Tomlin. So congratulations to him. And Sean Taylor, the late, great Sean Taylor's brother, is getting an invite to Commanders rookie minicamp as well, former Rice safety Gabriel Taylor. So that's pretty cool. And it also makes me feel very, very old. But you got Mason Taylor's son, Mike Tomlin's son, and then now Sean Taylor's brother. What an age difference that was. Big gap there. But the Commanders bringing him in, I think that's pretty cool. Just extending the olive branch.
Coastal Athletic Association.
Okay.
Got me.
Has it always been where so many kids of players were coming through the system, Brian? Or do you think that that's increased?
It's increased.
Yeah, I mean, the
Seems
amount
like they're everywhere now.
A lot more juniors.
They really are. Like last year we had Frank Gore Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, it's now we've got
Scottie Pippen's kid is in the NBA.
Yeah.
And everybody's kids.
Gary Payton.
Yeah.
It's nuts. I mean,
a lot of these guys
LeBron
had
James, Marvin Harrison Jr. was last year.
A lot of these guys had young kids. I mean, they were young themselves, and then they have kids, and now they're now
Pat
they're-
Surtain.
Now they're all big-time football players.
Yeah, Mason
or
Taylor.
basketball players.
That's the secret
It
trips me out sometimes because I'm like, wait, is that guy's kid? Holy cow, is that much time passed already?
Yeah. No, it does. It's like, wait a second. How I feel like I was just like Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah,
His
that's
like,
one.
I feel like we were just watching Asante Samuel play with the Patriots and winning Super Bowls.
That was a pretty quick turnaround.
It's nuts. And then shout out to the Bucks. They have the largest weight difference ever when it comes for two rookies coming in, as they signed two undrafted rookie free agents. One is the heaviest player in the history of pro football.
They signed the Florida defensive tackle?
They did. They signed Watson, Desmond Watson, the Florida defensive tackle, who weighs well over 400 pounds. In fact, 6'5", 464.
That's right. He's the tush-push stopper.
He is, and I can't wait to see if he maybe makes this team.
Him and Vita Vea next to each other, that has to be the heaviest D-line of all time.
Run on me, I dare you.
We have like 800 pounds worth of man meat that you're running into. Good luck, Jalen Hurts.
They just take the ball to the edge. That's
that's true. We're just going to run outside.
Don't worry about it. Just take the ball to the
chase
edge.
this down, Levante David.
Yeah.
So you got 464, and then Tez Johnson at 5'10", 154 from Oregon, the wide receiver. So that is a massive weight difference there. He is a good player. I was surprised he didn't get drafted.
Me too.
Was really, really surprised. But let's get to the list. Oh, and Deontay Johnson, for Cowboy fans that are looking at like where wide receivers going. You had Robert Woods signed with the Steelers yesterday, and Deontay Johnson agreed to a 1-year deal with the Browns. Deontay Johnson, who, didn't he play for 3 teams last year alone?
Yeah.
Crazy situation. Yeah, maybe even 4.
Yeah,
wild. But congratulations to him. He's got himself a new home.
Cleveland just ready to take on all the personalities.
Bring him on in here. Kevin Stefanski's got this, man. He really does.
We'll
that might be a
coach him
good
up.
fit for Shador, that offense. I think he might end up playing some this year.
Play action, baby.
By the way, tomorrow, Anna, for whatever reason, they want me to go and do the morning show with...
you kind of look like a fireman.
I look like a fireman?
You got a fireman face.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said.
Yeah,
What kind of body does he have?
No, he's
Why you gotta-
he's a guy
We're
that
doing
can-
body.
he
We're
looks
doing
like a
body
guy-
parts. We're doing
he
body
body
parts.
He looks like a guy that
Jobs.
can
Body
handle
shaming
fighting
me?
fires, Eric. What do you think? Seen a lot of firemen hanging out and go grocery shopping. They're
Yeah,
kind
why
of
don't you come out to Anna?
He's got a fireman face.
I'll start this water
He
hose.
does. What?
Honestly, you put a mustache. Like Walchuk should just rep the mustache tomorrow, because you will see every one of those firefighters will have a mustache tomorrow. Every single one.
Yeah.
Of them. You would fit right in.
Well, one of my
And you could probably go toe to toe, stash for stash with any of those guys.
Yeah, one of my buddies, my high school besties, John Underhill, he was a firefighter for Grapevine, and he repped the mustache probably better than any of my friends have.
Really?
I don't know. I feel like I just look straight Mario if I were to do it, but
That'd be the fun of it.
Mario as a fireman, though.
maybe
Mario, it's me.
There's no
Best
way
mustache in town right now is that Mason Marchment, you think?
he does have a great. It's kind of pirate like Hook.
Yeah.
Ever since Nathaniel Lowe left.
Oh, Nathaniel, and he's Low.
Well, the burger stash. Whenever he decides to go with the stash,
He's got a good one. But no
I miss
mustache here.
Lowe.
Maybe tomorrow I will. But come on out. I'll be there with Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy. Nick Harris is going to join us from 7:20 to 8, I believe. Maybe we can get some good Amari Cooper nuggets. But we'll be at the Anna Firehouse Station tomorrow, 6 a.m.
They'll
10
give away
a.m.
hats tomorrow too.
Hats, free Whataburger breakfast. It's going to be
Yes.
sick. So come on out. I'm excited. I have not done one of these Firehouse stores, Eric. I know you have.
They're
So
fun.
I'm excited to experience
they're
it.
fun. You're going to want to get a tour of the place.
I
They're
can't
pretty
wait.
unique.
I like it better when they take you for 2 hours and then you do our whole show with us.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do that.
I did do that last week.
We can
But
do-
4 hours, guys, I'm going to be maxed
It's
out.
nice of you to carry their show tomorrow, by the way.
I plan on
Put the team on your back.
giving them absolutely nothing. I'll be the one. I'll bring them in and out of breaks, and then I'll let them just.
Man, you can't do that to my show, man. We
Handle
have
it.
you on for a reason. Got to make the show better.
I got you, Sean. Don't worry.
All right.
Hopefully, we'll give them a little rating.
I'll be back next year.
This will be the best thing
You
for
know,
the ratings in a long time.
Yeah,
Whole
every
chat.
other week I work. You know,
I think I'm fixing to have a few more kids, man.
my gosh,
Get
what
like 6 months off.
How did he get this out of one kid? Did he get it for 2 kids or one?
I don't know.
Wait,
Feels like he
is there a
doubled
new
up
rule? Am I
somewhere.
missing something here? Like
No, we
today's
got-
my son's 21st birthday. I think Parcells asked me, he goes, "Hey man, you ain't missing that draft if your kid's being born, right?" I'm like, "Bill, I think I'll probably be with my kid."
No, the draft is more important. Like we brought Elijah home right before the draft last year. I'm like, honey, I'm not missing the draft.
Yeah.
So I still worked the draft 3 days, but then I think I did take the week after off.
There's
Yeah.
and if there's a rule like this, great. But it seems like Sean's missed a year and a half.
Yeah, it's
already.
6 weeks of paternity.
Yep.
6 weeks of paternity leave. He just, I guess, didn't take it up front. He just kind of backloaded this thing.
Big time backload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he still has his regular
Yeah.
vacay, as
Work every
Choppy
other
alluded
week.
to.
Follow my videos on cooking.
Pretty nice. Okay, let's go to the snake story. We go to WRIC News in a terrifying moment. 877-881-1053.
Is this in Richmond, Virginia?
This is indeed in Richmond, Virginia, as a poor woman who is just trying to get herself a delicious margarita had the scare of her life.
A Richmond woman says she came to this Mexican restaurant for a margarita, and instead she left with a side of snake. Tonight, she tells me she's certainly never
Lucky
returning
guy.
to this restaurant, but still, she wants answers.
I kept saying it's a snake in my drink. It fell and hit me from the head.
You could say Carletta Andrews is still rattled by what happened to her last Wednesday at the Patron Mexican restaurant and cantina in Sandston.
I was shocked.
She says she ran out of the restaurant hysterical after this snake made a post-dinner appearance.
I leaned in to take a sip, and I noticed that something hit me on the forehead, and I looked at my husband like, what was that? And when I turned around, I saw the snake in my margarita.
Whose snake was
and
that?
I just jumped away from the bar at that point. It was moving. It started wrapping around my straw.
Andrew says the rest is a blur.
They grabbed a stick trying to get it, and I was just like, please don't let it go in my purse. Another man that was having dinner on the other side of the bar came, and he grabbed it and took it out.
She says the restaurant offered to move her to a booth, but she said she just wanted out.
I left shaking like I was traumatized.
She was traumatized, and as I would be. One of my biggest fears, absolutely the snake. I can't imagine having a nice dinner and all of a sudden, bang, get hit in the head with the snake, and I look down and it is now swimming in my margarita.
So like a little snake fell out of the roof or the ceiling?
Yeah, they did
Like a
reach
garter
out.
snake?
Yeah, I think so. It wasn't a venomous snake. It was like it was a little it was a black snake that was just floating around like a garden snake, absolutely. But I guess they said it got into the AC vent, is what the owner of the restaurant said. They apparently have failed a couple of health codes.
I'd have to imagine.
Yeah,
you
not
have
good.
snakes in the vents.
Not a good look for that.
We got big problems here.
Yeah,
but that's a scary situation.
That's unbelievable. 214. I've heard of a worm, but a snake, yeah, that would be terrifying.
Tequila, yeah.
That's it. You're getting your full meal comped.
Yeah, they did.
And you're probably getting a gift card to somewhere else that you actually want to eat moving forward.
She's never going back.
They give you a hat and a T-shirt.
I would never go back there either. I don't really blame her at all. But what are the top 10 things people fear most in the world? I did get a lot of people on the Twitter say the Cowboys wide receiver room right now.
Yeah, they're
who's
working
gonna
on
be
it.
their number 2. They are working on it. They really, really are. Heights got texted in.
How about death?
Heights is number 1 for me.
Heights is number 1. Yeah. Dying. Marriage was one that got texted in as well.
Public speaking.
Public speaking certainly is going to be very high. 972, I'm afraid of drowning or burning to death.
That count me check box on that.
Yeah.
Burning to death is one of my biggest fears.
That's Tolo Darren. We appreciate you, my guy. And a happy birthday, happy 23rd birthday to Parker, the son of a Tolo. He used to make fun of me for listening to y'all, and now he listens every day. So I love that.
Jokes
happy
on him.
birthday,
Salute,
Parker. Creating Tolos. You're the man. Happy birthday, Parker.
I think burning not to death is actually a bigger fear for me.
Now you just got to live with the
because I've heard the horror stories of people with big time burns and the amount of for months they're having to go and take the top layer off because the top wants to, I guess, heal before the underneath stuff does. So you can't let the top heal. So you have to.
They got to peel.
I don't
it.
know. It's
you keep reburning it.
Not burning it, but there's some level of scraping it off on the top because you have to let the underneath heal before the top. I don't know. I don't know all the intricacies, but I know that it sounds like a true human horror.
Okay. Lucius, biggest fear.
Yeah, I have a few of them, but I don't want to say them out loud because there's power in the tongue and everything.
That's true.
Yeah, but carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh,
that right there get you, boy, because you never know what's happening.
Never know what's happening.
Chilling.
Yeah.
I got a sniffles. Next thing you know, that's it.
Yeah.
Is that the way they went in the Penguin?
In the Penguin.
Oh,
yeah, but that was intentional.
That's wild. Number 10 is thunder and lightning. We got a lot of people that are still afraid of thunder and lightning.
And I
think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Me too. I didn't know that we had such a fear of that.
It is insane when it's super dark out and the wind's blowing and it's raining and the thunder and lightning are happening at the same time. You realize you might be in the middle of a tornado.
Yeah.
That's when it's terrifying. But anything short of that, I love it.
Hey, Dawson, Jackson Dart's family was up on the screen.
Dude, I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
The only thing
I'm
worse
sick of it.
The only thing worse than that, I think, on TV that's been repeated over and over was the Cooper flag double arm flex celebration with the let's go. I saw that during March probably 4,000 times on TV.
Number 9, here you go, Eric. It's dogs. You get a lot of people that are afraid of dogs.
Oh, wow.
That's why at a young age, I mean, maybe they get attacked, but you try and get your kids around dogs when they're young, and then they won't be as afraid of them. But people do have a fear. 8 is mice. You got a lot of people that are afraid of mice.
There was a movie, Willard, Ben, couple.
They're just gross.
Rat movies.
They are. They're the tails. They get me. 7 is enclosed spaces.
Oh, that's me.
That is claustrophobia.
Yeah, dude, I freak out. Like at that Rangers parade.
Oh, dude, it was.
I
Just
couldn't get to the middle, and at one point I tried, and then I was like getting stuck, and everybody was pushing me. I was like, oh my goodness, I might hyperventilate right here. I might need a stretcher.
Yeah, I thought people were going to fight me because they thought like we were just trying to cut them, like trying to get bent. It's like, no, I'm just trying to go do my job here. I'm really not trying to get in your spot.
It's forever be one of the greatest days of
but
my
it was
life.
a phenomenal day.
Top 4 probably.
6 is spiders and insects. 5 is
kill
flying.
them. You can squish them.
You can.
Spiders
But
freak
the
me
bite-
the heck out. Yeah, those bites are serious.
You never know.
Oftentimes, it's a sneak attack. You don't know you've been bit until after the fact.
The idea that a spider could be in my room somewhere that I don't see and I'm going to go to sleep, that's a little terrifying. But if I see him, he's dead.
Car wrecks for me, though. That's my 1 seed.
The car wreck? Yeah, that's actually a really good one. Flying comes in at 5.
Yep.
Snakes at 4.
That just goes to heights for me.
Heights,
I don't think it's the flying. I think it's just a repeat of the heights thing, whether it's a ski lift or the high five.
You're scared of a fly, like you're
Yeah,
gonna
you're afraid the
crash.
wing's going to fly off, that kind of thing.
4 was the snakes. 3 is going to the dentist. That is a top 3 fear. People are really, really still scared of the dentist.
That's a top 5er for me.
2 is heights, Gavin.
Yeah.
But number 1 is public
hate it.
speaking.
Yeah.
There's something about it, man.
There is.
That's no problem.
I mean, even us that, we don't have to do this in front of people.
That's
you know?
weed. That's weed.
But it is. It is a little nerve-wracking anytime you have to get in front of a lot of people.
And there's going to be a lot of people in front of you tomorrow at the firehouse in Anna.
Maybe that's why I'm not planning on speaking much.
Yeah, home invasion. Good strategy.
Hey, I want to see you put on like the fireman gear. Will they let you put on the big jacket
They
and the
would.
helmet?
I don't know what to
With
expect.
like the
No.
face mask and all?
Fireman gear, and then you do the haka.
Oh, that'd
See,
be
I
awesome.
don't know how to do it yet.
Yeah, you do. You just kind of
Just stick the tongue out.
Now you're being really offensive.
I was watching some videos. I'm trying to brush up
Now
on
you're
it.
being really offensive on that.
Home invasion while asleep, says the 972. I'm
Oh.
surprised that one didn't come in because that's a common like childhood fear
Oh.
is the home invader.
Somebody
The
knows that.
ocean, says the 940. The
ocean's-
ocean is scary.
Yeah.
That
The ocean is scary.
The things that can come out of there
Being
and grab
trapped out in
you.
the middle of the ocean. That
The
would,
undertow.
yeah.
The undertow can get you if you're like in Destin, Florida. I think it's quite common.
Sharks.
Cabo.
What's coming up next, Chief?
Sounds of the Sports Day, we have some potential new candidates for our all-time draft sounds board. That's next year in the
nice.
nation.
All right, let's talk about Trajan wealth, though, shall we? And if you want to hit a buzzer beater with your retirement goals,
What was it Saffron scored?
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. Ross Tucker talking football here coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time now for the Chief Sounds of the Sports Day. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Got a lot of good football clips in here. Might throw some more in football's finest later on in the program. I saw our buddy Black and Gold B says they should show Tyler Shuck's family on TV more. A couple of blonde hotties in that living room.
His girlfriend was an Oregon soccer player.
Is that right?
Yeah.
We'll get to Tyler Shuck here in a second, but we have some good, I believe these are some good candidates for greatest sounds in draft history, and we like to tee that up every year during draft time. We're going to start with Lawrence Taylor, who was asked how he remembered the night that he was drafted.
Take us back to your draft day. What do you remember from the day that you were drafted?
I don't remember too much. I had 41 Coors Lights, so I couldn't tell you.
You remember 41?
Yeah, I remember 41.
You remember 41, but you don't remember what happened?
Don't really remember what happened. I just know it was an exciting time, but it wasn't like this. You know, it was old school, and I wasn't in New York or anything. I just caught it on TV like everybody else. So,
did you get a phone call? Did you have your family around you? Did you get a phone call? You had your family around you?
I had my drinking buddies with me.
My drinking buddies. Not the fam, the drinking buddies.
It's a Wade Boggs-esque number there, 41.
It is. That's amazing.
I felt like he was honoring Dirk in some incredible way.
Absolutely, the Diggler.
What year was he drafted? What did the draft look like in the mid-'80s, or was that the early 80s? 81? Second overall, the 81 draft. Was it even on TV live?
No. I'm trying to think of when ESPN started.
Hotel, right?
I think ESPN started in 79. So I think that they were starting to kind of, because Kuiper I think got his start in 88. So I remember being at LSU,
and 1980 was the first one.
Okay,
there it is. ESPN 1980.
Yeah. I remember being like at LSU when it was on, and we would skip class to watch it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we'd skip class.
Lawrence Taylor rejected Abdul Carter, requesting to wear his number 56. He said, "You need to make your own legacy."
Yeah, I know. I did see that, which that makes sense to me.
It does.
It like Cam Ward has the Warren Moon number 1, and so that was a conversation of like, would Warren Moon grant him that jersey number? And Warren Moon ended up doing that. He presented him the number 1 jersey during one of his opening press conferences there when he got to Tennessee. But Cam Ward was number 1. Like that is his number. Abdul Carter is trying to change his number to Lawrence Taylor's, which I don't know, feels a little aggressive. And Lawrence Taylor was like, no chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's 50 players on a team. There's only 99 numbers or 100 numbers I think we can use if we count number 0.
Sure.
So, I mean, at some point, if you're with a great organization, you got to recycle these numbers. I like playmaker Michael Irvin's approach to it that I want the number to keep coming up so you talk about me. Like we hadn't talked about his number for a long time, Lawrence Taylor, right? And now you're like, oh yeah, 56, and so I could take it either way.
Yeah, that's true. I get that. Joe Thomas had a pretty funny story about his jersey number and a player that wanted it. Maybe we can play that at some point here as well. But I wanted to play this interaction with the Seahawks and their general manager, John Schneider, who Broadus knows very, very well. They drafted Jalen Milroe, and this was the interaction after they selected him.
Jalen said that you told him he was the number 1 QB on your board. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think he was, actually. No, but it was damn close.
So Jalen Milroe told the media that Schneider told him that he was their number 1 quarterback on their board. And then Schneider's like, well, no, I don't think I said that. I think this could be a miscommunication. Like you were the top quarterback on our board when we selected you.
Yes, at the time.
But maybe not overall the entire draft. But you can see the look on Schneider's face and Mike McDonald, the head coach's face, who's sitting right there. And they're both kind of like trying to keep from smiling. They didn't really know what to do there. It was a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to
What would you have done? Would you have covered for him?
I think so. I'd have been like, yeah, absolutely. He was our guy from day one. Of course, we waited to the 4th round, but that's only because we knew other teams had a blind spot.
Yeah. Once I saw him, I didn't even have to look at another quarterback.
Yeah. Was there any other quarterbacks in this draft? I don't think so.
No.
You just asked that rhetorical question.
Nobody can tote the rock like him.
Well, some would say that this next guy, Tyler Shuck, is the best quarterback in the draft. And the Saints fans, after Tyler Shuck gets selected, they went and did like one of those Gruden scream lines or whatever, the shred line, where they're just ticked off.
Yeah.
This is a Saints fan, I believe, setting a new record for bleeps. Hopefully I got them all.
25 years old, that nigga got 5 broken legs, 2 broken shoulders. What the is he gonna do for me? What the can I do with a nigga that's almost 30 years old? Bro, that nigga been in college for the last 10 years, bro. I can't do with that. You going from Jalen Hurts to Tyler Shuck. This going from Beyonce to man, I ain't gonna disrespect that leg like that, bro. I don't got for these. I ain't recording no songs. I ain't got no tweets. I ain't got no positivity. I hope every nigga associated with that team have a terrible life. Terrible life. These niggas, man.
Freaking period.
That is how
that was close.
Saints fans. I believe I nailed it though.
I think you were good.
I think I
was a lot of
batted
Fs.
1,000 there.
Gosh.
On the bleeps, but
angry.
that was the consensus from Saints fans after they took the quarterback that is extremely old and extremely physically broken.
Yeah.
But Kellen Moore, he saw something in him.
I love this low light from the combine. I just retweeted it at GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. But a number of outlets posted this where he's at the combine, the player's coming over the middle, and he like fakes left and then is supposed to like lay it out there for him. And it looked like some of the balls I was trying to throw you in Oxnard last summer. Look at this one. You seen this one, Brian? You been watching this one?
I saw it live, yeah.
He has
that's right.
He has the worst quarterback to play I think I've ever seen before, where he like underhands this thing into a crowd of defenders, and he's closing his eyes and turning his back to the defense when he does it. It's one of the more insane, unhinged plays I've ever seen.
I think his biggest problem is he's worried about his collarbones. You could tell. I mean, he's lost parts of 2 seasons because of them, and it's very reminiscent of what we saw with Eli Manning late in his career. Remember how he was very fearful of getting hit in the pocket?
Any pressure was a throwaway.
Any pressure was a throwaway, but any pressure was a flinch or a duck. So you have a guy that you can watch the Notre Dame game where he's standing there and he's been getting hit.
Yeah.
And he's just so fearful of they're going to land on him and they're going to break his collarbone again that you see him in the pocket start to collapse and then try and throw the ball as he's collapsing. And so
sounds like a guy you want to build around.
Well, it's just
tip of the cap to Kellen Moore.
He's broken his fibula, both his collarbones, the age. I will say this: when the guy is protected, though, he can
really sling it.
He made some good throws, but you have to make sure that he's completely protected, because the minute he starts to feel pressure or hits, then he goes into that kind of that survival mode.
Kellen Moore could probably relate to being terrified in the pocket of the giant humans around you. He was like, man, I feel the same way.
Oh, yeah.
You're my guy. We look at the game the same. Ross Tucker set to join us. Thanks, Chief. Kyle Higashioka coming up at 3:20. We're talking football with the Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the family.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both? No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Laser baby. Not meant maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. What's it sometimes called?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are going to have Ross Tucker join us momentarily, the Odyssey NFL Insider, the podcaster, CBS Sports Westwood One. And a reminder, the guys continue the Firehouse Tour tomorrow morning. Sean and RJ, the Firehouse Tour. They're going to be in Anna, and that show will start at 6 o'clock. Celebrate DFW with firefighters together. As Ross Tucker set to join us now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by myfrontpagestory.com. And a good afternoon, Ross. How the heck are you?
I'm doing awesome. What's up, fellas? How are you doing?
Man, we're doing great. You know, seems like the Cowboys had a pretty good draft. What'd you think of Booker at 12?
Well, I mean, do you know who you're talking to right now?
Yeah.
I love Booker at 12. I mean, first of all, a couple things. Number one, 2 years ago, I did the Ole Miss-Alabama game for CBS. So it would have been like the 4th or 5th game of Booker's sophomore year, true sophomore year, and Nick Saban told us in the production meeting that Booker was more or less the leader of the team, certainly the leader of the offense. And I said, a guy not even midway through his second year? And he said, yep. He said, listen, if they're a good player, they're only here for 3 years. So I thought that spoke very, very well of Booker. I actually saw Booker down there in Frisco last summer at Duke Manyweather's O-Line Masterminds event. And it was like the other Alabama offensive linemen just followed him around. He was like the Pied Piper, right? Like he is that guy. He is that type of leader, that type of personality. But then it's his play style that I adore, right? Blocking people, for those of you who've never done it before, blocking people, it's not really that fun. It's not that cool. You just kind of get in the way, and then you see somebody else score a touchdown, and the cheerleaders like them more than they like you, and they get their names in the newspaper. You don't. You know what's fun? Trying to kill dudes. Like trying to physically punish them and knock them to the ground. That is exactly what Tyler Booker likes to do. And in short order, I'll probably be talking about how the Cowboys have the best duo of guards in the NFL and maybe the two most physical guards as a pair in the NFL. I think that the Cowboys enhanced what they had with Tyler Smith and made a strength even stronger.
Ross, drafting a guy like Booker, what does that say about the plans, about the approach and the running style that Schottenheimer and this new crew wants to have?
Well, so remember, my rookie year in the NFL was 2001 with a guy named Marty Schottenheimer and the Washington Redskins. We led the NFC in rushing. Stephen Davis led the NFC in rushing. We only ran like 2 plays. We ran power strong and lead weak, and it was awesome. We mashed people. Our quarterback was Tony Banks. We didn't have a great passing game. It didn't matter. I know, and Brian, by the way, was our quarterback coach that year. I know that deep down in his roots, Brian knows the effectiveness of a blunt, forceful rushing attack. And I would think that getting a guy like Booker reinforces that. And also this, by the way, I know everybody wanted a skill guy and a receiver or a running back hire. I know the way you guys operate. I get it, right? I'll just say this. The 2 teams that were in the Super Bowl, okay? The left guard for the Eagles makes $21 million a year. The right guard for the Chiefs is on the franchise tag for over $24 million a year. The point is you see what the Bears did this offseason. You see what the Vikings did this offseason. A lot of really smart teams, really smart people think that the interior trio is way important and very undervalued by some teams in today's NFL. When I played, I honestly think left guard, which is what I played for those 7 games for the Cowboys, I think we were the least paid position in the NFL. I think we were the lowest paid position in the NFL. That has changed. People recognize not only being able to dent the defense in the run game, but how important it is for the quarterback for him to be able to step up. And with Tyler Smith, BB, or Brock Hoffman, whatever, and Tyler Booker, I would be surprised if they get a whole lot of push up the middle against the Dallas Cowboys.
I love it. We're talking with Ross Tucker here in the G-Bag Nation with the skill players, specifically the running back position. That was one maybe we thought the Cowboys would address early. They go with Jadon Blue out of Texas, and then they circle back with Phil Maffa in the 7th round out of Clemson to pair with what they did in free agency with Williams and Sanders. Do you like that running back room now and working in tandem with what they're building up front on that line?
Well, so first of all, I don't really know what happened with Miles in Carolina, but he was a good player for the Eagles, right? I mean, he's not Saquon, but he was a good player for the Eagles. And, you know, he got a nice contract from Carolina, and maybe he wasn't as motivated. I don't know, but maybe this was a wake-up call for him, and he can get back to being what he was in Philly, because also Carolina didn't have a great offensive line. I like that they took not 1 but 2 running backs. The reality is, you know, you start to get to later rounds, usually it feels like you hit on 50% of those guys. So if you take 2, you know, maybe Maffa ends up being awesome and Jadon Blue doesn't. I know this, Blue can run. He is, as you guys know, a blazer. And so I like getting that element in the Cowboys offense. And we'll see what Javonte Williams has. That's very, very sad to me. Anytime a guy looks that good as a rookie, then has a major injury and doesn't look quite the same, maybe a year further removed, he'll be able to get back to that rookie year form. But they at least have a bunch of options there. And I think because of their experience with Rico Dowdle last year and the success he had, I think the Cowboys probably feel like with their offensive line, they can get inexpensive quality play from the running back position.
Ross, as a whole, though, when you look at the NFC East, and clearly Philadelphia has the best roster right now, but do you feel like that maybe the Giants and the Commanders and maybe the Cowboys have closed the gap a little bit, or is it still, it looked like to me Philadelphia had an outstanding draft, especially some of the guys that they were able to take even on day 3?
Correct. They had a really good draft. They typically do. They are a very, very well-run organization. I do their preseason games, and even though they weren't one of the 5 teams I played for, they are impressive. I mean, in every way. I'm like the marketing, like they are a well-run machine. And interestingly, by the way, they have the exact opposite philosophy of the Cowboys when it comes to contracts, which I think is fascinating. I'll just say this. If you're doing the opposite, the polar opposite of the Eagles from a contract standpoint, you might want to reevaluate the way you're going about it, because they have all of their best players, for the most part, under contract for years. That said, Brian, as you know, for them to lose Milton Williams and Sweat and Darius Slay and Gardner Johnson, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. So we'll see what their rookies are like, but the Eagles roster has taken a little bit of a step back, right? And it's hard to argue against that. The question is how much of a step back? And then the other question is how much of a step forward did the other teams take? Commanders are interesting the way they keep bringing in older guys. They are really trying to take advantage of Jaden Daniels on his rookie contract. I think they probably closed the distance a little bit. The Giants, I think, still have a long way to go. And I don't know how I feel about the Cowboys. I mean, I don't know that I feel like they're that much better than last year. I think that they're hoping that a healthy Dak the whole year gets them back to double-digit wins. I don't know if that's going to happen for them, but they still have, the game I like to play, and this is actually a fun game for any NFC East team. It's called how many of your guys would start for the Eagles, right? And so you go through and you look at the Cowboys, and we don't need to do it right now, but you guys can go through and say, how many of these, Micah would start, right? Mm-hmm. I think Dak would probably start over Hurts. We can debate that. But how many of the guys would really start for the best team in the division?
It's Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker here with you on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, I'm in my head right now trying to think, guys, is it just CeeDee Lamb?
Offensively,
with Tyler Smith.
Tyler Smith might at the guard spot.
Well, listen, Tyler Smith is awesome. I'm not convinced he's better than Landon Dickerson. And CeeDee Lamb is fantastic. I would just say A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are pretty darn good.
Sure.
So I guess my point to you guys would be, I'll give them to you. I'll give you CeeDee Lamb and I'll give you Tyler Smith, but you're still only talking 2 or 3 guys.
Right.
And even all of those positions, Dak versus Hurts, Landon Dickerson versus Tyler Smith, CeeDee Lamb versus Devontae and A.J. Brown, they're still close. Like, even if you give the nod to the Cowboys, the Eagles dude is like real close.
Ross, so do you see, what the Eagles did in the second half of last year in the playoffs was one of the most impressive things I've seen in the salary cap era. Do you expect dominance in the conference to continue?
I would think that they'll be the favorite, right? But they did lose a bunch of major contributors. Now, it's funny because they lost major contributors and those guys got a lot of money elsewhere, but Milton Williams didn't really even start for them until this year, and he's not Jalen Carter. I mean, think about this. The highest paid guy in Patriots franchise history, was not even close to being the Eagles' best defensive tackle last year. That was Jalen Carter by a mile. So they still have good players. I would put them certainly as the favorite, but you guys know, hard to stay healthy after you make a long run like that. Hard to do it again. You got to have a lot of things go your way. And I do think they have pretty good competition. I think that the Lions will be right there again. I think the Packers are a team to watch, and the Rams almost beat them.
Yeah,
People forget, in the snow, the Rams almost beat them.
Yeah.
What would have happened if that game wasn't in the snow, right? I mean, maybe the Rams would have won. So while I think the Eagles are the favorites, I wouldn't say that they are the prohibitive favorites, right? I would think that there are teams that'll be nipping on their heels.
Ross Tucker, I need the ultimate Mother's Day gift right about now. What you got for me?
Well, listen, my buddy started the company. The greatest Mother's Day gift ever. For those of you that are watching, I know how many people watch. I know YouTube's the big thing now for Odyssey. Check this thing out. We got this from my wife's grandma a couple years ago. By far the best Mother's Day gift ever. It's called myfrontpagestory.com. You talk to a writer for 10 minutes while you're driving home from work, or maybe you fill out an email about your mom or your wife. They write this incredible story. It looks like it's, on the cover of the Dallas Morning News, framed pictures of your mom and the kids or the grandkids or whatever. I'm just telling you, I've seen so many women cry after they get, like, happy tears, okay? Not like, when RJ or Sean get something for their mom, right? Like happy tears, okay? It's myfrontpagestory.com. Most of you, when's the last time you got your mom or your wife a gift that was so awesome it moved them to tears? This is it. I'd be almost shocked if she doesn't cry as she reads the quotes from you or your siblings or your kids. myfrontpagestory.com. And if you go right now, they got 20% discount that pops up right when you go there. So do it, fellas. I would not steer you wrong. myfrontpagestory.com.
Thanks, Ross. We'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, great seeing you, Brian. Great talking with you guys.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you,
Ross.
Ross Tucker here with you in the G-Bag Nation, the former NFL offensive lineman, Cowboy. I think that was it 2002? Larry Allen gets hurt. He stepped in there for the last 6-7 games for the Cowboys. And, he's got a heck of a career now as a broadcaster, podcaster, media member there. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker with you. Okay, we're going to step aside a little early because Rangers catcher Kyle Higashioka is set to join you next right here to the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105 through the Fan. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for the Rangers Player Show. Pregame at 6:30 tonight. First pitch, 7 o'clock. deGrom's on the hill, and he's going to be throwing pitches to our next guest. The Rangers Player Show is brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. As Kyle Higashioka joins us now here on 105 through the Fan. And a good afternoon, Kyle. How the heck are you?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Going good. It seems like you like hitting these ace pretty good, man. You've been tearing them up over the last week or so. How you feeling up there?
Feeling all right. You know, still definitely getting into the swing of things, but I'm just trying to have, you know, good at bats and, you know, hit the ball on a line.
Yes, sir. That sounds good to me. We will drink to that. And that's one of the main questions from the fans right now. What's been your take on why the offense is taking a little bit extra to get out of the gates firing this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, definitely a lot of us are kind of scuffling these first few weeks of the season. And, you know, when that happens, a lot of times you can feel like you need to turn it all around in one game, which is not going to happen. So, yeah, I think we just need to kind of take a step back, take a breath, and just focus on every single at bat, you know, being a quality at bat.
You were moving around the lineup a little bit. Boch had you in the 2-hole. Tonight you're going to be batting third. Do you have a preference of maybe where you are? You seem like a very team-oriented guy. Like wherever Boch wants to write my name in, I'm down. Let's give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a win if I'm just in the lineup. So,
how do you like being a DH?
I don't mind. Like I said, it's a win anytime I'm in the lineup for me. So, just glad to have a chance.
Hey, Kyle, would you like to be known as a guy that throws people out all the time or a better framer?
Well, I wish I had the arm for people to know, people to associate me with throwing a ton of guys out. But,
Sure.
I think it is what it is. I just go up there and try to do what I can to help the team win behind the plate. That's the only thing I really care about.
Higgy, with some of the new rules over the last few years with the pitch clock, the pitch comm, how have things kind of evolved and changed for you as a catcher?
Yeah, I mean, the pace of the game is definitely a lot better. It's a little tougher mentally just because you got to get your thoughts in order on what pitches to call in a short amount of time. But I think most of us have made the adjustment. So, there's other rules that are kind of facilitated towards helping base runners steal bases, which is, I mean, that's definitely, I think, for the benefit of the fans, but that's something we got to deal with. And so, this game's all about making adjustments. So we'll make adjustments accordingly to whatever we have to.
Speaking of making adjustments, Kyle Higashioka here with us. How's it been getting to know these Rangers pitchers? And here's the question: who's the easiest Rangers pitcher to catch for you?
I mean, they've all been great. I think we've been throwing the ball really well for this first month of the season. So I'm pretty happy with them. I really like catching all these guys. It's been great. I don't know if I can really name one guy.
If you could catch any pitcher in baseball history, how about I ask you that? Dead or alive, who is Kyle Higashioka going to catch?
Honestly, I think probably Greg Maddux. I like. I know that's Mad Dog's brother, but I like guys who really move the ball around and can make it move different directions, use both sides of the plate. Some where calling a game almost becomes like a mathematical equation. So I think he's kind of the typical pitcher that I really, really enjoy working with.
So does Mad Dog know? Like, have you conversed with him at all about his brother? Asked him some fun stories. Some of the stuff we've heard about him, he was quite the prankster.
Yeah. Well, we hear all the prankster stories, so that's fun.
How many pranksters are in the clubhouse now with these Rangers?
There's a couple. But it's easier to be pranking people when you're playing a little better. So we're focused on trying to turn this thing around.
So only the pitchers are pulling pranks right now. I'm teasing. Kyle Higashioka here with you on the Fan. Okay, what's one thing you didn't know about the great state of Texas that you've learned since you got here?
Wow. I don't know. I mean, I've always liked coming to Texas in the past. So, I felt like, this is a great choice for me. And it's been great living here for the first month of the season. People have told me it gets really hot. So
yeah, it does.
Yeah, you're lucky.
You're lucky with this roof now. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's been great.
I was curious about we've heard the Roki Sasaki stuff with the Dodgers. He just came out and announced that one of the things that they did in terms of recruiting him was providing Japanese toilets in the Dodgers facilities. Now I know about your Japanese heritage, and I'm curious if you've ever used one of these toilets because we're trying to get the Rangers to get these things going. They seem incredible.
Yeah. Well, when we went to Korea, they had like a similar setup with, the heated toilets with the bidets and, all the fancy buttons. And then last year after we went to Korea, I noticed that we had 2 Japanese toilets in the clubhouse.
Ooh.
And, so I guess the guys must have liked that a lot. So, They were fine. Sometimes they get a little too hot, though. It kind of feels weird.
Oh, with the heated seats?
The bun toasters can overdo it a little bit. But, I mean, I've heard, like, once you go Japanese toilet, you never go back kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a toilet.
It's a toilet. So Brian Broaddus, one of our co-hosts, he has a football life. He's a former Super Bowl winning scout with the Green Bay Packers. He was telling us yesterday those restrooms are just disgusting. The stalls in an NFL locker room, it's horrible. Is it a similar deal in Major League Baseball, or are you guys kind of keeping this thing a little bit cleaner?
No, I think I haven't really ever felt that they're horrible in baseball. So I don't know. Maybe.
Well, the
maybe
NFL,
you got maybe you got the linemen, eating too many chili dogs or something.
Exactly.
Be hard to
exactly,
contain.
Kyle. Yeah, you know exactly what you're talking about here. These NFL guys you guys are way above the level of those guys for sure.
How was it going to the minor league stadium in Sacramento to take on the A's? What was that experience like?
It was good. It was good. The stadium play is really small, so that was basically the craziest thing about it. But the clubhouse facilities were pretty nice. I would say nicer than what they had in Oakland. And then our hotel situation was nice, and so it definitely it was totally fine.
Do you have a favorite stadium to play in?
I don't know. I mean, this year, numbers-wise, it's got to be Globe Life.
There we go.
There you go.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Well, we love having you here. Now, I did notice on your bio, you're a pretty big fan of the heavy metal music. Is that still the case with you, Kyle?
Yeah. 80s hard rock and metal. That's kind of my go-to.
So, what are we looking at here? Metallica, AC/DC?
Yeah. Like Metallica, Ozzy, Judas Priest.
Okay. That's pretty heavy.
The good ones.
Yes, sir. And what got you into that?
I think just an interest in playing guitar, and so to me those guys are kind of that kind of music is the pinnacle of like guitar driven music. So I mean, it just sounds great to my ear.
Can you strum it pretty good yourself?
I mean, I just play for fun.
Yeah. Do you take it along on a road trip or whatever, play in the hotel room, or are you just too locked in for that?
I haven't been. It's a lot of gear to carry.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Well, we appreciate you, doing your part to carry this offense at times so far this opening month of the season. Welcome to the Texas Rangers from us, and best of luck to you for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
There he goes. Yes, sir. Kyle Higashioka here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
How do you think he would have responded to the Gorillas question?
I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
That's a good answer.
Were you fearful of the question about the commode? After Wolchuk's kind of his question,
I was fearful about everything there. I was gonna ask him about what he'd prefer as a menu item: the fried higashioka or the higashioka tapioca. But I thought he was gonna hit me with another. I don't know.
Fried higashioka.
I was going to ask him a Mason Miller question. That A's what's it like to catch a ball going like 105 miles an hour trying to hit a ball, something like that. I couldn't imagine standing up there, some dude throwing 105 miles an hour, something like that at me.
But I think we've all been imagining a lot over the last 48 hours. What would 100 men have to do? What would these guys have to be capable of?
I'm just telling you.
To have a fighting chance in hell against one average full-size male gorilla.
I'm just telling you what you'd have to do. You'd have to find a way to blind him.
Yeah.
You'd have to just
You're going for the eyes first?
If you blind him and he can't see, he's going to thrash around, but if he can't see what he's doing, I think it would be a real problem. I'm throwing dust in his face.
Yeah.
I'm throwing dirt in his face.
I like that.
I'm trying to temporarily blind him and then jump him as he's trying to just.
A blind gorilla would destroy those 100 dudes.
You think so?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Who's going to stop him? What human hands are going to affect that gorilla?
To me, the blind him.
There's going to be 200
and get him
hands.
on the ground. I mean, I know he's going to thrash around and be a problem, but if you get him on the ground, you could
get him on the ground.
Yeah,
whoever gets him on the ground, those two guys are going to get their skulls back.
Okay, man. It's just we got 100 people we're going to sacrifice along the way to make this work.
Well, 99.
Well, you need at least 20 to finish the job. I think at most you can sacrifice 80.
You can.
There's going to be 80 casualties for sure.
I gotta holler at y'all's plug, bro.
But we
blind him. I'm telling you, blind this guy.
We get the advantage of strategy, right? And we're picking our best 100 guys. Like, they're not giving us the number one seed
You think
gorilla.
those 100 guys are the best? Man, you got to find a guy. Think about it. You got to think. You think those 100 guys are the best?
Aaron Donald and John
After
Jones.
The first 5 guys get their throats ripped apart, and he's using their arms as a weapon.
Okay.
The other guys like, you know what? This is probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
So
we're backing out, bro.
we have to mitigate with
We
that.
have
Yeah,
something
we need a
different than
commitment.
us. We're humans. We can't do this.
No.
They
This
have
is Hunger
fight or
Games.
flight. Like, as soon as they get hit, it's like, oh, we're turning
Okay.
up. We get hit, like, oh, should we be doing this?
If I see like the first 30 dudes just get destroyed,
You're running the other way.
I'm stepping back. Okay,
Yeah.
we're not going to get this done today. But if I could find a way
there's
right
there's
off the
100
jump,
crazy dudes, bro.
I'm
These
telling you, I'm with
alpha
you.
UFC ridiculous
All right,
fighters. These
I'm
guys are
with you, man.
crazy.
I'm with you.
Got to be special
I
forces
saw-
trained.
I saw a dude wrestle an alligator on I-95 and get him into the truck. You know, jumped on an alligator's back. I mean,
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
that was
so
kick
I do think strategy is very important here when you're dealing with wildlife because they're not going to be able to keep a strategy together. So if we have a big enough arena and we can blind him, we can tire him out.
How you can't tire them out? They're
we can.
They're so energetic. They've got us though. They got us cooked.
But if we have unlimited time and he's blinded,
yeah,
you know, we can pester him and then run away.
Run away.
Yes,
they move so fast
until he's tired. Well, if he's blind, we have a chance. You know, and then I need a guy like a 7-foot guy with super long legs to get on the back and get a chokehold.
A Jokic brother.
That's going to be a problem. I need you to look at how thick their necks are.
Yeah,
their chin comes out. Their chin comes out.
You can do about this damn thing.
You ever seen a Jokic brother?
If you had an 8-foot wingspan with matching legs,
come close to these gorillas.
I
dude.
think you might be able to get that thing around.
You're 4 to 9 times stronger than a trained human male.
We don't even know how
the UFC guys.
We don't even know how strong they are. It hasn't been recorded.
It is insane.
We're about to find out.
I mean, their bone density, their jaw. Like I think for sure, there's nothing a human could do as far as blunt force to hurt him. Right? You're not going to be able to punch him or spear him or tackle him or
choke
anything.
him. You can't do anything.
It's going to have to be suffocation, pretty much. You know. Like one dude's going to have to sacrifice both hands down to the forearms and just shove them in his mouth, right? Now I'm sacrificing. I got him, guys. Okay?
But that guy's family gets 10 million plus, maybe 100 million.
I mean, if you go out and show out, like remember how UFC used to have that award for the best fight of the night? Yeah. I can double this. I can double this bag to 20 mil for your family if you do something like that.
Bro. Man, plug is somewhere clapping like, yep.
My money's on the gorilla.
214 says he's got Ray Lewis as a part of the hundo just to be the pregame speech guy. You know, get everybody hyped up.
Yeah,
fired
he'll
up
get him
before
going
the
like
match.
William Wallace, but like we're talking no weapons, right? That's the whole thing here. I think with the human, I think we're screwed.
Yeah,
I think
man.
we overrate ourselves.
He's going to bash
race.
brains in together, bashing skulls.
They can bite, jump around, they're fast as hell.
Take his vision.
Yeah, but how?
Starts by taking
What if I said? What if I said
into his eyes?
What if I said it was 100 Aaron Donalds? What
Still
if I
won't
said
be
that?
enough, man. Still won't be enough. You can't penetrate that darn animal.
This
There's
is
nothing we can do with our physical.
Like they got thicker muscles. Apparently the skin's super thick.
I think
I don't think we stand a chance.
100 Aaron Donalds, bro.
I think it's fighting techniques that we need more than raw power.
Yeah, like, there's got to be pressure points to a gorilla.
You're not going to beat him with you could.
Have you seen the gorilla's behind?
Yeah.
Have you seen his cheeks, bro?
Yep.
There's nothing we can do about that power he's got back there.
He's a power bottom for sure.
No doubt.
He's a trash
got
can
the
full of
anchor.
dirt, bro.
He drops that ass and he moves people.
There's got to be some way to find out without anybody getting hurt. Surely.
No, we're going to lose about 75 guys.
You get a bunch of David Goggins in there, guys that just refuse to die.
Yeah.
You're going to get their throats ripped apart.
Yeah, like
It's going to look like a finishing move.
He's still going to be a motivational speaker on Instagram.
Yeah, like that's a great example. David Goggins just had a video with Israel Adesanya, one of our UFC champions or former, and Israel Adesanya is just about dying after the David Goggins workout.
The conversation might
shot.
actually be 100 men versus a chimpanzee. Even that might be hard, because how freakishly strong those things are. But maybe we can pick it up a little bit later on. Krusty's Corner's coming up next year, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, what kind of subject matter do you have today?
Yeah, I got some post-draft questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The Fan Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And thank you to Reliant for once again being a part of what we do around here. We've got a fascinating show right now on TV. They're talking like old-time NFL drafts, like in the 1960s and stuff. Some of these players, like my old boss, Ron Wolf, was up there and all those things. So it was nice to see kind of a thing. I'm kind of like listening and watching these programs. So it's kind of interesting when they go back and do these old draft clips back in the day. All right, I said that I would. I have some questions for my guys, and these are some post-draft questions that hopefully we can get some answers on, kind of figure some things out. Maybe some things that lead to. We've got the rookie like mini camp. It's like a walkthrough practice. This is not going to be anything that we're going to get much out of. I don't think we'll get anything out of these practices until we have the actual OTAs and stuff when you get the veterans and the rookies together. So not expecting too much, just kind of seeing what the guys look like physically. That's coming up here real soon. But here are my questions for you. And Chief, I'll start with you on this one if we can.
Yeah.
Who will be the biggest help to this roster? It's going to be Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku, or Jaden Blue.
Oh, I think ultimately it is still going to be Booker. I think he's going to be a surefire full-time starter for you. I don't even totally know the roles of the other two guys. I do think those other two guys will have a for real impact, but I'm a believer in the offensive line. Ross Tucker was talking about how, the value of offensive linemen and the interior have skyrocketed. I think Booker is going to make a cohesive, pretty respectable offensive line that is going to open things up for all the pass catchers, all the running backs. So I think every one of those guys will make an impact, but I'm going Booker. He's full-time every down.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, I think Ezeraku and Blue will both definitely have massive contributions throughout the season, but Ezeraku will be a rotational guy in my eye, as so will Blue. So I think down in, down out, Tyler Booker will be the guy that probably has the greatest impact. But in terms of like, hey, what do fans like? The explosive plays, you're going to get that from Blue.
I feel like Booker's floor is so high. He is going to be a good player. If those other guys have a bigger impact than him, this could be an amazing draft. I'm going to say Booker. I think Ezeraku, though, going along, if you have another pass rusher opposite what they already have here with Micah, that could be huge. You could talk about going from a top 10 defense to, hey, we got guys the other team can't block, and as soon as we get them in a passing situation, they're toast. And I feel like, with Micah and Tank, we got a little bit of that 2 years ago, where you get in the fourth quarter and you almost feel like you got to call an ambulance on standby for the other team's quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wooly, how about this one then? Since we're talking about Ezeraku, does Sam Williams need to be worried about his job?
I think that he needs to be worried that he's most likely not getting re-signed. Yeah. I think he's a guy that's going to be playing for a contract somewhere else. He needs to put out the best film possible. You can't have enough pass rushers. I think talking with Aaron Whitecotton, the thing that he stressed was being able to keep guys fresh and rotating. So I don't think there's any chance Sam Williams is not on the roster. I think they want to have as many guys as they possibly can that are talented, but I think now when you were looking at, hey, is Sam Williams playing for a contract with the Cowboys? If Donovan Ezeraku steps up and shows what we think he can be, that's a guy that they're probably going to let walk and get a compensatory pick in free agency.
He's third on the depth chart now, but there's still a couple of guys behind him, right? Isn't there the Tyus Wheat guy?
Yeah.
He's got I would still give him benefit of the doubt because of the speed and power.
How about you there, Chief?
Yeah, I think Walchuk really nailed it. The future beyond this year is certainly going to be in question, but they need him this year to step up. There's going to be a role for him, at least in passing situations, to go be just a full-time pass rusher type of dude. And hopefully off the injury, he still has the same level of explosiveness and disruptive ability that he's flashed. But yeah, I think the future for him is probably bleak. But they're going to need him this year.
I just wonder if him not having any more sponsors in the building.
You think there's a chance he wouldn't make the team, perhaps?
Well, maybe that they keep somebody else in his spot.
Certainly not out of the question.
Yeah, I think this is a huge year for him because there's always been he's almost would you put him kind of in the same mold as maybe with Tolbert, that there was, and they were both picked right there behind each other. Or,
These
in
guys
front of
are
each other, behind each other.
Contract year, they need to prove to not only the Cowboys, but the rest of the NFL that they're worthy of contracts after this season. I mean, they're playing for their football futures.
I feel like Sam Williams has had moments where it would look like he could physically overwhelm the other team.
Sure.
Tolbert's still out here trying to figure out his spot in the league and trying to survive. I feel like what Sam Williams has done will get him opportunities in the NFL for the next 2 to 4 years.
He just needs to prove that he can do it coming back from the injury is really what it is, because I'm with you otherwise. But I do think teams
similar
are looking
to
at
what, like with Randy.
Yeah,
Randy
and with
Gregory,
Tony Pollard.
That kind of deal?
Yeah, I mean, like, how are they able to get back to that same level of play post-injury?
Sure.
Was it ACL?
Yeah, and it did happen early in training camp, so he's probably got the best chance to come out and be ready to rock than any of these guys.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Is this front office going to sign a free agent wide receiver or trade for one?
I think it makes the most sense still that they would sign one because Amari Cooper is out there, and that just seems to make a lot of sense. I guess I'm hoping they don't trade for one because I don't trust their ability to do that. But I think they're going to hold on to their draft capital. Maybe the Mingo trade combined with the Trey Lance trade should scare them out of thinking that's a good idea. But I think there's enough players out there that, and knowing with their salary cap situation, it's hard to imagine they could find an upgrade better than Amari Cooper in the trade market for cheaper. I think that's a good fit.
How about you there, Chief?
Yeah, that's my guess, too. They're just going to sign somebody. They like doing that stuff this time of year and all the way even into training camp. Just low risk, cheap veteran, come in, plug and play. If they did a trade, I think it would be because they got off to a nice little start. They still felt like there was a hole there at the receiver spot and maybe at the deadline make a trade. But I don't see them doing it before the season.
Wooly?
I think Eric and Gavin are most likely right. But for conversation's sake, they are going to trade for DJ Moore with the Chicago Bears. He will be on the roster. They love DJ Moore.
Tell us more.
They love DJ Moore coming out of the draft. Bears have drafted Rome Odunze, and now they just took Luther Burden. There were rumors that he was going to be on the trade block at the deadline last year. Maybe DJ Moore's not loving his life in Chicago right now. Now, that is a guy that they've got to be willing to take on the contract that goes with DJ Moore. But I do know, just judging by players that they've liked and that they go by, hey, how did we like him coming out? That was a player that they were very, very interested in, and they almost selected in that draft class. So I think DJ Moore would be a name when we're looking at players outside of George Pickens or Rashad Bateman and a Cortland Sutton. DJ Moore would probably be the best of the bunch for me, a guy that can really, really make an impact. And now you're talking about a legit 1-2 with CeeDee Lamb and DJ Moore. That would get me fired up.
I would kind of be hopeful that they would trade for him because I think the quality of the player might be better.
Yeah.
But so is the price tag. I mean, you are, like Walchuk mentioned, that's a cap hit of close to $30 million.
Take that in, 100%.
Yeah.
DJ Moore's cap hits at $30 million.
25 this year, 28.5 the next two after that.
And maybe Chicago, maybe you do a Diggs and Moore trade, and you're probably gonna have to throw some more in there because Diggs is hurt.
Yeah.
But maybe now you're swapping some contracts here.
Now you're really dirty talking to me.
Let's do it.
So George Pickens is in the final year of his rookie deal.
Yes, and he's gonna want to get paid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would love to imagine the Cowboys are swimming in those waters where they're looking at trading for a serious upgrade, because if you would do that and your running back room produces, then I think you're pretty buttoned up at that point, Brian.
See, okay, then I'm going to ask you this question in my last minute or so here. Do you feel better about what they've done offensively or defensively?
Defensively.
Yeah, defensively.
I do like the line, but I think that Ravel, Azaraku, Toya, even King Basote, who knows if he makes the roster or not, but I like what they've done defensively.
And then you add the Solomon Thomas and the 2 linebackers.
Absolutely.
And they've committed quite a bit.
If they trade for a wide receiver, does that flip your thoughts?
Depends how good he is.
Yeah, it would depend on how good he is for sure. But I think right now it's definitely defense. When you look at the whole picture of the offseason and what they've done, I'm hoping for Toya.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that dude is clearly better than Mozzie Smith, because to me that's still just the biggest question mark there. Do you have anybody that can legitimately stop the run on your interior?
I mean, he looks the part. It's pretty amazing to watch these UCLA cut-ups where it looks like that's got to be 2 players over there. It's just one.
342 pounds. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Have the Stars sold you they can win this series and go make a run even without 2 of their best players. That's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation, 2 down, 2.5 to go, and we're back in the Fan.
Hey, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 3 of the nation. Let's talk Stars hockey in control of their series with the Avalanche. As we now get 2 days to enjoy the victory. Game 6 will be Thursday in Colorado. Jared Sandler joining us here coming up at 4:40. He'll talk Rangers, A's, and what we got to do to get some offense going here coming up in about 40 minutes. But I'd love to talk some hockey with you. General, at your service. Salute to you. Congratulations. The Stars, really giving DFW Sports what we need. This is therapeutic. Okay, this is really, quite a respite after what's been nearly 3 months of a personal sports hell here in North Texas. Dallas Stars apparently are saviors. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us. 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. The thing that it's so tight, it's really a shame that one of these teams is going to have to be eliminated because they are so damn close. The great stuff last night is your money dudes performed. Pete DeBoer calling out the guys making the big bucks, and they responded, knowing that if they lost this game, they would have to go try to survive on the road in a hostile environment, and the chances of that would not have been awesome. But the Stars are now being hailed for their ability to turn it on, and I don't know. What explains it to you guys? And the text is open here at 877-881-1053. It's almost surreal you've been able to do this without Miro and Robo. What do you attribute it to? Jim Nill, the GM, the head coach, DeBoer, Otter? I don't think anybody thought they'd had a chance. I certainly didn't. If Miro didn't come back, I didn't think they had a chance to win this series. But they might be better than the Avs, even without him. And if they can beat the Avs, they can beat anybody in the West.
That's what's incredible, and that's one of the things that excites you about moving forward is you don't have like Winnipeg running through St. Louis right now, so there's not going to be round 2 where you've gone 6-7 games, emptied the tank, and you're going up against a team who's super, super fresh, like you see in the NBA right now. Nuggets, Clippers, hey, that's a battle. I mean, that's an incredible series. But that's going 6 or 7 games, and then here comes OKC in the next round, and they're well rested. And so the Stars aren't going to have to deal with something like that. I think ultimately you have to give Jim Nill a ton of credit for having a team that's capable of showing up in this manner without 2 of their best players versus a team like Colorado. So that's first thing. But also Pete DeBoer, I mean, his team's 13-5 in games after a loss in the playoffs as the Stars head coach. So he obviously understands the right buttons to press whenever everybody feels like they're down and out.
When we had Greg Wyshynski on, I think he made a good point. Like, sometimes you just kind of have a team's number, and Pete DeBoer has had success against Colorado in the postseason with the Dallas Stars. And that could have something to do with it. But, I mean, there's a reason the Stars have been the favorites in the West all season. And the only thing that caused any doubt for us was really just kind of the way they limped into the playoffs. And so that caused us to be like, okay, should we second guess this? They're not playing very good hockey right now. And then, of course, when you don't have your best player in Miro and then Jason Robertson, who had been one of your best offensive players since the Four Nations break, goes down, it's like, okay, crap, you're not playing good hockey, and then you're down to your best players. But it really shouldn't be a surprise to those that have kind of been watching the Stars all year long that they are super deep. And their forward group and how Jim Nill has constructed this thing by adding guys like Mikhail Granlund at the deadline. And credit to Cody Ceci. I had my doubts about Ceci. Last night he's got his blade pops off and he's gimping and wounded and he's blocking pucks, just kind of rolling around on the ice. And I mean, the penalty kill has been sensational in this series. I do think Otter has been really, really good for the most part. There's been a couple of goals maybe, but you've also had some like quirky goals. It benefited for the Stars last night, but I do think Pete DeBoer, he has had a knack when it comes to pushing the right buttons, much like what Bruce Bochy did in that 2023 postseason with the Rangers. When he goes ahead and voices frustration, he really picks and chooses his spots, and the team usually does go ahead and reward him, and it lights a fire under him, and they don't want to disappoint him. And then you got a lot of veteran players on this squad as well, so they're not intimidated by going to a Colorado. They've been there, done that, and they've had success there. So they're not looking across the ice and saying, hey, it doesn't matter who we have. I mean, that's the beauty of hockey, right? You see Minnesota and St. Louis, for instance, and you're thinking these are teams that they were probably picked to lose in 5 games, maybe 6 games, and they could win those series. You have unlikely heroes that step up in a big way, like Michael Blackwell did to win an overtime game and score a game winner for you. You get guys that you just don't expect that all of a sudden rise to the occasion in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I think that's why, in my opinion, it's always been the toughest trophy to win in sports.
I think there's something to be said for the moment and taking advantage of it. But the stat that Chief gave on games following a loss for DeBoer, his Game 7 record, I think maybe that deserves closer inspection. And then the 817 says the winning environment in that Stars locker room is second to none. You think about the Western Conference Finals trips, the Stanley Cup Finals trip. This team has just done so much winning, and I think there's got to be something to be said for the culture in that locker room and how resilient these guys have been for a long time.
If you look just like last night too in that game, and just maybe diving in a little bit deeper on the metrics and stuff, with guys winning defensive zone faceoffs. Colin Blackwell winning defensive zone faceoffs. Granlund, Sagan, Duchesne, they've all were near 100% with those defensive zone draws. That's something that, that's getting the puck, that's getting control, and then that's getting it out of the zone. When you're winning those types of those faceoffs in that area, you control it and then you get that out. Now you're on the attack, and that Colorado just didn't have very much success with those last night. And you got to give those guys a lot of credit for, on that end of the ice, being able to dig in, get the puck, and then find a way to get it out of the zone and then try and set up the attack, which they were able to do quite a bit last night.
It's so amazing because these teams have played so much, not only this year, but over the course of the last half decade, and they know each other so well. But, the difference in your ability to execute under pressure. Here comes the Avs forecheck again. Yeah. And in Game 4, you can't do anything about it. Now, suddenly in this game, you're making all the right fakes. Your first touch is so perfect to set up your pass. and now you're executing perfectly, but it's unpredictable whether you're going to be the team. Like, I don't know what it is. The human ability to focus day in and day out's a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, that's why these series are so fun, because you live and die with every game, and you make the last game the story of the whole series, but then every game is really its own standalone thing, and it is a bit maddening where you don't totally know what to expect on a night in, night out basis, and that's part of two awesome teams. And on any given night, the more sort of locked in team with the better plan, they just lost the last one, so now they're hungrier. I mean, it's that swing back and forth in a series that makes these things so fun. As soon as you think you're down, you're back. As soon as you think you've got it, you don't.
Yeah. The feeling of satisfaction, is so dangerous in sports. They say in soccer the most dangerous lead's a 2-0 lead, right? You go up 2-0, you're like, oh, we got this.
Right.
And the next thing you know, it's 2-1, then you get nervous. And I know a lot of Stars fans were nervous last night at 3-2, That play-by-play, man, he lights up, and I think I was falling asleep, and I heard, goal! And I'm like, oh, no, right? That woke me up real quick.
But Bob Wischusen?
Wischusen or something like that?
Yeah,
but
he's awesome.
The way the Stars bounce back there, I think showed a tremendous amount about the resolve in their sports character, considering what happened in the final 2 weeks of the season. I would have thought that sinking feeling of here we go again would have had to shot through those lines, but it absolutely did not. Okay, the 2-1-4, the coordination was on the spot last night. We collapsed on Otter in moments when the Avs offense seemed close. We controlled that game offensively as well.
Absolutely.
5-1-2, I wish the Cowboys had that gritty culture. Well, it comes from leadership. The GM, the coach, you got to find the kind of players that not only are going to lead that by example, but also be able to vocalize, to others and newcomers that come in exactly what all goes into that. And sometimes it can be very difficult to establish that and then to bring it back, even if you've had it, it's no guarantee that you can maintain it. So you need incredible leadership and the people that know how intentionally install that and maintain it. And that's why I think, even though they haven't been able to ultimately win the Stanley Cup itself, they've had so much postseason success. They got some of that. They got some of that stuff that a guy like Corey Seager and Nathan Eovaldi brings to you. And that's why I think champions ultimately, once you can get it done once, repeating as champion is so common, even though there's 29 or 31 other teams competing in whatever sport that you're looking at. Okay. Mikko Rantanen tying his single playoff game career high with 3 points. I thought that was huge last night, and hopefully that sets something off. An amazing goal, but he has been a point-per-game playoff competitor his entire career. For him to be pointless through the first 4 games of this season, that was a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, what was it, 2 assists and a goal? I mean, it was beautiful to see him in hands, and the forecheck was working really well. Going back to the leadership, I think Jamie Benn has been brilliant in this series. I think you saw it in Game 2, him throwing his weight around. I mean, he really set the tone. I thought we talked about it with Stranges on the Wednesday. I thought it goes down as arguably his best postseason performance as a Star. And then immediately, I think it was noticeable as soon as Nathan McKinnon banged home that second goal before Wyatt Johnson was able to score on the power play, it was Jamie Benn who laid a massive hit along the boards and really was able, again, to set the tone physically, like, boys, we are not now on our heels. We are still going to be the aggressors. And then just a couple minutes later, they get the power play opportunity, and here's Wyatt Johnson with goal number 2. I think that leadership of Jamie Benn, who also, as we've talked about, him, Sagan have been here a while. You've got guys like Duchesne and Marchment that have been so close to getting to the Stanley Cup. Those veteran guys knowing, like, how many chances are we going to get? And then Jamie Benn's also going to be an impending free agent. And I think he wants to stay here, and the Stars want to keep him around as well. So you don't get a lot of chances on this, to go ahead and win. And this is one of these special teams that kind of does feel like it's got it all together. He doesn't want to waste another opportunity.
Okay, Rangers are wasting opportunities with runners in scoring position every time I turn around, and there's frustrating things to talk about with these Rangers. We do have Sands coming up at 4:40. Can we celebrate some good here? Bobby Belt posting extrapolated Wyatt Bangford numbers. You look at his last 45 games. That goes back to last September and the start of this year. You extrapolate that to over 162. You'd be looking at a 310 hitter, with 50 home runs, 104 RBIs, 122 runs scored, 40 doubles, 40 steals. That's the kind of pace that a guy Wyatt Langford's on.
50-40.
Starting to look like the best player on the team.
Yeah, but with the tying run on base, he took one swing and popped it up.
Yeah, it was bad.
You know, that part of it, I mean, I'm not trying. It's not like.
What have you done for me lately? I respect where you're coming
it's
from.
like, wet blanket guy, but you needed something. You needed him. You needed Garcia. You just needed somebody to get Simeon home to tie that game and then take it. I mean, it was going to be difficult dealing with Miller. We saw that the other night in Sacramento. He's just a hard guy to get through. And, maybe he didn't have his best stuff last night, but the slider looked good. But the fact that he just got one swing at it and it was just a, kind of a pop-up. Those are unfortunate right there for me.
Yeah, he had the rare caller last night. I was projecting him to go 2 for 4 with a home run. I guess he's just saving that for tonight. But I do think now we're deep enough into this season, and maybe you need another 12 games before we get to 40. I think they might have to do something that we would never imagine here as Texas Rangers fans for decades. We have so much pitching. It's time to trade pitching for hitting.
Feels like you're playing with fire there a little bit, but I totally get where you're coming from.
I mean,
this is where we're at.
I don't know how to talk trades in Major League Baseball because so much of it goes to the prospects and the money spent and how much is this team going to pick up. But I do know the Rangers farm system is stocked with dudes. You look at our young pitchers that haven't even got to the big leagues, some young pitchers that have been here. What if you get Gray and Bradford back before the deadline and they're pitching well and you're looking at Rocker and Leiter and teams that are in desperate need of young pitchers? I'd be willing to deal either one of those guys. Leiter, not a future ace. Rocker, might be too hurt. I don't know. Seems like he's got a lot of control issues. Excited if he stays with the Rangers for what he's going to do for the next 10 years. Both these guys, might be a good number 2 or number 3 pitcher for you. You might be looking at the Vandy boys as the 2-3 for your future. But if there's a big son of a gun that's hitting over 300 with an OPS over 1,000 that plays first base or outfield, got to do it. That's where I'm at.
I'm with you, dude. And you've seen them move on from a Cole Reagans in the past, young up-and-coming pitcher. They did it for Aroldis Chapman. You do know that CY is willing to get ahead of things in a huge way. Like, you have the confidence in CY being like, okay, whatever it takes, I'm willing to do it. Hopefully Ray Davis will open up the door for that. But this is the portion of the season where I'm a little bit disappointed we don't have the Rangers extra innings with Jared on the horn with the callers. Because this is like Rangers fans are starting to get a little bit testy with the way the offense looks.
Yeah.
They could draw Jared off sides in a heartbeat right now.
Especially with the prank call extravaganza that we had over draft weekend.
Yeah, it's in the water right now.
The pump is primed for pranks. I'm trying to get after Sandler here a little bit.
Maybe we should just start taking calls when he visits with us.
Oh.
Now we just outsource some Tolo calls. And maybe that's our best opportunity to try and get some angry Sands.
I mean, the TV postgame is nice. Not going to lie. I think Jared's doing a nice job there, but we do not have the possibility of Mount Sandler erupting, and that was always kind of hanging in the balance on the radio whenever he went to the phone calls.
It's gone dormant.
Football's finest coming up next. Where are we taking it?
All right, we have interesting nuggets on the Cowboys' newest and most exciting running back. That's next here in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Eric with your football's finest.
Plenty of good stuff here in the finest, especially Cowboys related. But first, I throw it over to Wolchuk in the at the news desk for some unfortunate breaking news.
Rest in peace to Seymour Wiener of the New York Mets, who has passed away. World War II veteran,
super fan, legend.
Beloved, one of the most beloved New York Mets in the history of their proud franchise. In fact, recently, it was almost a year ago now, on April 30th of 2024, Seymour Wiener was part of the $1 hot dog night promotion for the New York Mets.
He's very fond of it.
Into the bid. He said everybody loves a wiener. And in fact, when they put him at 97 years old on the Jumbotron, he received one of the loudest ovations in the history of Citi Field. He said he was very, very proud to be part of it. Wiener said the wiener part of it was something that in my childhood I was teased about, but there was never the thing of Seymour Wiener. That became later in his adult life where he started getting teased. But he said to me,
kids weren't putting the Seymour together. It was just the wiener that was standing out.
Just the wiener that caused a giggle at the time.
It's a big missed opportunity for those kids.
Seriously.
He said,
kicking
quote,
themselves.
To me, it's been so enjoyable. In no way does it annoy me. Just look at all the notoriety I get out of it. He had an outstanding professional baseball career. We thank him for his service, of course, fighting for our great country in World War II. And may he rest in peace, and our thoughts and prayers and condolences to the Wiener family.
Amen. Well said.
97?
He died now at 98.
98. So he had a great run.
Well, almost, yeah.
Yeah.
He did. He had a hell of a run.
He had a heck 98. My gosh. Great run. Yeah.
R.I.P. Okay. Jaden Blue.
Out of the blue.
This dude is very exciting. I think he's the guy that Cowboys fans are most excited about right now because obviously
not Booker.
We're all ball watchers. We want to see touchdowns. We want to see explosiveness. And that's what he brings to the
table.
table.
To score touchdowns.
I think the only thing is the fumbles that has me a little bit concerned. And Dawson mentioned the small hands. Like there's a reason why these fumbles are happening.
It should have you concerned.
Yeah.
It had all Texas fans concerned because the fumbles would come at big moments.
Right. And
it honestly cost them a chance to play in the national championship against Washington a couple of years ago.
But we don't talk about that, right?
No, we're not. We're going to hope that he goes full Tiki Barber, high and tight, and this thing's corrected moving forward.
I mean, I would think he's just doing nothing but those hand stretches, right? Where these guys, Kenny Pickett or whatever, they're spending months on end stretching their hands out, trying to get as big a hand as possible. I don't know if you can go any sort of prosthetic instrument to sizing up the hand a little bit more. I mean, I'd be willing to do whatever it takes. I think he is too true competitor. But when you look at the advanced numbers on him, really impressive stuff from Warren Sharp here. So he had the 4.2840 at the pro day. Obviously, he's a Blazer. That's the fastest in the class at the position. 73% of his rushing yards were after contact.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one in the class.
Some of the numbers on this guy are crazy.
Yeah, and you think of him as like the lightning, the explosiveness, not a guy that's running through tacklers, but you mentioned the size, Broadus. I mean, this guy's just about 200 pounds, right?
Yeah, 5'9", 196.
He's not some 185-pound scat back.
No,
like he brings some physicality to the position as well, coupled with the electric speed. So 73% of his rushing yards after contact, that is super impressive. And I think surprising probably to most, 4 yards after contact per carry, number 4 in the class, 3.5 yards per carry when he was hit at or behind the line of scrimmage. So you hit him at or behind the line of scrimmage, he's still going to get 3.5 yards of pop on you.
He makes people miss.
Number one in the class for that. 25% target percentage, number 2 in the class. He's a pass catcher, and then he lined up in the slot on 16% of his routes, also number 1 in the class. So you have that versatility where you can move him around and get him going in the passing game there. You saw him in that Arizona State game where he was fantastic out of the backfield, but you can also line him up in the slot. This is definitely a guy to get extremely excited about. The fumbles are the only real concern here.
He dominated Clemson. I think my question, we all respect Steve Sarkisian, right? Even though he kept playing Quinn Ewers instead of Arch Manning, and maybe he's got a blind spot for who should be starting. But I just wonder why he only got 4 carries against Ohio State and 2 against Georgia and 5 against Texas A&M. Like, I think there was only 3 games in the entire year. Well, there was another one in the preseason against Louisiana Monroe or something where he had 25 carries, but he's getting 2 and 4 and 5 a lot. Why would Steve Sarkisian not give him the ball more? He's averaging
Probably
3 quarters. I mean, okay, so you had the 2 early in the year, and then you had 1 more against Kentucky in SEC play.
He had 2 against Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had 7 over the last 2 years, 4 this past year. The fumble,
1 in the last 11 games.
I mean, it was. I mean, the fumbles were a problem. We can't gloss over that. It's a big deal. Ball security is the premium. So, yeah, that's something he's going to have to get figured out. But he's always been a committee guy, and Texas has been spoiled by just having an absolutely loaded backfield. So he's just never been that guy that's had to carry a full share of the workload. But he does have a lot of special elements to his game. As a receiving back, he's really, really special. He is electric with the ball in his hands. But he is not a guy that's ever really been a 20-carry dude, bell cow type of back, which is why I think you're really looking at a running back by committee approach this year.
I still feel like Nick Chubb wouldn't be a bad thing to kick the tires on. I don't know what his asking price is, and there's certainly a line that you would have to draw on the financial sand there because he is not anywhere close to being in his prime anymore. But a year removed from the injury, last year it wasn't great for him, like 3.5 yards per carry or whatever. But I would still be interested in bringing in a Nick Chubb. Hopefully Maffa can give you something there as a physical back, kind of a grinded out back. But outside of Blue, there's much to be desired still in the Cowboys running back room. Now, I did see, are you guys familiar with the nickname of Mr. Revel?
His nickname?
The Condor. Yeah.
Ah! Do you guys remember the last Condor in the DFW Sports Metroplex?
Ronald Guzman.
Big Ronald Guzman at first base. Just extending out. The flexibility on that guy was ridiculous.
Doing the splits and stuff is unbelievable.
But the arm length, I mean, an 80-inch wingspan for this corner. He fits the bill. 6'2", 195. I am super excited about him. And if he's going to be wearing that number 28, that looks sharp on him. Aesthetically, extremely pleasing. I think Blue's going with a 23.
No, so we've got a 23 on the roster. He's not officially going by 23. There was hopes that he might because Tashard Choice was his running backs coach, who's now in the NFL. But currently 23, somebody has it on the roster. I know Tommy Arish put that out, but he did put a clarification that as of today, he's not wearing the 23. Maybe that happens eventually.
Okay. Well, if I told you that the SEC is on a streak right now for having the most picks in the NFL draft, how many years running do you think that would be standing true? They're on a heater. How many years has the SEC led in terms of most picks in the NFL draft for a conference?
10.
Got a full decade strong.
Yes.
I'm going to go over. I'm going to go 15 years.
Let's go 22 years.
19 years running. Since 2007, you've had SEC leading the NFL draft with the most picks.
It's amazing.
That's definitely a dang good run right there. Who do you guys believe to have the most popular jersey for a rookie right now?
Scatterboo,
huh? I don't see him.
Genty.
I don't see him in the top 10 here. Genty's number 4 with the Raiders. Shador is number 3 with the Browns. Now, got a little bit of a late start, obviously, because we didn't know which jersey was going to be until Saturday.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's a good one.
Travis Hunter is number 1 with the Jags. Is he wearing
12?
Looks like he's going with the number 12. Yeah, so he's going to stay true to that number that he wore at Colorado. So Cam Ward, people are calling the least talked about number 1 overall pick that we've ever seen. Certainly for a quarterback. You know, sometimes you get like an offensive lineman or something that goes 1, it's not overly sexy.
Get Eric Fisher.
But for a quarterback, for a quarterback to to be going number one and not be that talked about, but he does have the second most popular jersey going right now. But Travis Hunter's number one. Here was the Jaguars general manager, James Gladstone, the youngster from L.A., now taken over in Jacksonville. He makes the big trade up. Listen to him talk so glowingly about Travis Hunter.
Yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person. He's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself, Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
Travis Hunter.
Bravo, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if that's not the most glowing report, what an intro right there.
Yeah. Let me get some of that.
Our dude, is he highly educated?
I want this guy eulogizing
he's highly
me.
something.
Is he highly?
Been hanging out with Aaron Rodgers.
Very
High probability of
introspective.
that.
And, I mean, just pushing the boundaries of the sport.
Did he sit down and is that a chat?
It looked like that looked off the cuff. Unless there was a teleprompter in the back of the press conference room, he was not reading off of squat.
Okay, but maybe
that was off the dome.
You write that chat GPT and then use it.
Maybe. That was brilliant. It was good literary stuff. I feel like he probably went to the Ivy League for
probably took
poetry
some public speaking courses.
It was absolutely spectacular.
It's funny because he just looks like he's about 16 years old, got his driver's license, and he's up there, with
playing
the
general manager.
Excited.
And, it's like he's a kid that they got playing Madden, and he's in franchise mode, just building teams, and here he is. Travis Hunter pushing the boundaries of what we are here at Jacksonville.
Yeah, people are calling it the glaze of the year.
I think what I heard is maybe some youthful naivete, excitement, your first draft, mission accomplished, and probably just feeling himself a little bit too much. Maybe
or feeling Travis Hunter quite a bit.
Yeah. But hey, good luck to this guy, man. It's impressive to see somebody up there that I could have babysitted being here a GM. I know, Brian, you know that feeling well.
I babysitted the New England Patriots GM.
That's right. And
Elliot Wolf.
And the Seahawks GM was his intern.
Yeah.
Okay, Sands the Man is set to join us next here. Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, has the pregame coming up at 6:30. What do the Rangers need to do to get some runs? That's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 12:20, we will talk
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're in the market to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We got Cowboys news coming up here at 5 o'clock. Right now, let's talk with Jared Sandler about these Rangers. They're 15-14. In 10 of their 14 losses, 2 runs or less. That's hurting a little bit. We need some runs. And they're now, as I said earlier, in a spot where by midseason, we might be talking about having to trade pitching for hitting. Jared Sandler joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, how the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. Shout out to RS Diamond Broker. It's always great to hear a nice South African jeweler on the radio station.
Yeah, salute to those guys.
Sure.
I heard they're doing some great work.
Best in the biz.
Best in the biz.
Does this come down to like being more patient? Is that all it is? And how easy of an adjustment is that, Sandler, to get done?
Yeah, it's a great question, Gavin. So I remember I started looking into stuff like this with Rugi years ago because Rugi was super aggressive, and there was a lot of data that, when Rugi would swing at pitches in the zone, he was one of the best hitters in baseball. I know that might sound silly, but like relative to other hitters, when he would swing at pitches in the zone, the damage he did was superb. But he swung at everything, and I try to get a sense of how much discipline can be a learned skill, and what's like that range, right? The reality is, it's not very common at all where a guy who is one of the more undisciplined hitters becomes, all of a sudden like Evan Carter, Shin-Soo Choo type discipline, right? But there is room for improvement. There are room for gains in that department, and I think that's what you're hoping for out of guys. You're not asking Adolis to all of a sudden be the stingiest hitter, but can you improve by 2, 3, 4, 5%? And collectively, can the lineup improve by 2 to 5%? Because you're right. I don't want to oversimplify it, and I don't want to say that's all it is. But I do think that the data's pretty stark. That 1-0 is a lot better than 0-1, and 2-1 is better than 1-2, and any kind of favorable count for a hitter is going to yield better results. And if pitchers are giving you opportunities to be in more favorable accounts, you got to take it, right? I think that, like, you look at Marcus Simeon's plate appearance against Mason Miller last night. Now, he drew a walk, right? It wasn't a home run or anything, but that was a situation where you could see a hitter trying to do something, but against a really good pitcher who had walked one batter all year, he stayed within himself. He drew a walk. He gave the team a chance. Now, unfortunately, they didn't capitalize in the 9th inning, but, they had a chance because Marcus got on base, drew a walk. He was patient. We've seen Adolis, when he is getting ahead 1-0 and he is putting himself in 2-0, 2-1 counts, just the likelihood for damage, not just getting on base, but damage is higher. And it's tough to play from behind, in the count. And they're doing that a little too often, no doubt.
Well, and could you even say that about Langford's just one pitch at bat last night there in the 9th? I mean, is that very similar to the approach that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when assessing those plate appearances, I need to know why. What are you looking for there?
Right.
And if he's getting what he's looking for, and he just wasn't able to square it up, all right, you're okay with that because the guy on the mound is one of the best closers in all of baseball.
Sure.
Now, if he's up there looking for a fastball and he's swinging at a breaking ball, those are and I don't need to say anything. That's one where Wyatt's going to go back to the dugout and say,
"Yeah,
gosh, what was I doing?" And so you get in those situations, and it gives you the opportunity to be more selective. And maybe it's not fair to, I know I brought up the Simeon Mason Miller.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is you don't want it to have to come down to getting to, again, one of the best closers in all of baseball. But I think Broadus, to your point, there have been plate appearances, and yesterday, I'm just going back looking at the game flow yesterday. Adolis Garcia came up, at one point, I think in the 6th inning. And the bases were loaded, and
right.
He got 3 really hittable pitches. And, he just wasn't able to to do anything with them. And those are the ones where it's like, man, you feel like there's a missed opportunity on the one pitch at bats. There's no doubt that, when they stack up, especially in big moments, you kind of wonder, was that the one you wanted, right?
Right.
But if it was and you just didn't execute, okay. But if it wasn't, if you were looking middle in and you swung at a pitch, on the outside corner, those are the things where I think, hitters and hitting coaches are like, well, if we're having a plan, let's try and stick to the plan. Now, the last thing I'll say is it is very easy to have a plan, and then when you're facing 103 with 92-mile-an-hour slider, it's tough to pull it off. But, yeah, I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's the challenge that these hitters have these days.
Well, but the fact that Semien was able to draw a walk, and especially I know that Miller in Sacramento was just electric. But it looked like last night that he had a little trouble, that his slider was the pitch that he was throwing for strikes.
Yeah, and that's whenever a guy he walks a guy on 4 pitches.
Right, it doesn't ever walk anybody.
Well, yeah, he doesn't walk anyone. And then, Josh Young, first pitch, hits the ground ball. Now,
right.
Josh Young almost, he hit that one hard. It was a diving play by Schumann.
Yeah.
And so, one of the things is, like, sometimes you'll see a base runner steal on 3-0 because – you're thinking the pitcher's just not even paying any attention to you. They're just trying to throw a strike. Well, somewhat similarly, a guy just walks the tying run on 4 pitches. All he is thinking about is I need to throw a strike. And sometimes, it might not be a good strike. It might be the strike that the hitter is trying to turn around. And so, it's I know like in Little League, I can't tell you how many times the pitcher walked a batter on 4 pitches, then you step in the box and the third base coach is giving you the take sign. And I get it. I understand that different
Make him throw you a strike.
Make him throw you a strike. And I think, in that situation, if you're a hitter after that, you are dialing in on one pitch or one spot, or you are zeroing in on something specific. And if you get it, then you better be ready to fire away, especially against Mason Miller. And that's the thing, too. He might, you just walk on 4 pitches, you might only get one pitch that's hittable, and it might be that first pitch. And, the reality is on that one, too, like we said, Max Schumann made a diving play. If he doesn't make that play, then the Rangers might be looking at first and second or first and third, nobody out.
Boch is clearly moving stuff around in the lineup. I mean, yesterday you got Smitty that's batting in the 9-hole today. He's batting second. You got Higgy and Jonah that are back-to-back that have been able to have some success against the A's. I mean, what stood out to you about some of the mixing and matching that Boch is trying to do to get this offense going?
Well, looking at yesterday against J.P. Sears, he put his 4 best hitters against lefties 1, 2, 3, 4. And to some degree, he's not just thinking, all right, what's my lineup when the game starts, but where are my opportunities to pinch hit and how do things look after that? But he stacked his 4 best hitters against lefties yesterday. And then, today's a little bit of an interesting situation because Jacob Lopez is the starter, and he's stretched out to, maybe 4 or 5 innings, but he's probably not someone who is going to be able to give you the length that J.P. Sears is going to give you. And Lopez is a lefty. So, you want to be prepared for one of the 6 righties coming out of the Athletics bullpen and not just gearing up exclusively for a lefty. But, I like seeing Wyatt Langford in the leadoff spot. I think we talked, guys, this offseason or maybe in spring training, and, I had said that if it's not going to be Marcus Semien in the leadoff spot, I want to see Wyatt Langford. I love the power-speed combination. I love that if he gets on first and Corey Seager rips a double, that he's going to be able to score from first. I love that, first batter of the game, you better be careful, otherwise it can be 1-0 if with one swing, right? There's studies out there that suggest that over the course of a 162-game season, it doesn't matter what your batting order is, that the optimum batting order for a given team is only going to be about a 10-run difference and maybe equate to 1 more win. I just don't know. Like, I believe that the data says that, and you guys know I love the numbers. I just don't believe that in practice or in execution it plays out that way. And to me, if my best hitter is getting the most plate appearances, I'm okay with that. And I think right now the best hitter on this team who's on the active roster is Wyatt Langford. And ultimately the 2 best hitters are Langford and Seager. And I like seeing them at the top of the order, and I'm curious to see how it looks with Wyatt leading off.
You love the data, and you love a good streak as well. Is there any good Ranger streak we should know about right now?
Well, there's some streaks we want to break, right, when it comes to playing close games. The Rangers, it just doesn't seem like they can get away from a close ball game, which has been taxing on their bullpen and their streaks when it comes to obviously scoring more than 3 runs. The Rangers have gone 6 straight games scoring 3 or fewer runs, so we'd like to break that as well. White Langford had a 7-game hitting streak. He lost that yesterday. I'm trying to think, is there a streak I'm missing here, Mr. Chiafalo?
Not from my understanding. I think you pretty much covered it all, man. I'm just running down the streak checklist right now. You nailed it.
Okay, got it. Good. I just didn't know if there was one that I was coming up zeros on.
Give me the Jungle Cat for a dong tonight for the championship ring.
I like it,
celebrations.
guys. Yeah, I went Wyatt. He was my pick. We can only pick a guy once a week. New rules this year.
Ooh.
So I'm using my Wyatt chip. It's strategic, right? But I'm using my Wyatt chip tonight. But it would be nice to get the Jungle Cat going for sure. I mean, here's the thing. If you want optimism, the optimism is that you can point blindly and probably find a guy, and the assessment of their season is, there's more in the tank. And so, you get a couple of these guys going, and then this thing might look a lot different.
Well, thank you, Jared. Enjoy the evening. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
See you, fellas.
Salute. There he goes. Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Join Sean and RJ tomorrow. Their Firehouse Tour continues. It'll be in Anna at the Central Fire Station, 305 South Powell Parkway in Anna. Proudly presented by Firehouse Roofing, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers. Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour. Wolchuk's going to be with them in the morning. Go say hi. Cowboys news of the evening time, why they feel like they need to be so careful with this star player. That's next in the nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak your cat a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are 90 minutes away from Rangers pregame. They're taking on the A's tonight. Let's hit the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening, where we look at the top headlines resonating across your digital universe regarding the Dallas Cowboys. Our friend Mike Fisher with a report on Isaiah Bond. NFL team source tells Fish. Exclusive. Let's see if he's proven innocent. Let's see what happens when the dust settles there. I know there's continued to be a lot of questions around Isaiah Bond. Maybe the Cowboys, it makes sense considering they did not draft a wide receiver, that they do need to either sign one, trade one, maybe go get a veteran. I think Isaiah Bond probably is starting to shape up like, all the NFL teams are looking at it like, hey, let's see where this legal situation plays out. Maybe we'll address it on the other side. Is that what you're hearing, Brian?
I think there's a little more to that.
Yeah.
A little more. Yeah, and the more that you dig in onto the player, I think this is something that teams clearly are looking at. I think teams have more information on this kid as well, and it's not good.
It seems like, he would be the first guy you would call if we're looking at undrafted free agents.
Yeah. He's a guy that not a lot of teams are going to touch.
Okay. Well, best of luck to him in his journey.
Yeah.
Tashard Choice on coaching. Is it Jaden or Jadon?
Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue. Okay.
I've heard both, but I think we should go Jaden.
I was hearing Jaden, then I heard some Jadon to the last couple of days. Wanted to clarify. Coach said, Coach Tashard Choice saying he does compare to Jahmyr Gibbs, saying they're very similar, both very explosive, make plays out of the backfield, very smart. Says, I think Blue's very, very smart. I think Jahmyr is the smartest running back I've ever coached. What does a high football IQ give you there in the backfield, Brian?
Well, the blitz pickup stuff. I mean, that's number one. You've got to be able to, especially when teams are moving around and shifting their fronts, and you got these guys that are standing up that don't normally stand up, and you got to be able to identify. You got to know how to make adjustments on the fly, and your ability to see that and have practiced that, studied that, seen it on film, and then be able to execute it. You could tell the high IQ football players, because they're the ones that don't make mistakes when things get a little muddy. And that's what you need a running back, because you will get your quarterback killed, as we know, if your running back doesn't have the ability to blitz pickup.
All righty. So that's a bonus. His blitz pickup has not been great in college, right? But he's got the size and the football IQ to get.
I think it's more of the technique than it is anything.
All right.
Yeah.
He's willing to do it.
Right on. Other side of the NFL draft, continue to see reports about the Cowboys' interest in George Pickens. Is that a live guy? Should it be in your mind right now? I know Brian would be excited about getting a talent like that.
The book's closed on that one.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, at least from some of the stuff I was reading today, I don't think
Pittsburgh's closing that one down.
I think so.
I think Detroit's closing down the Williams one too.
Really?
Yeah. And I know that their general manager came out and talked about that, but when I was talking, remember before the draft, I was talking to Gang of 7. They were mentioned that Jameson Williams was a guy that was being shopped or talked about being shopped. And I know that the Lions general manager since come out and said, hey, we're not going to trade him and anything like that. But I think some teams thought that they might have a shot at him. It doesn't sound like now they will.
I do believe the Cowboys should be in a mode of thinking we want to use all of our draft picks to try to get cheap labor. We're not a wide receiver 2 away from contending. Maybe if you had an amazing running back right now, a tremendous defensive tackle, your linebacker and corner were healthy. I mean, you start talking about the answers that the Cowboys would need to be contenders. It's a long list of things. Right now, I think you should be we're using all of our picks and all of our salary cap resources to pay off some of our contracts that we've had in the past. And when we stack up those drafts and we're close, that's when we say, okay, throw future draft picks and money at trying to win right now. I just think it would be out of sequence for the Cowboys. I mean, I have no problem with giving Tolbert another shot. Probably not going to be good, but I mean, you played last year, the second half of the season, with a compromised defense and, basically the wide receiver group that you have right now, and it wasn't horrible. You were over 500. So I think right now, like, patience should be the theme, not we got to fill every spot and use future picks and cap space to make sure we're shoring things up. But, I mean, getting a talent like George Pickens or Jamison Williams would be fun. I think that'd be a long-term move. Okay, Calvin Watkins writing today, quote, the headline, with Cowboys draft complete, where do wide receiver 2 position and Dak Prescott's injury stand? Okay, and it was the Dak injury piece of the headline that made me click this thing. And the quote inside from Stephen Jones that Calvin built this story off of, we're going to be very cautious and conservative. Okay, so a couple of talking points there. Number one, this is what Mike Bassick was talking about 5 years ago when he was coming back from the broken leg, that he had to redo the surgery basically because he wasn't cautious and conservative going into that. Dak, one of the hardest workers coming back from injuries, but they almost have to protect him from himself. So that's one of them. But it also tells you the serious nature of this injury, and this is one of those that's not as bad as the compound fracture of the lower leg, but it's one of those where oftentimes the player is noticeably less athletic on the other side of it. And as we're 6 months out, the need to still be cautious and conservative. There's no way you would have signed Dak to that contract if you could have seen the way that this year went, both his production and then the injury situation. So that might be the biggest story going into camp that we haven't been talking a lot about, is how healthy is Dak Prescott going to be? How close is he going to be to, what we saw at the first half of last year that man, I mean, the athleticism has taken a major hit. I think you can expect another one coming up here in 2025.
He seems to be in a good place right now physically, but yeah, and I don't know how much they're going to have him do. I think this would be a great opportunity to get guys like Joe Milton reps when you talk about in training camp. I mean, I know Steven in the post-draft presser was like, hey, if Dak had it his way, he'd be going out on Monday night and playing against the Giants today. So I'm sure that he is. I know Dak's doing everything he can. I mean, Brian, we've been out there and seen him working out. He looks really, really good. I do think that also is why you go ahead and how can we protect that asset in the middle of the pocket with a pick like Tyler Booker, and then you've got Tyler Smith and now Cooper Beebe, who are really, really good power players in the middle. It's all about, hey, let's go ahead and try and keep him healthy and make sure he's not having to get flushed out of the pocket and use the mobility. Let's make sure he's got a good base that he can step up into and he's not getting rushed right up the middle. So moving forward, I think that certainly had to play into their thinking with why they made a selection like that.
I mean, it was a pulled hammy, and here we are. We're gonna be 9 months out from this injury, being cautious and conservative through summer and into training camp. I do think that's a major storyline, and it's possible that we don't see Dak anywhere close to Pro Bowl level again.
I think the thing that, to me, and I haven't talked to anybody about this or not, when the actual date is, but they're generally pretty cautious with their guys that way. To me, I want to see Dak out there. I mean, I know everybody does, but I want to see Dak out there practicing day one if he can. I want to see with some of the things with the offense, with maybe some of the new things they might be trying with the running game stuff. I'd like to see him kind of be a part of all that. I don't need to see Dak not do anything for the whole summer. Then all of a sudden, week one, you're out there trying to, win games, and week two, and then maybe there's a slow start. And, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that all this cautious talk is just cautious talk, and it's not actually what they're going to do.
I'm just taking context clues, and Shoddy said he's now a member of the 30 club, and you start taking less reps. He made note of that, and I think it's regardless on the injury or not. I just think they're going to be cautious with a guy who's now 30 plus, is a veteran, probably doesn't need as many of those reps. I mean, I understand the point of it is a new offense. Possibly.
Well, to a point it is. But, with some of the stuff that they might want to do with the running game aspect of it. But, to me, okay, if you're going into this right now with all this cautious and this, that, and the other, why'd you sign him? If you're going to limit his reps, why would you extend him? Why are you worried? I mean, to me, this is the time that you kind of need to make sure that you don't have a slow start in the season where week 6 we're not talking about, the offense looks like crap, and then all of a sudden it takes CeeDee Lamb losing his damn mind to get everybody back like, oh, God, we got to do something different now. I don't think this team can afford to start slow. And if Dak's part of it starting slow because they were cautious, then they didn't need to sign Dak.
Yeah, I hope Dak can bounce back and be the player that he was before this injury. I guess the defense would be they didn't know he was going to get hurt again. Like if he had this injury, would they be signing him this year? I hope not.
Well, if they're going to be overly cautious about everything that he does, then this was a bad use of money.
I think so. Now, let me ask you this. What do you think the Cowboys' record is going to be next year? Because Pro Football Focus did a way too early 2026 mock draft. And their numbers 2026 mock draft?
No, I know, but they're number 22.
Where they're going to be picking?
Yeah.
They got them picking 9th.
Oh, do they? Okay.
They simulated the season.
Okay. So they said they're going to be bad. Okay.
They got a tough schedule, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, this is not going to be easy.
What is it? NFC West, AFC North?
Yeah.
I think it's AFC West.
AFC West, NFC North.
NFC North got to be the
So
way around.
you got Packers, Chiefs, Chargers, Vikings, Cardinals, Bears, Broncos, Lions. I mean, that's going to be tough sledding.
They did take the defensive lineman from Clemson, Peter Woods, there, 6'3", 315. I don't think they'll take another defensive tackle. I mean, but if you're wondering what they did in the mock draft, I wanted to tell that to you. But I guess I kind of look at what I said at the front half of this segment, like, even though they had all those injuries last year, they were playing without Cooper Rush, or they were playing without Dak with Cooper Rush. There's enough good players on this team. I don't know. I think if I was projecting their record right now, I would think 9-8 or 10-7.
New offense, new defense. We saw how much of a struggle that was defensively for the first half of the year last year. So that's something to consider. And you still have some pretty big holes until someone surprises us and steps up at wide receiver and defensive tackle and running back.
A top 10 pick would be a lot of fun, though, wouldn't it? I mean, you want a wide receiver, a corner. You need a left tackle. You might need a left tackle next year picking inside the top 10. That'd be fun.
Well, yeah, it's definitely fun come draft time, but it is a beating to go through the football season and your team just stink. I mean, that's never fun.
Yeah, and I guess I should be. I'm open-minded to that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could very likely happen, especially if your quarterback gets banged up again. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if the offense can improve. I mean, really, it's the running game. The running game is the area that I think you're going to see the difference. That needs to. We need to see a step in the right direction with this running game.
And to my thought about Dak, I think the Cowboys moving so strongly in offensive line direction and the things they've said, I think they're acknowledging that. I think it was obvious 3 or 4 years ago, if you're trying to ride Dak Prescott to a Super Bowl, you're probably not getting out of the divisional round. I guess being on the other side of 30, needing to rebuild this offensive line, maybe it's just good timing, but I look at it as if the Cowboys are saying, wow, we tried, we listened to what the numbers said, we need to pass on the early downs, and that it just didn't add up to enough success. Even when we had Lamb, Cooper, Gallup, Dalton Schultz, we couldn't get there, even when Tyron Smith was healthy and Zach Martin was still around. So, if this team is going to be significantly better, I think it's going to be because that running game plan comes together. Chris Trapasso, CBS Sports, says this. Brian, tell me if you agree or disagree. After some highly questionable drafts of late, Jerry and Steven and Will have totally redeemed themselves in 2025.
I just, my own personal, just looking at my board, 3 in the first 37. That's me. I trust what I saw. They pulled 3 players out of my first 37 players. I think this is absolutely going in the right direction. I think they did everything that I asked them to do when it came to don't reach on any players, pick your board, stack your board, don't jump tags, don't do things for needs. We talked a lot about wide receivers at 12. We talked a lot about running backs at 44. We really didn't talk about a defensive end at 44 very much. But they got one of the better ones in the draft. I think him and Mike Green from Boston College, from Marshall, are 2 of the best in this draft. We could talk about Carter and others at Penn State, but when you look at the guys that weren't named Carter, they really did get one of the best pass rushers in this draft with our guy from Boston College. So I'm hopeful that those guys fit in. I'm really hopeful about Blue. I'm kind of trying to find out, do some back channeling if what Sarkisian was thinking about Blue and the fumbles. Were they playing him more, less because of the fumbles? Maybe get a little bit more insight to that and see what the situation is. But I think they absolutely hit there. I kind of wish that they would have paired another running back with some guys that were available, but that's me being selfish.
Yeah.
That's me being selfish right there. But I think overall, the execution of it, not jumping tags, taking the best player, I think they went the right direction there.
All righty. Well, we'll have a much better idea by the time we get to training camp and by the time we're halfway into the season. If that is the case, I mean, 3 of the top 37, if it plays out like that, I think we could be easily talking about the Cowboys back into contention in 2026. It's probably a year away, and maybe a trade, maybe some moves in free agency more next March could push you in that direction. But considering how old the core had gotten, you failed 2 drafts in a row. I think it's too much to ask for this team to have that big of a turnaround in 1 year. But the 1, 2, 3 could very well be amongst your best players in 12 months.
Yeah, we saw the Eagles, and this is your hope. We saw the Eagles in last year's draft 2 corners, and it made their defense remarkably different and better. That's what you got to hope for with the Cowboys with these guys that you've drafted.
Yeah, impact players for sure for Philadelphia. And obviously the Cowboys are only going to be as good as their drafts are. It's time to hit the Expressway. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. Everything breaking in the world of sports in the 5 minutes on the other side. And we're back with you here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are coming off that Dallas Stars victory. It's time now to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 6 minutes. And LA Live's coming up here at 5:40. This segment of the G-Bag Nation, the expressway, is brought to you by our friends at the On Time Experts and Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. You guys want to lap up some of these Avalanche tears?
Heck yeah.
Here's what they're saying in the Colorado paper today. They had 3 takeaways from the game. Number 1, Dallas equals flop city. Is that what you guys saw? Nobody does hockey's dark arts like a Pete DeBoer team does. Rupe Hintz went after Nathan McKinnon as if there was a price on number 29's head. But on a roster of hockey, A.J. Przinsky's, the Academy Award for pure sneakiness for Game 5 goes to who else? Jamie Benn, the captain, adding to his legend against the Avs about 5:30 into the third when he skated into defenseman Josh Manson in front of the Avs net while Manson's stick happened to be up. Sure enough, Manson looked the other way. Ben's neck connected with the stick, and the captain falls to the ice. Manson whistled for high sticking, and Dallas got away with it again. I mean, multiple articles in the papers about this. I do feel like it was game 2 or was it game 1 that went decidedly in the Avs' favor from the very beginning on a phantom tripping call against Rupe Hintz. So, last night it was not the officiating that decided that game. Maybe there were some questionable calls, but I mean the Stars significantly outplayed them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious to have them crying about that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plays we can go ahead. They're cross-checking Mason Marchment 3 times in the back when there's a tie-up along the boards, and there's no call there. This is a bunch of bitching to be bitching from the Avs fans.
Yeah,
I think
well said.
Both sides, we can have some gripes. Rupe Hintz got away with one yesterday. Was it a little bit of a dirty play? Sure. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs. There's a lot of dirty that's going on, and you need a little bit of that if you want to go ahead and hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. So spare me your tears, Colorado. Just go out there and try and do better and win a hockey game. I'm sorry the Stars kicked your ass last night, okay? Let's see if you can go ahead and get us back in Game 6. My bet, you do, and we're going to go ahead and spank you in Game 7.
It's been a great series so far. You expect nothing less here, and it would be very fitting for it to go 7 games. Now, how do you feel about your guys engaging in the so-called dark arts of hockey? It's a philosophical question in soccer as well. Do you want a little bit of a jersey tug? Do you want a little bit of a trip if the ref's not looking?
Hell yes.
Absolutely.
Hell yes. That's what this sport's about.
Yeah, I'm
you
with
got
you.
to. You have to. And if you don't get caught, like Hintz didn't yesterday, hey, hell of a play, boys. That's how we play. Go ahead. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, now, I think that's different than what the Houston Astros did with the buzzers and with the trash can banging. I think there's definitely a line of like a little extra physical play and, cheating to that.
Hey, I'll tell you what, these players are so good at feeling a stick blade around their skates that the minute they feel that, lunge forward. Just lunge forward, and that right arm of that official is going to shoot right up in the air.
Yeah.
Happens every single time. and I'll tell you what, there's some times where we've seen like basically two-hand slash onto the stick handler's hands not get called. In this game, it's like, gosh, that's slashing, so the hooking, the slashing, but these in the playoffs, unless we're in overtime, if you feel blade of stick around your skates, just lunge forward.
There's a lot of nuance to that. I feel bad for the officials. I know players can be very sneaky with how they trip you, but I'd like to see the threshold risen. Like right now in the NBA, the refs are letting them go to war, and it's amazing, right? Let the intensity, let the physicality rise in the postseason. In the Denver Post, columnist with this headline: "Dude wears Cale Makar." Obviously,
that's a good question.
Pretty good movie reference. He says the Dallas Divers can spot a sucker in pinstripes from a mile away. Says this Stars roster is full of divers and divas.
I've never seen an embellishing call on the Stars.
No,
I haven't either.
I've seen the Stars get screwed with embellishing calls.
Yeah.
Maybe if you know what? If you can't beat them, join them. Colorado, I saw some flops on the tripping calls, to your point there, Brian.
Yeah.
It's just, when you start boo-hooing when your team's not getting the benefit of the doubt here. Sorry you didn't. I mean, get the hell out of here with your crap.
214 might be an Avs fan, says Bishel is turning into a punk. He is turning into an intimidator.
That's
dude.
That's got to be an Avs fan text, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bishel,
he's so damn big. He better be throwing his body weight around and smacking people.
Absolutely decleated that dude last night in impressive fashion.
I love it.
I love the impact he can have in 11, 12 minutes on the ice. You feel that presence. I love that guy.
The 2022 Conn Smythe Trophy winner, the best defenseman of his generation, is what this columnist is saying about this Cale Makar. He would look like one of the guys who's so far just along for the ride.
Yeah, some are saying he's more invisible in this series than Miro.
Oh, wow. I was, I mean, you can obviously not help but see McKinnon. I mean, everything he does is pretty amazing. But I've been waiting to see Makar make his impression on the series so far, and he is out of there. Luka Doncic stepped up to pay the entire expected cost of restoring a vandalized mural depicting Kobe and Gigi Bryant in downtown Los Angeles. I can't believe somebody would want to vandalize that. Even a Laker hater. I mean, come on, let's have some class as Laker haters. The Lakers' new guard made the donation to cover the entire goal of a GoFundMe page created by the artist. Wants to restore the mural titled Mambas Forever. It was always important to give back to the community, said Luka. They gave me so much, so I just wanted to give back. Might be trying to butter him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Lakers fans coming for Luka's
he's
head.
Not playing much defense. I was talking to a guy that was actually in Minneapolis for that series, and I said, well, what do you think sitting live there? And he goes, man, Minnesota is going after him.
Yeah.
They've decided that he's the one guy that will not play defense. And they said, yeah, they live with the problems that he presents on offense, but he says you can clearly see Minnesota is targeting him as a defender.
Yeah, it was one of the main problems I think for Nico and Dumont is they were looking at it like, how do we build a winning thing around this with and I thought they did a great job. They were like, okay, we need two centers. We always got to have a great rim protector in the game, and I bet the Lakers are planning the same thing as soon as this season ends. Can't help it now, though, and it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Boy, Lucius, how's your G back of the day?
Yeah, Luka is food out there.
He is food.
He is straight food out there.
Cooked.
Now, I see they try to hide him on the little defensive schemes.
Yeah.
Nah, they still try to fight him. But I want the switch, bro. Give me the switch. Give me the switch. I need a pick. Yeah, I need Luka face to face. There we go.
Getting destroyed.
Yeah, he's getting cooked out there, brother. Sheesh. What they call when you playing pickup games? Oh, he's with us.
Yeah.
Even though he's on the opposite team, he's just so bad. He's like, oh, no, don't worry about him. He's with us. Let him shoot. He's with us. He's on our side.
Yeah, what's crazy is he's played horrible defensive playoff games throughout his career, and then will come back and play like actual good defense the next day. Yeah. It's a matter of effort and focus. It really is.
Yeah, he needs to go down there to. I'm not even gonna say it. All right, here we go. Here we go, G-Bag of the Day. We do this every weekday on the Fan at 5:30 now, fam, 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all. Find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Also, you can send all your hate mail there. Our winner and champ right here. This will be day number 2. From the Boomer and Geo show on WFAN in New York, Geo was crashing out on a caller. I love a good broadcasting crash out.
Hey, good morning, guys. Geo, I got a bone to pick with you this morning, Geo.
Yeah.
Is everything okay this morning? Because you've done nothing but rip the Giants since 6 o'clock.
Everything
this morning.
okay?
How many Ole Miss
Nothing.
games have you actually watched all year? Okay,
I've sat there and watched how many.
No. If the Giants like a quarterback, you go out and get him, Gio.
Gio.
Okay,
Mike. Hey, listen to me. Hold on for a second.
Triggered.
Hold on a second. For God's sakes, I'll talk to you. And by the way, I said this for dummies like you earlier that I hated the Vikings pick of J.J. McCarthy. I said he stinks and I hated it. So that has nothing to do with it being a Vikings fan or not. And how many Ole Miss games did John Gruden watch of Jackson Dart? And I'll tell you right now, he thinks he stinks.
How many times have you watched him play?
How many times have you watched him play, Mike?
More than you.
How many times have you watched him? Seriously. You're a Giants fan, so you're going to suck off every one of their games. Come
on.
You're probably one of those sickos who sat there and defended Daniel Jones for 6 freaking years.
Get him.
Get over it.
Get over it.
He's a pudgy Utah clapper.
Yeah.
How many games at Ole Miss? I don't need to watch any games at Ole Miss. How many games at BYU did I watch Zach Wilson play? 0, and I knew he was going to suck.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. I love that type of energy right there.
It's like 6 in the morning.
Just woke up angry as hell.
Yeah. All right. Hey, so you guys familiar with this guy, Kerry Carpenter? Plays for the Tigers, Detroit Tigers. Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah, the Carpenter, yes.
Yeah, apparently they got like a little finish him.
Oh, yeah.
When he goes up there because they want him to end the game and close out the games or whatnot. So, you know, he's the finish him guy. Well, he got a home run last night, and the man on the call was just perfect with his timing.
Are you the Mortal Kombat guy? Scorpion wins. Carry, finish him. Three and 2. That's a high fly ball deep to left field. Altuve back at the track and the wall, and that is way up and out of here. Kerry Carpenter does finish him.
That's a great bit.
Yeah, that's great right there. I like that one.
Mortal Kombat should live forever.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see it still enjoying some shine. They were playing in The Last of Us. You know, they were all fired up to be playing Mortal Kombat there, Last of Us. I think I gave up on that show this weekend, though.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's been sitting in the queue. I'm down a few. I need to catch up, but everybody's saying the same thing in a sense.
I told her last night, I said, you got one more of these episodes. We better see something happen. Restores my faith.
Episode 2 of season 2 is one of the best episodes on TV.
There we go.
But
What show are we talking again?
Last of Us.
The Last of Us.
But I can understand 3 was...
That should have been the finale, if you ask me.
Maybe.
Show over. I think he was the only actor on the show that actually cost something.
You don't like that girl?
No. That's a big NO.
Well, then, yeah, that's acquitted.
Yeah.
And honestly, I got some questions, too.
What are we doing, guys?
Hey.
Never could believe the things you do to me.
Now, Zach and Brian.
Yes.
What's up?
You guys had a little contentious argument during the draft segments.
Yeah. So glad you got this.
Well, it was so much. They argued for like 4 minutes, bro.
It was a long time.
It was a long time. Like they let it go, then it came back up, then they let it go again, and it came back up.
Yeah. Well, I started getting the Josh Allen strays, which were not deserved. I was not part of the Josh Allen stuff.
I got to own that one. What you called me out for in the midst of this.
Well, we get confused.
Let's see. Let's get a little bit of it. You guys are going back and forth right here. I just got a little clip of it. I wish we could have had more. Could have played the whole 4 minutes of it, actually.
Could we have?
Yeah, I listened to the whole 4 minutes of it.
Did you make sure we weren't cussing at each other?
I don't know.
I thought about dropping an F-bomb there.
I wish you had them.
Everything that you guys are talking about in terms of question marks or problems or whatever you want to call it around Jalen Milroe is all things that you can fix. Everything that he's got that you can't fix is elite.
You got one quarterback that's fixed that. It's Josh Allen. How many damn quarterbacks get drafted every year, Brian? How many? You got one example. One.
Oh, they fix quarterbacks all the time.
They fix quarterbacks all the time.
They do.
This is a traits league. This is a traits league, especially when you
don't get defensive because you're wrong about a guy. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm not getting defensive.
You are getting defensive.
You're sitting here coming at me for something I never even did do you. And I'm just saying you can't fix quarterbacks all the time. You did.
Cowboys ain't got no picks.
Our show hated Josh Allen.
I wasn't on the show then. I was on the nosebleed seats at night, Brian.
Okay.
I got promoted afterwards.
I was at
because they didn't like Josh Allen. They had,
and so they kicked out those guys, and the one guy who had your back on Josh Allen, you're coming at right now.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Playful, respectful.
Very respectful.
I wanted to get that part. I said, no, you're just mad because I called out your guy. Just stand on your guy. I called out your guy.
Stand on your
guy. Fix quarterbacks all the time. It's so easy.
I'm right as you fool. No, I called out your guy.
Always trying to make it interesting. This is how that goes.
We needed a little bit
Defend
more.
Defend your guy, coward.
Yeah.
It was good. You're a coward, Brian.
You guys like Bill Simmons?
Yeah, I think he does all right.
He's hilarious.
Yeah, Bill has some funny moments.
He's an all-timer.
There are some times where I want to hit him in the face because he's so just Boston sports everything, but sometimes he can be really funny.
He's complaining about the ESPN broadcast of Knicks Pistons.
Oh, okay.
He just has some complaints.
I have some ESPN notes. Okay. Maybe don't go to a commercial when Jalen Brunson is leaning against the scorer's table, holding his ankle in complete agony, and do the "we'll be back after this," and then you're gone for 4 minutes. That's one. Number two, I don't think you need to show Jalen Rose 15 times after you laid him off 2 years ago, 3 minutes before he was about to do a get up segment, and gets a call and says, "Don't go and get up because you're about to be laid off." Maybe don't show him over and over again during the game, you motherfuckers. Oh. Aggregate that. I don't care.
Well, allow me to zag. I mean, doesn't Jalen want to be on TV?
Good zag. Maybe there's truth in both sides. Hey, there's Jalen Rose. We completely blindsided him 2 years ago after he did 15 years of great work for our company. He seems happy.
Pretty good commentary from Bill Simmons there.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
That's a good zag.
Remember like 10 years ago when Bill Simmons was everywhere all of a sudden?
Oh, yeah.
He was like the face of basketball on ESPN. And, and then I think he went to the Ringer or something. Did he start the Ringer?
Yeah, he
started the Ringer, yeah.
Made a lot of money, probably sold it. Went away.
Like, didn't he run their podcasts, their whole platform?
It's like a media empire, and he's doing like these documentaries and everything.
Crushing it.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
Yeah, all right. Is it our champ, Gio, taking on the Giants caller, one-time champ? Is it Kerry Carpenter? Is it Wolchuk and Broadus fighting about Jalen Milroe? Is it Bill Simmons on the ESPN broadcast? A lot of different ways I could take this vote. I think I'm going to go with the champ, though, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go Billy Simmons.
All righty, Lucius?
The champ is here.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
I really like that Mortal Kombat bit.
Yeah, that was good. It was good.
Yeah, I'll go with the Mortal Kombat.
Brad?
I'm voting for Wooly.
Okay, by a score 2-1 to 1-1. And still, your G-Bag of the day champion, it's Gio taking on that caller who liked their pick of Jackson Dart. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has L.A. Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday here in L.A. Live right after the great Rick James. Bam!
Well, all right, you squares.
Fire up this funk.
It'll make you dance to some everything.
Everybody get high.
It sucks quitting you're great at. Listen, I can turn a Sunday fun day into a no-call show no Monday in a mother instant, you hear me? But I had to quit. I started smoking pot. See this little hippie bitch here. She smokes this called dabs. You ever done dabs? Listen, for those y'all don't know what dabs are, basically when you smoke dabs, it gives you Down syndrome for the rest of the week, okay? You got to do that day, not gonna fucking get to it, all right? She goes, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? I go,
Nuh-uh. My mom's coming to get me. Don't worry about it.
Look at my dab. Look at my dab. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Welcome in, Tolos! Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time listeners. Welcome in long-time listeners. This is LA Live, sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. We got beef!
What's beef?
Hold on, we got beef. Hold on. I got to get this right. We got beef, bro, and I want to respect it the proper way. I had this line. There we go. Yeah!
The commission.
There we go. I had to find the right vibe for the beef. You know what I'm talking about, fam. Please be patient with me right here.
100%.
Okay. All right, Texas is trying to change the name of the New York strip steak. We're aware of this, fellas, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm on board.
They want to change it to...
I like this one.
They want to change it to the Texas strip steak because we make damn near all the beef in the country right here.
Where's the beef?
In Texas. Well, they're fighting back in New York. They've got beef. Todd Shapiro, he is the owner of the Albany War Room Tavern. Albany War Room Tavern, big steakhouse up there in Albany, I guess.
Seymour Wiener used to be all up in there.
Hilarious. He plans to file $1 million lawsuit against our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, for, wanting to basically change the name of the steaks. By the way, is anything else out there that we should change the name of to Texas? Any other food things or something that somebody else has that we should change? Think about that for a second.
Well, I mean, now that Zalots is making amazing pizza, I wouldn't mind making a run at that, Maybe like a Texas-style pizza.
Texas-style pizza.
Yeah.
Texas is Zalots? We got to put our name on it. You got to stamp your name on it.
Yeah, I feel like Zalots is the...
Zalots of Texas.
Is one of the only Texas pizza companies that can go toe-to-toe with the New York pizza.
Zalots of Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. This all came from Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Let's go to Fox 4 News for this report right here, fam. This is hilarious because my guy has a real New York accent, and he calls us all types of names down here, and he has shots for Dan Patrick. It's pretty funny to me, actually.
I mean, a lieutenant governor has nothing better to do.
Earlier this year, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick started a somewhat surprising political food fight. It involves legislation to rename the New York strip steak to the Texas strip steak.
It's called the New York strip. Now this guy is trying to get in the media. You're telling me you have nothing better to do in Texas except name steaks after each other? Come on, you bunch of yahoos.
Bunch of yahoos.
He's commenting on it. Yeah, nothing better to do than comment about us trying to change the steaks.
Hey, he's standing up for his New York strips.
Well, I mean, he's also trying to outlaw that fake THC stuff that's at all the vape shops.
Yeah.
Got a long line of very important things. Keep gambling.
I want the ones that, if it's straight from hemp, like the Farm Bill says, the 2018 Farm Bill says we can have hemp at a certain level. Why even touch that? Leave it alone. You want regulations so we know what this is.
Yeah.
Don't take it all away, bro.
I thought it was a pretty good workaround there by the industry.
It's fantastic.
But apparently it's a major problem.
Yeah, I don't like what they're doing here.
Leadership.
We should just corner the entire steak market, though. Like, screw the Philly cheesesteak. We're getting a lot of text for like,
Texas cheesesteak?
Texas cheese. There you go. Let's just take all the steak. That's Texas.
Boston cream pie, Texas cream pie.
There we go. There we go.
Nobody ransack like us.
Except name steaks after each other? Come on, you bunch of yahoos. I'm trying to turn around and steal my business. I'll start a super PAC here. I'll get millions of dollars with some of my billionaire friends to put money in campaigns against these yo-yos. You ever see them for $1 million? They need to keep politics out of steaks.
Yo-yos.
This guy's funny.
Yeah, I like them. Yahoos and yo-yos.
You bunch of yahoos up there. Bunch of yo-yos.
Yo-yos is an amazing diss.
Yeah, I like that one. What else I got? I got a whole lot of stuff, but I ain't got a lot of time. You guys familiar with the sperm race?
I've seen
Saw
clips.
that.
Yeah.
Sperm race.
Yeah, it's a sperm race, bro.
Can we bet on these?
Yeah.
Which swimmer's the fastest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
More of a marathon than a sprint, though, right? This is like a 45-minute outing.
This is, well, let's see here. I'll just read it. The world's first sperm race was held in downtown Los Angeles on Friday, drawing a rather large crowd there, Mr. Eric.
Thank you.
A lot of people came out. Reminds me of the movie Idiocracy.
I bet they did.
Yeah.
Where they're the #1 movie in the country was called Ass. That's what this reminds me of. Started by a 17-year-old student and entrepreneur in the Bay Area. Launched a competition to raise awareness about men's health. One race included a young man from USC, another one from UCLA. They had
It's a rivalry. Who's going to win?
Big Ten matchup.
The Bruins or the Trojans?
They had a sperm racing professional sperm analyzing kit.
What?
Well, I
like
don't
a
know.
microscope?
I don't know
Petri
what
dish?
that is. It measures concentration, mobility, progressive mobility. You know what? Hold on, I'm gonna just go to this because that sounds crazy, bro.
Downtown LA's night scene exploding Friday with an event built.
No, we're not to have the news puns.
He knew what he was doing.
Not the news puns on a story about sperm, my guy.
He knew
Family show. Let's clean it up.
Oh my gosh.
He'd been waiting for that one all week.
Respect.
My Lord, ABC 7, here we go.
Downtown LA's night scene exploding Friday with an event billed as the world's first sperm race. 4 contestants came with the goal to win $10,000 in bragging rights.
He said sperm race.
He had a little twang in there for that
He
one.
said the first sperm race.
And 4 contestants came.
The strongest